There you go. There you go. Yep. I just fixed it now. We're back. Good shit. Good to see you, Parker. You can just DM me with the times that you're available, and your time zone, when we set something up. Or I'm doing open coaching all day today. So if you want, you can participate today and get some feedback from me.
Life isn't fair. It's not.
Chapter 2. Chapter 3. The Impossible Task. It was past midnight and the streets were dead. I steered my pickup truck into another empty parking lot and killed the engine. In the quiet, all I could hear were the eerie halogen hum of the street lamps and the scratch of my pen as I checked off another franchise feed trough. The latest in a never-ending series of fast food and dine-in industrial kitchens that receive more nightly visitors than you'd care to know about. That's why guys like me showed up to places like this in the wee hours. I stuffed my clipboard under the armrest, grabbed my gear, and began restocking rat traps. They're everywhere, those little green boxes. Look around almost any restaurant and you'll find them, hidden in plain sight. My job was to bait, move, or replace them. Sometimes I hit pay dirt and found a rat carcass, which never caught me by surprise. You know death when you smell it. This wasn't the mission I signed up for when I enlisted in the Air Force with dreams of joining a pararescue unit. Back then I was 19 years old and weighed 175 pounds. By the time I was discharged 4 years later, I had ballooned to nearly 300 pounds and was on a different kind of patrol. At that weight, even bending down to bait the traps took effort. I was so damn fat I had to sew an athletic sock into the crotch of my work pants so they wouldn't split when I dropped to one knee. No bullshit. I was a sorry fucking sight. With the exterior handled, it was time to venture indoors, which was its own wilderness. I had keys to almost every restaurant in this part of Indianapolis, and their alarm codes too. Once inside, I pumped my handheld silver canister full of poison and placed a fumigation mask over my face. I looked like a damn space alien in that thing, with its dual filters jutting out from my mouth, protecting me from toxic fumes, protecting me. If there was anything I liked about that job, it was the stealth nature of working late, moving in and out of inky shadows. I loved that mask for the same reason. It was vital, and not because of any damn insecticide. I needed it because it made it impossible for anyone to see me, especially me. Even if by chance I caught my own reflection in a glass doorway or on a stainless steel countertop, it wasn't me I was seeing.
Then you're
It was some
recording?
janky-ass low-budget
Yes.
stormtrooper.
You will send
The
me
kind
a
of guy who
recording
palmed
uploaded to
yesterday's brownies on
Google
his way out the
Drive,
door.
not YouTube.
It wasn't me.
Google Drive, and I will
Sometimes I'd see
download
roaches
it
scurry
and
for cover
play
when I
it,
flipped the
and we'll
lights
go
on and spray down the counters and
and
the
send me
tile
your tracker,
floors.
Chichi.
I'd see dead rodents stuck to sticky traps I'd laid on previous visits.
People
I
like
bagged and
upload it
dumped
to
them.
YouTube and shit,
I checked the
and then they
lighting
like,
systems I'd installed to catch
oh,
moths
I
and
have to wait
flies
for
and clean those out
processing and
too.
shit. It's so dumb.
Within a half hour, I was gone,
Don't
rolling on to the
listen.
next restaurant. I had a dozen stops every night and had to hit them all before dawn. Maybe this kind of gig sounds disgusting to you. When I think back, I'm disgusted too. But not because of the job. It was honest work. Necessary. Hell, in Air Force boot camp, I got on the wrong side of my first drill sergeant and she made me the latrine queen. It was my job to keep the latrines in our barracks shining. She told me that if she found one speck of dirt in that latrine at any moment, I would get recycled back to day one and join a new flight. I took my discipline. I was happy just to be in the Air Force. And I cleaned the hell out of that latrine. You could have eaten off that floor. 4 years later, the guy who was so energized by opportunity that he was excited to clean latrines was gone, and I didn't feel anything at all. They say there's always light at the end of the tunnel, but not once your eyes adjust to the darkness, and that's what happened to me. I was numb. Numb to my life, miserable in my marriage, and I'd accepted that reality. I was a would-be warrior turned cockroach sniper on the graveyard shift. Just another zombie selling his time on Earth. Going through the
I
motions.
forgot where I put my previous
In fact, the only insight I had into my
coaching
job
recording.
at that time
Sorry,
was
I'm
it was
just trying to
actually a
find
step
it.
up. When I first discharged from the military, I got a job at St. Vincent's Hospital. I worked security from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. for minimum wage and cleared about $700 a month. Every now and then, I'd see an Ecolab truck pull up. We were on the exterminator's regular rotation, and it was my job to unlock the hospital kitchen for him. One night, we got to talking, and he mentioned that Ecolab was hiring, and that the job came with a free truck and no boss looking over your shoulder. It was also a 35% pay raise. I didn't think about the health risks. I didn't think at all. I was taking what was being offered. I was on that spoon-fed path of least resistance, letting dominoes fall on my head, and it was killing me slowly. But there's a difference between being numb and clueless. In the dark night, there weren't a lot of distractions to get me out of my head, and I knew that I had tipped the first domino. I'd started the chain reaction that put me on Ecolab duty. The Air Force should have been my way out. That first drill sergeant did end up recycling me into a different unit, and in my new flight, I became a star recruit. I was 6'2" and weighed about 175 pounds. I was fast and strong. Our unit was the best flight in all of boot camp, and soon I was training for my dream job, Air Force Pararescue. We were guardian angels with fangs, trained to drop from the sky behind enemy lines and pull down pilots out of harm's way. I was one of the best guys in that training. I was one of the best at
how many
push-ups and
days?
the best at sit-ups, flutter
30
kicks, and running.
days.
I was 1 point behind honor grad,
But it's on
but
a
there was
pause
something they
right
didn't
now.
talk about in the lead up to pararescue training. Water confidence. That's a nice name for a course where
Because
they
the
try to drown
whole
your
point
ass
was
for
like, I
leads,
aim
and
train
was
for
uncomfortable
12
as hell in
hours
the
for
water.
30 days, and it's a
Although
challenge,
my
and I
mom got us off
record
the
it. But
public
then
dole and out of
I
subsidized housing within
realized
3 years.
I need to
She
make
still
it a
didn't have extra
series
cash for swim
and
lessons,
promote
we
it
avoided
and
pools.
upload the
It
video
wasn't
and
until I
record the
attended Boy
progress
Scout
like
camp when I was 12 years
on a
old that I was finally
day-by-day
confronted with
basis.
swimming. Leaving Buffalo
And like
allowed
make
me
it
to
a
join the
project.
Scouts, and camp was my
Otherwise,
best
it
opportunity
won't
to
really
score
gain
all the merit badges
traction,
I
you know.
need to stay on the path to becoming an Eagle Scout.
So
One morning, it was time to
I
qualify
mean,
for
for
the
my
swimming
own
merit badge,
benefit, like
and that meant a
obviously, like
1-mile
I'm
swim in a lake
continuing
course
to
marked
aim
off in
train,
buoys.
probably like
All the other
6,
kids
7
jumped in and
hours,
started
but
getting
probably
after
not
it.
12, you
And if I
know.
wanted to save face, I had to pretend I knew what I was doing. So I followed them into the lake.
Because the point
I
isn't
dog
just
paddled
to
the best I
rack
could,
up
but kept
hours.
swallowing
That's
water, so
kind
I
of
flipped onto my back and
counterproductive
ended up swimming the
to
entire mile with a fucked up backstroke
why I'm
I'd
doing it.
improvised on the fly.
You know,
Merit badge secured. When it came time to take the
it's
swim
you know
test
we're
to get into
trying to say, hey,
pararescue,
like you
I
can
needed to
still
be
aim
able to
train
swim for real.
effectively at
This was a
12-hour
timed
mark.
500-meter
But if you
freestyle
say
swim.
if you
And
do
even at
that and
19
you
years
don't aim
old, I
train
didn't know how to
effectively,
swim
then
freestyle.
there's no point.
So I took my
Right?
stunted ass down to Barnes & Noble, bought Swimming
You're
for
just
Dummies, studied the
playing an
diagrams, and
endurance
practiced
game
in the
at
pool
that
every
point.
day. I hated putting my face in the water, but I managed for 1 stroke, then 2, and before long, I could swim an entire lap. I wasn't as buoyant as most swimmers. Whenever I stopped swimming, even for a moment, I'd start to sink, which made my heart pound with panic, and my increased tension just made it worse. Eventually, I passed that swim test, but there is a difference between being competent and comfortable in the water. Another big gap from comfortable to confident, and when you can't float like most people, water confidence does not come easy. Sometimes, it doesn't come at all. In pararescue training, water confidence is part of the 10-week program, and it's filled with specific evolutions designed to test how well we perform in the water under stress. One of the worst evolutions for me was called bobbing.
Crazy after, yeah, man.
The class
But
was divided
like
into groups of 5, lined up from gutter
according
to
to
gutter in the
conventional
shallow end,
wisdom,
and fully kitted
you're
up.
not supposed to train more
Our
than
backs were
like
strapped with twin
2 hours a
tanks
day.
made from
After
galvanized
that,
steel,
there's like huge
and we wore
diminishing
16-pound weight
returns,
belts
but
too.
I found
We were loaded the fuck
workarounds.
down, which would have been fine,
That's the whole
except in
point
this evolution, we weren't allowed to breathe
of
from those
building.
tanks. Instead, we were told to walk backward, down the slope of the pool, from the 3-foot section to the deep end.
You need
about
to
10
split
feet
it up
down.
with
And
breaks,
on that slow
obviously,
walk
and
into
you also
position,
need
my mind
to.
swirled with doubt and
That's
negativity.
partially why I use.
What the
I don't
fuck are
use
you doing
arm
here?
aim.
This isn't for you.
Because if
You
I
can't
use low
swim.
sense and arm
You're an
a lot,
imposter, and
I'm
they
gonna
will
get
find you out.
tired as fuck.
Time
Like,
slowed down, and those seconds
There's
seemed like
no
minutes.
way that I
My diaphragm
come out
lurched,
of this
trying to force air into my lungs.
and,
Theoretically, I knew that
alive if
relaxation
I
was
do
the key
12
to all the
hours
underwater
and
evolutions, but I was too
you know,
terrified to let go. My jaw clenched as tight as my
cold
fists.
chamber breeze.
My head throbbed as I worked to stave off panic. Finally, we were all in position, and it was time to start bobbing. That meant pushing up from the bottom to the surface without the benefit of finning, getting a gulp of air, and sinking back down. It wasn't easy getting up fully loaded, but at least I was able to breathe. And that first breath
MKV?
was
What
a salvation.
MKV is on?
Oxygen flooded my
supported?
system,
What
and I
the
started to
fuck?
relax until the instructor yelled, "Switch!" That was our cue to take our fins from our feet, place them on our hands, and use
You're
one
telling me
pull with our
Adobe
arms
Premiere
to propel
Pro
ourselves to the surface.
doesn't
We were allowed to push
support
off the floor of the pool,
MKV?
but we
What
couldn't
the
kick.
fuck are you
We did that
on,
for 5
bro?
minutes. Shallow water and surface
Dude,
blackouts
and also
aren't uncommon during
Streamlabs,
water
why are you
confidence
exporting
training.
shit MKV?
It goes along
bro?
with stressing the body and limiting oxygen intake. With the
I'm so
flippers
sorry,
on my
guys.
hands, I'd barely get my face high enough out of the water to breathe, and in between, I was working hard and burning oxygen. And when you burn too much too
It says
fast,
MP4
your brain shuts
format.
down,
I
and
think
you
it's
will black the
OBS.
fuck out.
because it's
Our
recorded.
instructors called that meeting the wizard.
I might have
As
to
the
use
clock
DaVinci
ticked, I could see
Resolve.
stars materializing in my
I
peripheral
don't really
vision.
know how to use
I felt the
Resolve,
wizard
but
creeping close. I passed that evolution, and soon, finning with my arms or feet became easy for me. What stayed hard, from beginning to end, was one of our simplest tasks, treading water without our hands. We had to keep our hands and our chins high above the water, using only our legs, which we'd swirl in a blender-like motion, for 3 minutes. That doesn't sound like much time, and for most of the class it was easy. For me, it was damn near impossible. My chin kept hitting the water, which meant the time would start again from 000. All around me, my classmates were so comfortable, their legs were barely moving, while mine were whirring at top speed, and I still couldn't get half as high as those white boys who looked to be defying gravity. Every day was another humiliation in the pool. Not that I was embarrassed publicly. I passed all the evolutions, but inside I was suffering. Each night I'd fixate on the next day's task
hell yeah.
and become so terrified I couldn't sleep. And soon my fear morphed into resentment
Dude, I
toward
need
my
to play some
classmates,
Valorant
who,
right
in my
now.
mind,
I'm
had it
sorry.
easy, which stretched up my past. I was the only
Pause
black
on the
man in
YouTube
my
video. At
unit,
least one of
which
the
reminded me of
DaVinci
my
Resolve
childhood in rural
loads. Dude,
Indiana.
this song is
And the
so
harder the water
fucking
confidence
fire.
training became, the higher those dark
Oh my
waters
god,
would
I need a
rise, until it
montage
seemed I was also being
on this
drowned from
song.
the inside out. While the rest of my class was sleeping,
Oh
that
my
potent
god.
cocktail of fear and rage thrummed through my veins, and my nocturnal fixations became their own kind of self-fulfilling prophecy.
The video on
One where
this will be
failure
so
was
good.
inevitable, because my unchecked fear was
On the
unleashing
12
something I
hours,
couldn't
I
control,
can't. Like,
the quitting mind.
well, I will have to make it,
It
but
all
then the
came to a
problem
head
is, like,
6 weeks into the training, with the buddy breathing exercise.
when I resume
We
it, I'm
partnered
gonna
up.
make sure, like,
Each pair
each
gripped one
day
another by
is
the forearm
recorded and a
and
video
took
is
turns
done. Like, I'm
breathing
gonna do
through
an
just
end of
one
the day
snorkel.
video,
Meanwhile, the
summarize the
instructors thrashed us,
progress.
trying to separate us from our
I will.
snorkel.
Do
All
my
of this
aim
was supposed to
journal,
be happening
so
at or near the surface,
on my
but I
aim
was
journal,
negatively
like,
buoyant,
I'm gonna have
which meant I was
certain,
sinking
like,
into the middle
writing
waters of the deep
points.
end, dragging
So
my
I will
partner down
share
with me.
how many PPs did
He'd take a breath
I
and pass the
take
snorkel down to
today.
me. I'd swim to the surface,
What was the
exhale,
mantra
and
that I
attempt to
used
clear the
on
water
that
from our
day?
snorkel
Like,
and get
I
a clean
record
breath
a
before
lot of
passing it back to
things,
him. But the
you know?
instructors made that almost impossible.
And I
I'd
used
usually
to
only
not
clear the
do
tube
any
halfway
of this
and
shit
inhale more water
until,
than
like,
air.
I
From
hate
the jump, I was
recording, I
operating
hate
from an
journaling
oxygen
until,
deficit
like,
while
2
fighting to
weeks
stay
ago.
near
I
the
just
surface.
realized
In military
need to
training,
overcome
it's the
it.
instructor's
I
job
need
to
to be
identify weak
better.
links and challenge them to perform or quit, and they could tell I was struggling. In the pool that day, one of them was always in my face, yelling and thrashing me, while I choked, trying and failing to gulp air through a narrow tube to stave off the wizard. I went under and remember looking up at the rest of the class, splayed out like serene starfish on the surface, calm as can be. They passed their snorkels back and forth with ease, while I fumed. I know now that my instructor was just doing his job, but back then I thought, this fucker's not giving me a fair shot. I passed that evolution too, but I still had 11 more evolutions and 4 more weeks of water confidence training to go. It made sense. We would be jumping out of airplanes over water. We needed it. I just didn't want to do it anymore. And the next morning, I was offered a way out I hadn't seen coming. Weeks earlier, we'd had our blood drawn during a med check, and the doctors had just discovered I carried the sickle cell trait. I didn't have the disease, sickle cell anemia, but I had the trait, which was believed at the time to increase the risk of sudden exercise-related death due to cardiac arrest. The Air Force didn't want me dropping dead in the middle of an evolution and pulled me out of training on a medical. I pretended to take the news hard, as if my dream was being ripped away. I made a big fucking act of being pissed off, but inside, I was ecstatic. Later that week, the doctors reversed their decision. They didn't specifically say it was safe for me to continue, but they said the trait wasn't yet well understood and allowed me to decide for myself. When I reported back to training, the master sergeant informed me that I'd missed too much time and that if I wanted to continue, I would have to start over from day 1, week 1. Instead of less than 4 weeks, I'd have to endure another 10 weeks of the terror, rage, and insomnia that came with water confidence. These days, that kind of thing wouldn't even register on my radar. You tell me to run longer and harder than everyone else just to get a fair shake, I'd say, roger that, and keep moving. But back then, I was still half-baked. Physically, I was strong, but I was not even close to mastering my mind. The master sergeant stared at me, awaiting my response. I couldn't even look him in the eye when I said, "You know what, Master Sergeant? The doctor doesn't know much about this sickle cell thing, and it's bothering me." He nodded, emotionless, and signed the papers pulling me out of the program for good. He cited sickle cell, and on paper I didn't quit, but I knew the truth. If I had been the guy I am today, I wouldn't have given 2 fucks about sickle cell. I still have the sickle cell trait. You don't just get rid of it. But back then, an obstacle had appeared, and I'd folded. I moved on to Fort Campbell, Kentucky, told my friends and family that I was forced in the program on a medical, and served out my 4 years in the
Although part of the reason why I go hard at Valorant is because my parents
I trained to liaise between ground units and air support,
of
fast movers like
everything
F-15s and
that I
F-16s
do except for
behind
what
enemy
is,
lines.
you know, like approved
It was
by
challenging
father.
work with intelligent people,
Like
but
a
sadly, I was never proud of
secure,
it. I
you
didn't see the
know, reputable
opportunities
job,
offered because I knew I
etc.,
was a quitter
etc.
who would let fear dictate my
And
future.
I
I
can't
buried
do
my
it.
shame in the gym and at the kitchen
And so the
table.
only way for me
I got
to
into
like
powerlifting and layered on the mass.
be on good
I
terms
ate and
with
worked
dad
out,
and
worked out
mom and
In my
all
last days
that
in the Air Force, I
is
weighed
to
255 pounds. After my discharge,
is for me
I
to
continued
actually
bulk up with
succeed
both
in
muscle and
esports
fat
and
until I
Valorant.
weighed nearly
So
300
yeah.
pounds. I wanted to be big because being big hid David Goggins. I was able to tuck this 175-pound person into those 21-inch biceps.
I can't
and that
get used to
flabby
this
belly.
mouse
I grew
acceleration
a
is
burly
fucking me
mustache
up,
and was
dude.
intimidating to everyone who
I
saw
can't
me.
aim right
But
now.
inside, I knew I was a pussy, and that's a haunting feeling.
Hold on.
The morning I began to take charge of my
changed the
destiny started
Excel
out like
settings
any
way
other.
too much yesterday.
When the clock struck 7 a.m., my Ecolab shift ended, and I hit the Steak and Shake drive-thru to score a large chocolate milkshake. Next stop,
Little
7-Eleven,
drastic.
for a box of Hostess mini chocolate donuts. I gobbled those on my
Let's
45-minute
make it
drive home to a
not
beautiful
as
apartment on a
fucking
golf course in pretty
insane.
Carmel, Indiana, which I shared with my wife, Pam,
Yeah,
and
that's
her daughter.
just crazy. This is better.
Remember that Pizza Hut incident? I married that girl. I married a girl whose dad called me a nigger. What does that say about me? We couldn't afford that life. Pam wasn't even working, but in those credit card debt-loading days, nothing made much sense. I was doing 70 miles per hour on the highway, mainlining sugar and listening to a local classic rock station when Sound of Silence poured from the stereo. Simon and Garfunkel's words echoed like truth. Darkness was a friend indeed. I worked in the
was
dark,
at Twitch.
hid my true
I
self
got
from friends and
suspended
strangers.
for
Nobody would have believed how numb
sexually
and afraid I was
explicit
back then
content.
because I looked like a beast that no one would dare fuck with. But my mind wasn't right, and my soul was weighed down by too much
How did you
trauma
find my
and
channel,
failure.
by the way, Parker?
I had every excuse in the world to be a loser and use them all. My life was crumbling, and Pam dealt with that by fleeing the scene. Her parents still lived in Brazil, just 70 miles away. We spent most of our time apart. I arrived home from work around 8 a.m., and the phone rang as soon as I walked in the door. It was my mother. She knew my routine. "Come on over for your staple," she said. My staple was a breakfast buffet for one, the likes of which few could put down in a single sitting. Think 8 Pillsbury cinnamon rolls, a half dozen scrambled eggs, a half pound of bacon, and 2 bowls of Fruity Pebbles. Don't forget, I had just decimated a box of donuts and a chocolate shake. I didn't even have to respond. She knew I was coming. Food was my drug of choice, and I always sucked up every last crumb. I hung up, flipped on the television, and stomped down the hall to the shower.
Wait, and
where I could
on
hear a
YouTube?
narrator's voice
For real?
filter through the steam.
I got a viewer from a
I
recommend.
caught
That's
snippets.
insane.
Navy SEALs.
Dude, I'm so
toughest,
happy right
the
now.
world. I wrapped a towel around my waist and rushed back into the living room. I was so big, the towel barely covered my fat ass, but I sat down on the couch and didn't move for 30 minutes. The show followed basic underwater demolition seal,
I got recommended
Bugs,
on the
training
Maddie
class
Overwatch
224
page.
through Hell
Oh,
Week,
dude.
the most
Oh my
arduous
god,
series
that's
of
so
tasks
cool.
and the most physically demanding
I'm
training in the military.
insane. I mean, like,
I
it
watched
has
men
nothing.
sweat
He
and suffer
probably
as they
like
tore
doesn't
through
know
mighty
me and
obstacle
shit, but
courses,
like just the
ran on
fact
the
that I
soft
got
sand, holding
recommended.
logs overhead,
I'm
and
insane.
shivered in icy surf. Sweat curled on my scalp. I was literally on the edge of my seat as I saw guys, some of the strongest of them all, ring the bell and quit. Made sense. Only 1/3 of the men who begin buds make it through Hell Week.
So yeah,
And in
the
all of
only
my
way
time
for me to
pararescue
make it out of
training,
this
I couldn't
fucking
remember feeling
hellhole
as
is
awful
to
as these men
succeed.
looked. They were swollen,
I got
chafed,
an eviction
sleep-deprived,
notice 3
and dead on
days
their
ago.
feet, and I was
Like
jealous of them. The longer
I
I
am
watched, the more
getting
certain I
my
became
shit
that
together
there were
because
answers
there's
buried in all that
no.
suffering. Answers that I needed. More than once, the camera panned over the endless frothy
There's no
ocean,
other
and
way.
each
I
time
can't
felt
win
pathetic.
otherwise.
The SEALs were everything I wasn't. They were about pride, dignity, and the type of excellence that came from bathing in the fire, getting beat the fuck down, and going back for more, again and again. They were the human equivalent of the hardest, sharpest sword you could imagine. They sought out the flame, took the pounding for as long as necessary, longer even, until they were fearless and deadly. They weren't motivated. They were driven. The show ended with graduation. 22 proud men stood shoulder to shoulder in their dress whites before the camera pushed in on their commanding officer. In a society where mediocrity is too often the standard and too often rewarded, he said, there is intense fascination with men who detest mediocrity, who refuse to define themselves in conventional terms, and who seek to transcend traditionally recognized human capabilities. This is exactly the type of person Buds is meant to find. The man who finds a way to complete each and every task to the best of his ability. The man who will adapt and overcome any and all obstacles. In that moment, it felt as though the commanding officer was talking directly to me. But after the show ended, I walked back to the bathroom, faced the mirror, and stared myself down. I looked every bit of 300 pounds. I was everything all the haters back home said I would be. Uneducated, with no real-world skills, zero discipline, and a dead-end future. Mediocrity would have been a major promotion. I was at the bottom of the barrel of life, pooling in the dregs. But for the first time in way too long, I was awake. I barely spoke to my mother during breakfast, and only ate half my staple, because my mind was on
Good for
unfinished
coaching.
business.
Yeah, I know.
I'd always wanted to join an elite special operations unit, and beneath all the rolls of flesh and layers of failure, that desire was still there. Now it was coming back to life, thanks to a chance viewing of a show that continued to work on me like a virus moving cell to cell, taking over. It became an obsession I couldn't shake.
I'm gonna set up
Every
a
morning
player
after work
base
for almost
and a
3 weeks,
Fiverr coach
called active
account,
duty
but
recruiters
that's
in
gonna
the
be
Navy
separate
and told them my
from the
story.
coaching that I
I called
record
offices
and
all over the country.
do on YouTube.
I
So
said
yeah,
I was willing to
you're
move,
good.
as long as they could get me to SEAL training. Everyone turned me down. Most weren't interested in
Oh,
candidates
is
with
my?
prior
I
service.
just let me fix my
One local
screen. It
recruiting
looks
office was
really
intrigued
fucked up.
and
Hold
wanted
on.
to meet in person, but when I got there, they laughed in my face. I was way too heavy, and in their eyes, I was just another delusional pretender. I left that meeting feeling the same way. After calling all the active duty recruiting offices I could find, I dialed the local unit of the Naval Reserves and spoke to Petty Officer Stephen Shaljo for the first time. Shaljo had worked with multiple F-14 squadrons as an electrician and instructor at NAS Miramar for 8 years before joining the recruitment staff in San Diego, where the SEALs train. He worked day and night and rose quickly in the ranks. His move to Indianapolis came with a promotion and the challenge of finding Navy recruits in the middle of the corn. He'd only been on the job in Indy for 10 days by the time I called, and if I'd reached anyone else, you probably wouldn't be listening to this book. But through a combination of dumb luck and stubborn persistence, I found one of the finest recruiters in the Navy, a guy whose favorite task was discovering diamonds in the rough.
What's
Prior
Maddie
service guys
Overwatch
like
up
me
to these
who were
days?
looking to re-enlist and hoping to land in special operations. Our initial conversation didn't last long. He said he could help me.
Dude,
and that I
I'm
should come
gonna
in to meet
beat
in
that
person.
dude one day.
That sounded familiar. I grabbed my keys and drove straight to his
In
office.
Overwatch?
Didn't get my hopes too high.
Not
By
in
the time
AIM
I arrived
either.
a half
On
hour later, he
Overwatch.
was already on the phone with Bud's administration. Every sailor in that office, all of
I
them
can't,
white,
bro.
were surprised to see
Can't.
me, except Shaljo. If I was a heavyweight, Shaljo was a lightweight at
Gold.
5'7", but he didn't seem fazed by my size, at least not at first.
Gold chamber
He was
breeze.
outgoing and warm, like any salesman, though I could tell he had some pit bull in him. He led me down a hall to weigh me in, and while standing on the scale, I eyed a weight chart pinned to the wall. At my height, the maximum allowable weight for the Navy was 191 pounds. I held my breath, sucked in my gut as much as I could, and puffed out my chest in a sorry attempt to stave off the humiliating moment where he'd let me down easy. That moment never came. "You're a big boy," Shaljo said, smiling and shaking his head as he scratched 297 pounds on a chart in his file folder. The Navy has a program that allows recruits in the reserves to become active duty. That's what we'll use for this. It's being phased out at the end of the year, so we need to get you classed up before then. Point is, you have some work to do. But you knew that.
What?
I followed his eyes to
going
the
on?
weight chart and checked it again. He nodded, smiled, patted me on the shoulder, and left me to face my truth. I had less than 3 months to lose 106 pounds. It sounded like an impossible task, which is one reason I didn't quit my job.
Still grinding
The other was the
kovaaks?
ASVAB.
G Pro
That
Super Life
nightmare
lets
test
a
had come back to
charger in.
life like
Interesting.
Frankenstein's fucking monster. I'd passed it once before to enlist in the Air Force, but to qualify for Buds, I'd have to score much higher. For 2 weeks, I studied all day and zapped pests each night. I wasn't working out yet. Serious weight loss would have to wait. I took the test on a Saturday afternoon. The following Monday, I called Shaljo. "Welcome to the Navy," he said. He downloaded the good news first. I'd done exceptionally well on some sections. I was now officially a reservist, but I'd only scored a 44 on mechanical comprehension. To qualify for Buds, I needed a 50.
I
I'd
don't
have to
know
retake
why
the
it
entire
won't
test
let me
in 5
resize. This is
These days, Stephen
Dude,
Shaljo likes to call our
I'm
chance connection
so
fate.
bad at
He
street.
said he could sense my drive the first moment we spoke, and that he believed in me from the jump. which is why my weight
And
wasn't
I
an issue
wonder
for
why
me.
I can't get
But
views.
after that ASVAB test, I was full of doubt. So maybe what happened later that night was also a form of fate, or a much-needed dose of divine intervention. I'm not going to drop the name of the restaurant where it went down, because if I did, you'd never eat there again, and I'd have to hire a lawyer. Just know, this place was a disaster. I checked the traps outside first and found a dead rat. Inside, there were more dead rodents, a mouse and 2 rats on the sticky traps, and roaches in the garbage which hadn't been emptied. I shook my head, got down on my knees under the sink, and sprayed up through a narrow gap in the wall. I didn't know it yet, but I'd found their nesting column, and when the poison hit, they started to scatter. Within seconds, there was a skittering across the back of my neck. I brushed it off and craned my neck to see a storm of roaches raining down to the kitchen floor from an open panel in the ceiling. I'd hit the mother lode of cockroaches, and the worst infestation I ever saw on the job for Ecolab. They kept coming. Roaches landed on my shoulders and my head. The floor was writhing with them. I left my canister in the kitchen, grabbed the sticky traps, and burst outside. I needed fresh air and more time to figure out how I was going to clear the restaurant of vermin. I considered my options on my way to the dumpster to trash the rodents, opened the lid, and found a live raccoon, hissing mad. He bared his yellow teeth and lunged at me. I slammed the dumpster shut. What the fuck? I mean, seriously, what the fucking fuck? When was enough truly going to be enough? Was I willing to let my sorry present become a fucked up future? How much longer would I wait? How many more years would I burn, wondering if there was some greater purpose out there waiting for me? I knew right then that if I
Hey,
didn't
yo,
make
what's
a
up,
stand
RZ?
and
Not a
start
content
walking the
creator
path of
friend
most
who is
resistance, I would end up in
TikTok
this
is the
mental
best.
hell
From
forever.
yeah, I did make a TikTok
I didn't
just
go back
recently.
inside that restaurant. I didn't collect my gear. I started my truck, stopped for a chocolate shake, my comfort tea at that time, and drove home. It was still dark when I pulled up. I didn't care. I stripped off my work clothes, put on some sweats, and laced up my running shoes. I hadn't run in over a year, but I hit the streets ready to go 4 miles. I lasted 400 yards. My heart raced. I was so dizzy I had to sit down on the edge of the golf course to catch my breath before making the slow walk back to my house, where my melted shake was waiting to comfort me in yet another failure. I grabbed it, slurped, and slumped into my sofa. My eyes welled with tears. Who the fuck did I think I was? I was born nothing, I'd proven nothing, and I still wasn't worth a damn thing. David Goggins, a Navy SEAL? Yeah, right. What a pipe dream. I couldn't even run down the block for 5 minutes. All my fears and insecurities I'd bottled up for my entire life started raining down on my head. I was on the verge of giving in and giving up for good. That's when I found my old beat-to-shit VHS copy of Rocky, the one I'd had for 15 years. Slid it into the machine, and fast-forwarded to my favorite scene, round 14. The original Rocky is still one of my all-time favorite films because it's about a know-nothing
It doesn't
journeyman
matter.
fighter
It's the
living in
same level.
poverty with no prospects. Even his own trainer won't work with him. Then, out of the blue, he's given a title shot with the champion, Apollo Creed, the most feared fighter in history. A man that has knocked out every opponent he's ever faced. All Rocky wants is to be the first to go the distance with Creed. That alone will make him someone he could be proud of for the first time in his life. The fight is closer than anyone anticipated, bloody and intense, and by the middle rounds, Rocky is taking on more and more punishment. He's losing the fight, and in round 14 he gets knocked down early, but pops right back up in the center of the ring. Apollo moves in, stalking him like a lion.
It's David Goggins'
He throws sharp left
autobiography, by the way.
jabs, hits a slow-footed Rocky with a staggering combination, lands a punishing right hook, and another. He backs Rocky into a corner. Rocky's legs are jelly. He can't even muster the strength to raise his arms in defense. Apollo slams another right hook into the side of Rocky's head, then a left hook, and a vicious right-handed uppercut that puts Rocky down. Apollo retreats to the opposite corner with his arms held high. But even face down in that ring, Rocky doesn't give up. As the referee begins his 10 count, Rocky squirms toward the ropes. Mickey, his own trainer, urges him to stay down, but Rocky isn't hearing it. He pulls himself up to one knee, then all fours. The referee hits 6 as Rocky grabs the ropes and rises up. The crowd roars, and Apollo turns to see him still standing. Rocky waves Apollo over. The champ's shoulders slump in disbelief. The fight isn't over yet. I turned off the television and thought about my own life. It was a life devoid of any drive and passion, but I knew if I continued to surrender to my fear and my feelings of inadequacy, I would be allowing them to dictate my future forever. My only other choice was to try to find the power in the emotions that had laid me low, harness and use them to empower me to rise up, which is exactly what I did. I dumped that shake in the trash, laced up my shoes, and hit the streets again. On my first run, I felt severe pain in my legs and my lungs at a quarter mile. My heart raced and I stopped. This time I felt the same pain. My heart raced like a car running hot, but I ran through it and the pain faded. By the time I
They
bent
gave
over
me
to
a
catch my
good,
breath, I'd run a
really,
full
really
mile.
good
That's when I first realized that not
RR.
all physical and mental limitations are real.
I
and that
love
I had a habit of giving up way too soon.
it. I
I also
finally
knew that it
have
would
to
take
like
every ounce of
actually
courage and toughness I could muster to pull off the
focus.
impossible.
I'm so happy.
I was staring at hours, days, and weeks of nonstop suffering. I would have to push myself to the very edge of my mortality. I had to accept the very real possibility
I
that I
don't think
might
it's a
die,
good idea
because this
to
time I
edit
wouldn't quit,
while
no matter how fast my heart
having
raced,
all of
and
these,
no matter how much pain I was in.
or
Trouble was,
play
there was
while
no
having
battle
your
plan to
video
follow,
editor up,
no
because
blueprint.
it'll
I had
kill
to create
resources.
one from scratch. The typical day went something like this. I'd wake up at 4:30 a.m.
You know what? I
munch a
decided
banana,
I
and hit
actually
the
don't
ASVAB
like
books.
this song
Around
after
5
all.
a.m., I'd take
Like
that book
dark
to my
synth
stationary
is
bike,
nice,
where I'd
but you
sweat
get
and study
sick of
for
it
2
so
hours.
quickly.
Remember, my
I
body
like
was a mess.
synthwave, but
I couldn't run multiple miles yet, so I had to burn as many calories as I could on the bike. After that, I'd drive over to Carmel High School and jump into the pool for a 2-hour swim.
Carefully to
From there, I hit the gym for a circuit
to
workout
Radiant.
that included the bench press,
Yeah, guys have
the
any like
incline
song
press, and
recommendations?
lots of
By
leg
the way,
exercises.
once I
Bulk was
figure out how
yummy.
to do song
I needed
requests
reps, and I did 5
without
or 6
my
sets of
bot,
100 to
or once I
200
go
reps
back,
each.
get back on Twitch,
Then it was back
I'll
to the
help.
stationary bike for 2 more
I'll do
hours.
song requests
I was
normally, but
constantly hungry. Dinner was my one true meal each day, but there wasn't much to it. I ate a grilled or sautéed chicken breast and some sautéed vegetables along with a thimble of rice. After dinner, I'd do another 2 hours on the bike, hit the sack, wake up and do it all over again, knowing the odds were stacked sky high against me. What I was trying to achieve is like a D student applying to Harvard, or walking into a casino and putting every single dollar you own on a number in roulette and acting as if winning is a foregone conclusion. I was betting everything I had on myself with no guarantees. I weighed myself twice daily, and within 2 weeks I dropped 25 pounds. My progress only improved as I kept grinding, and the weight started peeling off. 10 days
I
later,
like
I was at
something like
250,
this.
light enough to begin doing push-ups, pull-ups, and to start running my ass off. I'd still wake up, hit the stationary bike, the pool, and the gym, but I also incorporated 2, 3, and 4-mile runs. I ditched my running shoes and ordered a pair of Bates Lights, the same boots SEAL candidates wear in Buds, and started running in those. With so much effort, you'd think my nights would have been restful, but they were filled with anxiety. My stomach growled and my mind swirled. I'd dream of complex ASVAB questions.
I'm gonna get back on Twitch in maybe 2 days.
I was putting out so much on almost no fuel that depression became a natural side effect. My splintering marriage was veering toward divorce. Pam made it very clear that she and my stepdaughter would not be moving to San Diego with me, if by some miracle I could pull this off. They stayed in Brazil most of the time, and when I was all alone in Carmel, I was in
That guy is gonna wonder forever, what the fuck just happened? I'm gonna probably say he never sees me.
When depression smothers you, it blots out all light, and leaves you with nothing to cling on to for hope. All you see is negativity. For me, the only way to make it through that was to feed off my depression. I had to flip it and convince myself that all that self-doubt and anxiety was confirmation that I was no longer living an aimless life. My task may turn out to be impossible, but at least I was back
Also,
on a
don't use green
motherfucking mission.
crosshair on fracture. It's trolling.
Some
Use
nights when I was
cyan,
feeling
because
low,
always
I'd call
switch your
Shell Joe.
crosshair, or try
He
to
was
switch
always
your
in the office
crosshair
early
based
in the
on
morning and late at night.
like primary color
I
of the
didn't
map.
confide in him about
You
my
know,
depression
use the
because I didn't want
opposite
him to doubt
color.
me. I used those calls to pump myself up. I told him how many pounds I dropped and how much work I was putting in, and he reminded me to keep studying for that ASVAB. Roger that. I had the Rocky soundtrack on cassette, and I listened to Going the Distance for inspiration. On long bike rides and runs, with those horns blasting in my brain, I'd imagine myself going through Buds, diving into cold water, and crushing Hell Week. I was wishing, I was hoping. But by the time I was down to 250, my quest to qualify for the SEALs wasn't a daydream anymore. I had a real chance to accomplish something most people, including myself, thought was impossible. Still, there were bad days. One morning, not long after I dipped below 250, I weighed in, and I'd only lost a pound from the day before.
No!
I had so much weight to lose, I
crosshair
could not
placement.
afford to
I'm so
plateau.
bad at this game.
That's all I thought about while running 6 miles and swimming 2. I was exhausted and sore when I arrived in the gym for my typical 3-hour circuit. After rocking over 100 pull-ups in a series of sets, I was back on the bar for a max set with no ceiling. Going in, my goal was to get to 12, but my hands were burning fire as I stretched my chin over the bar for the 10th time. For weeks, the temptation to pull back had been ever present, and I always refused. That day, however, the pain was too much, and after my 11th pull-up, I gave in, dropped down, and finished my workout, 1 pull-up shy. That 1 rep stayed with me, along with that 1 pound. I tried to get them out of my head, but they wouldn't leave me the fuck alone. They taunted me on the drive home, and at my kitchen table, while I ate a sliver of grilled chicken and a bland baked potato. I knew I wouldn't sleep that night unless I did something about it, so I grabbed my keys. You cut corners and you are not gonna fucking make it, I said out loud.
No, dude, I
drove back to the gym. There are no shortcuts for you,
like,
Goggins.
I know she's, I'm ready, but like my wrist,
One missed pull-up
you know,
cost
like,
me an extra $2.50.
fucking,
And there would be similar
fuck.
episodes. Whenever I cut or run or swim short because I was hungry or tired, I'd always go back and beat myself down even harder. That was the only way I could manage the demons in my mind. Either way, they would be suffering. I had to choose between physical suffering in the moment and the mental anguish of wondering if that 1 missed pull-up, that last lap in the pool, the quarter mile I skipped on the road or trail, would end up costing me an opportunity of a lifetime. It was an easy choice. When it came to the SEALs, I wasn't leaving anything up to chance. On the eve of the ASVAB, with 4 weeks to go before training, making weight was no longer a worry. I was already down to 215 pounds and was faster and stronger than I'd ever been. I was running 6 miles a day, bicycling over 20 miles, and swimming more than 2, all of it in the dead of winter. My favorite run was the 6-mile Monon Trail, an asphalt bike and walking path that laced through the trees in Indianapolis. It was the domain of cyclists and soccer moms with jogging strollers, weekend warriors and seniors. By then, Shaljo had passed along the Navy SEAL warning order. It included all the workouts I would be expected to complete during the first phase of BUDS, and I was happy to double them. I knew that 190 men usually class up for a typical SEAL training, and only about 40 people make it all the way through. I didn't want to be just one of those 40. I wanted to be the best. But I had to pass the damn ASVAB first.
That's such a good angle if you have a rifle, though. Or if you can hit your
If I
shots,
wasn't working
actually.
out, I was at my kitchen table, memorizing formulas and cycling through hundreds of vocabulary words. With my physical training going well, all my anxieties stuck to the ASVAB like paper clips to a magnet. This would be my last chance to take the test before my eligibility for the SEALs expired. I wasn't very smart, and based on past academic performance, there was no good reason to believe I'd pass with a score high enough to qualify for the SEALs. If I failed, my dream would die, and I'd be floating without purpose once again. The test was held in a small classroom on Fort Benjamin Harrison in
Dude,
Indianapolis.
practicing
There were about
movement in
30 people
deathmatch
there,
is so
all of
good.
us young. Most were just out of high school. We were each assigned an old-school desktop computer. In the past month, the test had been digitized, and I wasn't experienced with computers. I didn't even think I could work the damn machine, let alone answer the questions. But the program proved idiot-proof, and I settled in. The ASVAB has 10 sections, and I was breezing through until I reached mechanical comprehension, my truth serum. Within the hour, I would have a decent idea if I'd been lying to myself, or if I had the raw stuff necessary to become a SEAL. Whenever a
Deathmatch
question
is so
stumped
fun
me,
now that
I
they
marked my
fixed the
worksheet
spawn.
with a dash. There were about 30 questions in that section, and by the time I completed the test, I'd guessed at least 10 times. I needed some of them to go my way, or I was out. After completing the final section, I was prompted to send the entire bundle to the administrator's computer at the front of the room, where the score would be tabulated instantly. I peeked over my monitor and saw him sitting there, waiting. I pointed, clicked, and left the room. Buzzing with nervous energy, I paced the parking lot for a few minutes before finally ducking into my Honda Accord. But I didn't start the engine. I couldn't leave. I sat in the front seat for 15 minutes with a 1,000-yard stare. It would be at least 2 days before Shaljo would call with my results, but the answer to the riddle that was my future was already solved. I knew exactly where it was, and I had to know the truth. I gathered myself, walked back in, and approached the fortune teller.
Head out, here,
You gotta tell me what I
live
got on this
stream.
fucking
Alright,
test,
man, this
I
was coming
said.
out.
He peered up at me, surprised, but he didn't buckle. "I'm sorry, son. This is the government. There's a system for how they do things," he said. "I didn't make the rules, and I can't bend them." "Sir, you have no idea what this test means to me, to my life. It's everything." He looked into my glassy eyes for what felt like 5 minutes, then turned toward his machine. "I'm breaking every rule in the book right now," he said. "Goggins, right?" I nodded and came around behind his seat as he scrolled through files. "There you are. Congratulations, you scored 65. That's a great score." He was referencing my overall, but I didn't care about that. Everything hinged on my getting a 50 spot where it counted most. "What did I get on mechanical comprehension?" He shrugged, clicked, and scrolled, and there it was. My new favorite number glowed on his screen. 50. "Yes!" I shouted. "Yes! Yes!" There were still a handful of others taking the test, but this was the happiest moment in my life, and I couldn't stifle it. I kept screaming, "Yes!" at the top of my lungs. The administrator damn near fell out of his chair, and everyone in that room stared at me like I was crazy. If they only knew how crazed I'd been. For 2 months, I dedicated my entire existence toward this one moment, and I was damn well going to enjoy it. I rushed to my car and screamed some more. Fuck yeah! On my drive home, I called my mom. She was the one person, aside from Shaljo, who witnessed my metamorphosis. I fucking did it, I told her, tears in my eyes. I fucking did it! I'm going to be a SEAL! When Shaljo came to work the next day, he got the news and called me up. He'd sent in my recruitment package and had just heard back that I was in. I could tell he was happy for me and proud that what he saw in me the first time we met turned out to be real. But it wasn't all happy days. My wife had given me an implied ultimatum, and now I had a decision to make. Abandon the opportunity I'd worked so hard for and stay married, or get divorced and go try and become a SEAL. In the end, my choice didn't have anything to do with my feelings for Pam or her father. He'd apologized to me, by the way. It was about who I was and who I wanted to be. I was a prisoner in my own mind, and this opportunity was my only chance to break free. I celebrated my victory the way any SEAL candidate should. I put the fuck out. The following morning, and for the next 3 weeks, I spent time in the pool, strapped with a 16-pound weight belt. I swam underwater for 50 meters at a time, and walked the length of the pool underwater with a brick in each hand, all in a single breath. The water would not own my ass this time. When I was done, I'd swim a mile or two, then head to a pond near my mother's home. Remember, this was Indiana, the American Midwest, in December. The trees were naked. Icicles hung like crystals from the eaves of houses, and snow blanketed the earth in all directions. But the pond wasn't completely frozen yet. I waded into the icy water, dressed in camo pants, a brown short-sleeved t-shirt, and boots, laid back and looked into the gray sky. The hypothermic water washed over me. The pain was excruciating, and I fucking loved it. After a few minutes, I got out and started running, water sloshing in my boots, sand in my underwear. Within seconds, my t-shirt was frozen to my chest, my pants iced at the cuffs. I hit the Monon Trail. Steam poured from my nose and mouth as I grunted and slalomed speedwalkers and joggers. Civilians. Their heads turned as I picked up speed and began sprinting like Rocky in downtown Philly. I ran as fast as I could, for as long as I could. From a past that no longer defined me, toward a future undetermined. All I knew was that there would be pain, and there would be purpose, and that I was ready. That was an impossible task.
You know what, man? When I hear you read that, still to this day, it makes me very emotional. And like that scene with me taking the ASVAB test and me walking back out to the car and me walking around and then me getting in my car, then me coming back in and literally begging the guy. I mean, I was literally almost crying because my whole life was just sitting on that 50. And so what people never, you know, we did a good job of making that scene as powerful as it is. But, you know, this whole book of mine, it went to auction, as you know, Adam. And that scene that you just read, this chapter that you just read, this is one of the main reasons why, you know, I got offered $300,000 for my book. And that chapter that you just read is a major reason why I couldn't sell my life to anybody. Going back through, listening to you, you know, just pretty much read my life story in that section, and there's so much more things to come. It made me realize why this is the only trophy. This is the only trophy that I would truly, you know, have in my life. And that chapter is where this really started for me. I started really figuring out what life was all about. You know, I didn't figure it out completely, but you know, you talking that, you know, you reading that story, it lets me know why there wasn't any amount of money that I was going to take for the shit I put myself through to be where I'm at today.
It's very interesting. I want to go on record as saying I encourage you to take that book deal, which is the wrong decision. As we'll soon know, it would have been the wrong decision. So
right.
never listen to me about business. But I will say that I can understand it, because it seems to me that you were in not just a physical bunker mentality, but a mental and emotional bunker mentality. Yeah, your mom could penetrate the bunker a little bit, but really you had to be in your own bunker.
Right.
And that's a very lonely and isolating place to be. I mean, you know, going through this journey with you and hearing what you had to go through, you know, my heart goes out to you, because you had basically put it all on this. Now, you know, you might have come out of this, if you failed, we don't know what would have happened. Would all of that hard work dissipated? Would you have had to go back and get some wage job? Would you have never achieved anything? We don't really know. But in your mind at that moment, you couldn't afford that. Like there was, you didn't have the slack to give yourself.
Right.
You had to go forward. You had to do this, or the odds were you were going to be the statistic you were always supposed to be.
And that was the hard part about this was I couldn't give myself even just like a little break.
Yeah.
And there was sometimes I would literally look at my running shoes for 30 to 40 minutes. Because when you're that big, I mean, I was so broken every single day,
Yeah.
I would literally look at all these, okay, now I would get done running 6 miles and know I had, 2 hours on the bike and there are 2 hours at nighttime and I had to go swim 2 more miles and I had 3 hours in the gym. And just knowing that there was every single fucking day you were going to have to relive this hell. And there were some days I couldn't even get out of bed. I was so sore. And then to know that I had to get out of bed and literally like for the first hour and a half, my body just didn't want to move. And to force it.
Is it hard to also study and kind of do the hard intellectual work while you're sore like that? That must be really hard, right? I mean, it's not a break.
Well, that's what sucked for me also was I was literally so I had to earn. I never sat down. I had to always earn my right to watch TV. So how I did that was I got a stationary bike, put it in my house, an old cheap Walmart stationary bike, and I would be there. And I had I kind of propped up some, those like little eating tables, and I put my books on there, and I was just studying. And I would study I was so obsessed. And that's one thing I talk about when I tell people about motivation. I always say motivation is crap. And people go, how do you say that? All it is, it's just a little bit of kindling. That's all it is. You have to be like for instance, some people are going to read this book and be so fucking motivated and they're going to have a bad day. And on that bad day, their motivation is going to be fucking gone. It's going to be gone. So I realized about, that about the human mind, that I had to be more than motivated. I had to be more than driven. I had to become literally obsessed to the point where people thought I was fucking nuts. Like the colder it was, the better it was. The more I suffered, the more I had to just literally take all of this stuff and wrap it up and just be like, okay, fuck it. This is what's going to happen now. And I had to start really just callousing my mind.
It's, just reading these chapters that we read today, and for listeners, we're being super transparent. We're recording this over a period of 5 days, and these first 3 chapters are done in the first session. And you know what I think is so interesting about this book and your life? It's the way you crack stereotypes. And I'm not talking about ethnic stereotypes. I'm talking about Sister Catherine, how you're never going to judge a smile or a scowl.
Right.
It's the same idea when I hear this. It's like we don't know what the people that we interact with in our hometowns and the cities that we live in, what they're going through. And, I could picture you in bunker mentality, not giving anybody any smiles, being all business, and people taking that personally, when in reality you're trying to do something really important for yourself, and it's all about your own journey, and you didn't have any hate towards anybody else.
Right.
And there's people out there all the time going through what they're going through, and you just can't judge it. And it's very interesting. That's what I love about what you do, because I think that you kind of recalibrate what we expect from people,
right,
and how to appreciate people.
And see, even now, you guys have heard my story, at least a fraction of it, about how I got called nigger, and I hate no one. I just like some people just because of some issues that we have. When you are constantly judged your whole life, when you are, as we call it in the book, the only your whole life, how the fuck am I now going to walk around in my, in this world I live in and judge anybody? Because I know how it feels to be judged. And what's so stupid is so many people who have been judged, they now judge other people. We forget how it feels to be the only person, how it feels to be judged. I don't forget it. I remember, so I'm all about people being whoever the hell they are, be it, own it, wear it like a fucking badge of honor.
Love it. And so the next challenge is it's kind of the first step on the journey towards callousing your mind. That's how we start the next challenge. And that's what this was, right? This is where you really started to callous your mind, wouldn't you say?
Oh, yeah, for sure. This is when I started literally trying to callous over that whole victim's mentality.
Challenge 3. The first step on the journey toward a callous mind is stepping outside your comfort zone on a regular basis. Dig out your journal again and write down all the things you don't like to do or that make you uncomfortable, especially those things you know are good for you. Now go do one of them, and do it again. In the coming pages, I'll be asking you to mirror what you just read to some degree, but there is no need for you to find your own impossible task and achieve it on the fast track. This is not about changing your life instantly. It's about moving the needle bit by bit and making those changes sustainable. That means digging down to the micro level and doing something that sucks every day. Even if it's as simple as making your bed, doing the dishes, ironing your clothes, or getting up before dawn and running 2 miles each day. Once that becomes comfortable, take it to 5, then 10 miles. If you already do all those things, find something you aren't doing. We all have areas in our lives we either ignore or can improve upon. Find yours. We often choose to focus on our strengths rather than our weaknesses. Use this time to make your weaknesses your strengths. Doing things, even small things, that make you uncomfortable will help make you strong. The more often you get uncomfortable, the stronger you'll become, and soon you'll develop a more productive, can-do dialogue with yourself in stressful situations. Take a photo or video of yourself in the discomfort zone. Post it on social media describing what you're doing and why. And don't forget to include the hashtags. Hashtag discomfort zone. Hashtag path of most resistance. Hashtag can't hurt me. Hashtag impossible task. So this one, you're not giving them a specific thing. You're asking them to look inside and figure out what they don't like to do. This is about really getting out of your comfort zone because that's what you had to do when you were kind of in your own fugue state with no purpose.
Right. You know, one question I get all the time is, man, how did you become so damn mentally strong? How did you do this? I think everybody knows the answer. Everybody knows the answer, but they would love for me to give you a nice, simple, hey, it really is easy. That's what they want to hear. But the truth of the matter is this, man. Honestly, the only way you are ever going to become hard and learn to callous your mind is you have to do the things that you do not want to do. There's no way around it. Like a lot of people, if you like running, they will run. They just keep on running. I'm not saying don't do things you don't enjoy. But I'm saying that if you're looking for the advantage, if you're trying to get the advantage, you have to do those things that kind of make you say, oh man, I really don't want to do this shit right now. That's going to really challenge me mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. Those are the things you have to start gravitating to. Like a lot of people say, triple down on your strengths. Yeah, that's good for some things. But if you want to fucking really get hard and become that hardened person and get true mental toughness, you have to triple down on your weaknesses. And that's the only way you can start to callous that mind and start callousing over all of that. You know, you have to learn to callous over that victim's mentality.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when people say triple down on your strengths, they're basically implying pick a lane, do that, become an expert in one thing. But you're not talking to people about what you went through to make them an expert in anything. Your whole thing about callousing the mind, becoming better, is to make them a more unbreakable human being. And that's emotionally and physically and mentally. And I think that that's a very different thing. And don't you think that's your purpose? I mean, you're not trying to get someone to become the best this or that.
No.
I mean, that's shallow, really, if you think about
It's
it.
100% shallow. And once again, you know, you're listening to my story right now. This isn't about me. This isn't about me. This is about me challenging you to look inward and to start, you know, developing that hero inside of you. And these are all steps for you to, you know, not even steps. These are things for you to take on board in your life and think about, you know what? I could be doing more. I am afraid of this. I don't want to do that. You know, so just look at yourself and start challenging yourself even more.
You know, you saying that makes me think of something else, is that we've talked about this before, and that is, you know, all of this thing, this great task that you just accomplished in this chapter, that didn't give you anything really other than another opportunity to fail.
You know what? That's 100% correct, man. Like, you know, losing. So it wasn't like Steven Saljo came, you know, miracled me and said, hey, man, if you lose 106 pounds and you pass the ASVAB, I'm going to miracle Navy SEAL Trident on your chest.
No.
You know, this was all a chance. And that's the thing about life is a lot of us are not, if we're not guaranteed something, we don't want to take that chance. we're looking at it like right now, I could easily sit back and say, oh my God, losing 106 pounds? There's not even, I may not even graduate buds or, retake the ASVAB test. I might even graduate buds. If that is your mindset and that is your thinking, you have already lost. You have already lost. All this is you have to put yourself in a position to win. Some of us don't even want to put ourselves in a position to win. So I knew losing 106 pounds, taking the ASVAB test again, was just me putting myself in a position to succeed. But most of us don't have the courage to put ourselves in a position to win. Why? Because failing is almost too much to handle. So why even try? Why even try? Because if I never tried, I can never fail. So that's the mindset of a lot of people.
But in this case, it's not just a small risk. First of all, you're preparing to walk away from your marriage,
right?
And the success rate for a seal and buds is 20%.
Exactly.
And so you do all this, you put all this out, and now you have a 20% chance of taking the next step. I mean, you still had a lot on the line and a lot ahead of you.
But you know what the beauty of that is, Adam? Is I had so much on the line and so much ahead of me. But what was happening? What was happening when I was losing that weight and I was passing the ASVAB and I was going through all these daily struggles? I started finding a whole new David Goggins. That was the power of all this. My confidence started growing. So if you can lose 106 pounds in 3 months, what the fuck else can I do? If I can go back and retake the ASVAB and fail and fail and fail and continue to, strive for excellence in failure, all that was doing for me was making me more and more psyched up to be better. So I was just constantly fueling the machine. So even though it wasn't guaranteed I was going to get through SEAL training, my chances were looking pretty fucking good.
So before we get into some stuff from Buds, which I'm really excited to share with the readers, I know you are, let's just recap that. Because what you're talking about here is mindset. Isn't that right?
Exactly. It's all about mindset. And throughout this whole book, you're going to realize that it's going to always come back to one thing: mindset. And it's your mindset. It's how you speak to yourself. It's also where you want to be at.
So that means constantly monitoring what you're thinking and so that you can control it. I always think about don't believe everything you feel, because sometimes you might feel a certain way about some person or about some situation, but that first feeling isn't necessarily going to get you anything. It's not going to be a solution. It's usually something to ignore, wouldn't you say?
Oh, 100%. Life is all about feelings. And a lot of times we create this reality, and it's a false reality. And we live in this false reality, and it starts to control our lives. And it takes a really strong person. It has to come from you. You have to create. It's not creating at all. You have to go to the real reality. Sometimes it's not as bad as you've made it out to be. And, it all comes when, for instance, like basically life is relentless. It just keeps coming at you, man. So you got to be prepared for it.
I was reading yesterday, Nelson Mandela on his way out of prison. He was wrongfully imprisoned for 20 years or more. I forget exactly the number, decades, by white supremacists in South Africa. And on his way out, he knew, he's written about this, he knew he had to leave the bitterness behind him or he'd never be free.
Exactly.
And that's mindset, isn't it?
It's 100% mindset. Like, for instance, life is going to constantly come at you. So we have to control the things we can't control. Like, for instance, this morning, I woke up this morning and we got out of here pretty late yesterday. And I went home, got back to the room about, midnight and did my 2-hour stretching. And I woke up at about 6 o'clock this morning and went for a 7-mile run. I do all these things, not because I enjoy them, because I know once I leave my house, a lot of things are out of my control. So I am trying to win these small battles, win these, trying to just have these small victories that I can take with me outside. So once I leave my house, if I've gotten up in the morning and I've, done my routine as far as going for a run, doing my push-ups, doing my pull-ups, I am basically trying to prepare my mind for the challenges that are going to come my way that I cannot control. So you always have to always constantly start to kind of get your mind ready for what's to come.
Perfect. And I think that's the perfect transition into Taking Souls, the next chapter. Just so you guys are clued in, this is day 2 here in the recording studio. It's a beautiful day outside, and we are in separate dark cubicles wired together.
Yes, man, I'm back in the box.
We're in the box.
We're in the box, man. Nothing in life is going to, it's not going to be ideal. We are always looking for an ideal situation. Everything has to be perfect for us to succeed. That is not what it's about. We have to be great in a situation that is not always perfect.
And if there's one thing about Hell Week, is it wasn't perfect, was it?
No, it was never perfect, but you had to find something more. That's what Taking Souls is all about. You had to find strength when there was no strength around. So sometimes you had to invent strength.
Chapter 4, Taking Souls. The first concussion grenade exploded at close range, and from there, everything unraveled in slow motion. 1 minute we were chilling in the common room, bullshitting, watching war movies, getting pumped up for the battle we knew was coming. Then that first explosion led to another, and suddenly Psycho Pete was in our faces, screaming at the top of his lungs. His cheeks flushed candy apple red, that vein in his right temple throbbing. When he screamed, his eyes bugged out, and his whole body shook. Break the fuck out! Move! 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 My boat crew sprinted for the door single file, just like we'd planned.
Hold on 1 second.
Outside, Navy SEALs were firing their M60s into the darkness towards some invisible enemy. It was the bad dream we'd been waiting for our entire lives. The lucid nightmare that would define or kill us. Every impulse we had told us to hit the dirt, but at that moment, movement was our only option. The repetitive, deep bass thud of machine gun fire penetrated our guts. The orange halo from another explosion in the near distance provided a shock of violent beauty, and our hearts hammered as we gathered on the grinder, awaiting orders. This was war, all right, but it wouldn't be fought on some foreign shore. This one, like most battles we fight in life, would be won or lost in our own minds. Psycho Pete stomped the pocked asphalt, his brow slick with sweat, the muzzle of his rifle steaming in a foggy night. "Welcome to Hell Week, gentlemen," he said, calmly this time, in that sing-song Cali surfer drawl of his. He looked us up and down like a predator eyeing his kill. "It will be my great pleasure to watch you suffer." Oh, and there would be suffering. Psycho set the tempo, called out the push-ups, sit-ups, and flutter kicks, the jumping lunges and dive bombers. In between, he and his fellow instructors hosed us down with freezing water, cackling the whole damn time. There were countless reps and set after set, with no end in sight. My classmates were gathered close, each of us on our own stenciled frog footprints, overlooked by a statue of our patron saint, the Frogman, a scaly alien creature from the deep, with webbed feet and hands, sharp claws, and a motherfucking six-pack. To his left was the infamous brass bell. Ever since that morning when I came home from cockroach duty and got sucked into the Navy SEAL show, it was this place that I'd sought. The grinder. A slab of asphalt dripping with history and misery. Bud's training is 6 months long and divided into 3 phases. First phase is all about physical training, or PT. Second phase is dive training, where we learn how to navigate underwater and deploy stealthy, closed-circuit diving systems that emit no bubbles and recycle our carbon dioxide into breathable air. Third phase is land warfare training. But when most people picture buds, they think of first phase, because those are the weeks that tenderize new recruits, until the class is literally ground down from about 120 guys to the hard, gleaming spine that are the 25 to 40 guys who are more worthy of the trident. The emblem that tells the world we are not to be fucked with. Bud's instructors do that by working guys out beyond their perceived limits, by challenging their manhood, and insisting on objective physical standards of strength, stamina, and agility. Standards that are tested. In those first 3 weeks of training, we had to, among other things, climb a vertical 10-meter rope, hammer a half-mile-long obstacle course studded with American Ninja Warrior-type challenges in under 10 minutes, and run 4 miles on the sand in under 32 minutes. But if you ask me, all that was child's play. It couldn't even compare to the crucible of first phase. Hell Week is something entirely different. It's medieval, and it comes at you fast, detonating in just the third week of training. When the throbbing ache in our muscles and joints was ratcheted up high, and we lived day and night with an edgy, hyperventilating feeling of our breath getting out front of our physical rhythm, of our lungs inflating and deflating, like canvas bags squeezed tight in a demon's fists, for 130 hours straight. That's a test that goes way beyond the physical and reveals your heart and character. More than anything, it reveals your mindset, which is exactly what it's designed to do. All of this happened at the Naval Special Warfare Command Center on prissy-ass Coronado Island, a Southern California tourist trap that tucks into slender Point Loma and shelters the San Diego Marina from the open Pacific Ocean. But even Cali's golden sun couldn't pretty up the grinder, and thank God for that. I liked it ugly. That slab of agony was everything I'd ever wanted. Not because I loved to suffer, but because I needed to know whether or not I had what it took to belong. Thing is, most people don't. By the time Hell Week started, at least 40 guys had already quit, and when they did, they were forced to walk over to the bell, ring it 3 times, and place their helmet on the concrete. The ringing of the bell was first brought in during the Vietnam era, because so many guys were quitting during evolutions and just walking off to the barracks. The bell was a way to keep track of guys, but since then it's become a ritual that a man has to perform to own the fact that he's quitting. To the quitter, the bell is closure. To me, every clang sounded like progress. I never liked Psycho much, but I couldn't quibble with the specifics of his job. He and his fellow instructors were there to cull the herd. Plus, he wasn't going after the runts. He was in my face plenty, and guys bigger than me too. Even the smaller dudes were studs. I was one man in a fleet of alpha specimens from back east and down south. The blue-collar and big-money surf beaches of California, a few from corn country like me, and plenty from the Texas rangeland. Every Buds class has their share of hard-ass backcountry Texans. No state puts more seals in the pipeline. Must be something in the barbecue, but Psycho didn't play favorites. No matter where we were from or who we were, he lingered like a shadow we couldn't shake, laughing, screaming, or quietly taunting us to our face, attempting to burrow into the brain of any man he tried to break. Despite all that, the first hour of Hell Week was actually fun. During breakout, that mad rush of explosions, shooting, and shouting, you are not even thinking about the nightmare to come. You're riding an adrenaline high, because you know you're fulfilling a rite of passage within a hallowed warrior tradition. Guys are looking around the grinder, practically giddy, thinking, yeah, we're in Hell Week, motherfuckers. But reality has a way of kicking everyone in the teeth sooner or later. You call this putting out? Psycho Pete asked no one in particular. This may be the single sorriest class we ever put through our program. You men are straight up embarrassing yourselves. He relished this part of the job, stepping over and between us, his boot print in our pooling sweat and saliva, snot, tears, and blood. He thought he was hard. All the instructors did. And they were, because they were SEALs. That fact alone placed them in rare air. You boys couldn't have held my jock when I went through Hell Week. I'll tell you that much. I smiled to myself and kept hammering as Psycho brushed by. He was built like a tailback, quick and strong. But was he a mortal fucking weapon during his Hell Week? Sir, I doubt that very fucking much, sir. He caught the eye of his boss, the first phase officer in charge. There was no doubt about him. He didn't talk a whole lot, and didn't have to. He was 6'1", but he cast a longer shadow. Dude was jacked, too. I'm talking about 225 pounds of muscle, wrapped tight as steel, without an ounce of sympathy. He looked like a silverback gorilla, and loomed like a godfather of pain, making silent calculations, taking mental notes. Sir, my dick's getting stiff just thinking about these gaping vaginas, weeping and quitting like whiny little bitches this week, Psycho said. SBG offered half a nod as Psycho stared through me. Oh, and you will quit, he said softly. I'll make sure of that. Psycho's threats were spookier when he delivered them in a relaxed tone like that. But there were plenty of times when his eyes went dark, his brow twisted, the blood rushed to his face, and he unleashed a scream that built from the tips of his toes to the crown of his bald head. An hour into Hell Week, he knelt down, pressed his face within an inch of my own while I finished another set of push-ups and let loose. Hit the surf, you miserable fucking turds! We'd been in Buds for nearly 3 weeks by then, and we'd raced up and over the 15-foot berm that divided the beach from the cinder block sprawl of offices, locker rooms, barracks, and classrooms that is the Buds compound, plenty of times. Usually to lie back in the shallows, fully dressed, then roll in the sand, until we were covered in sand from head to toe, before charging back to the grinder, dripping heavy with salt water and sand, which ramped up the degree of difficulty on the pull-up bar. That ritual was called getting wet and sandy, and they wanted sand in our ears, up our noses, and in every orifice of our body. But this time we were on the verge of something called surf torture, which is a special kind of beast. As instructed, we charged into the surf, screaming like senseis. Fully clothed, arms linked, we waded into the impact zone. The surf was angry that moonless night, nearly head high, and the waves were rolling thunder that barreled and foamed in sets of 3 and 4. Cold water shriveled our balls and swiped the breath from our lungs as the waves thrashed us. This was early May, and in the spring, the ocean off Coronado ranges from 59 to 63 degrees. We bobbed up and down as one, a pearl strand of floating heads scanning the horizon for any hint of swell we prayed we'd see coming before it towed us under. The surfers in our crew detected doom first and called out the waves so we could duck dive just in time. After 10 minutes or so, Psycho ordered us back to land. On the verge of hypothermia, we scrambled from the surf zone and stood at attention while being checked by the doctor for hypothermia. That cycle would continue to repeat itself. The sky was smeared orange and red. The temperature dropped sharply as night loomed close. "Say goodbye to the sun, gents," SBG said. He made us wave at the setting sun, a symbolic acknowledgement of an inconvenient truth. We were about to freeze our natural asses off. After an hour, we fell back into our 6-man boat cruise and stood nut to butt, huddling tight to get warm, but it was futile. Bones were rattling up and down that beach. Guys were jackhammering and sniffling, a physical state revealing the quaking conditions of splintering minds, which were just now coming to grips with the reality that this shit had only just begun. Even on the hardest days of first phase, prior to Hell Week, when the sheer volume of rope climbs and push-ups, pull-ups and flutter kicks crushes your spirit, you can find a way out, because you know that no matter how much it sucks, you'll head home that night, meet friends for dinner, see a movie, maybe get some pussy, and sleep in your own bed. The point is, even on miserable days, you can fixate on an escape from hell that's real. Hell Week offers no such love, especially on day 1. When an hour in, they had us standing, linking arms, facing the Pacific Ocean, wading in and out of the surf for hours. In between, we were gifted soft sand sprints to warm up. Usually they had us carry our rigid inflatable boat or a log overhead. But the warmth, if it ever arrived, was always short-lived, because every 10 minutes they rotated us back into the water. The clock ticked slowly that first night as the cold seeped in, colonizing our marrow so thoroughly the run stopped doing any good. There would be no more bombs, no more shooting, and very little yelling. Instead, an eerie quiet expanded and deadened our spirit. In the ocean, all any of us could hear were the waves going overhead, the seawater we accidentally swallowed roiling in our guts, and our own teeth chattering. When you're that cold and stressed, the mind cannot comprehend the next 120-plus hours. 5.5 days without sleep cannot be broken up into small pieces. There is no way to systematically attack it, which is why every single person who has ever tried to become a SEAL has asked himself one simple question during their first dose of surf torture. Why am I here? Those innocuous words bubbled up in our spinning minds each time we got sucked under a monster wave at midnight, when we were already borderline hypothermic. Because nobody has to become a SEAL. We weren't fucking drafted. Becoming a SEAL is a choice, and what that single softball question revealed in the heat of battle is that each second we remained in training was also a choice, which made the entire notion of becoming a SEAL seem like masochism. It's voluntary torture, and that makes no sense at all to the rational mind, which is why those 4 words unravel so many men. The instructors know all of this, of course, which is why they stopped yelling early on. Instead, as the night wore on, Psycho Pete consoled us like a concerned older brother. He offered us hot soup, a warm shower, blankets, a ride back to the barracks. That was the bait he set for quitters to snap up, and he harvested helmets left and right. He was taking the souls of those who cared because they couldn't answer that simple question. I get it. When it's only Sunday and you know you're going to Friday, and you're already far colder than you've ever been, you're tempted to believe that you can't hack it, and that nobody can. Married guys were thinking, I could be at home cuddled up to my beautiful wife instead of shivering and suffering. Single guys were thinking, I could be on the hunt for pussy right now. It's tough to ignore that kind of glittering lure. But this was my second lap through the early stages of buds. I'd tasted the evil of Hell Week as part of Class 230. I didn't make it, but I didn't quit. I was pulled out on a medical after contracting double pneumonia. I defied doctor's orders 3 times and tried to stay in the fight, but they eventually forced me to the barracks and rolled me back to day 1, week 1 of Class 231. I wasn't all the way healed up from that bout of pneumonia when my second buds class kicked off. My lungs were still filled with mucus, and each cough shook my chest and sounded like a rake was scraping the inside of my alveoli. Still, I liked my chances a lot better this time around, because I was prepared, and because I was in a boat crew thick with bad motherfuckers. Bud's boat crews are sorted by height because those are the guys who will help you carry your boat everywhere you go once Hell Week begins. Size alone didn't guarantee your teammates will be tough, however, and our guys were a crew of square peg misfits. There was me, the exterminator, who had to drop 100 pounds and take the ASVAB test twice just to get to SEAL training, only to be rolled back almost immediately. We also had the late Chris Kyle. You know him as the deadliest sniper in Navy history. He was so successful, the Hajis in Fallujah put an $80,000 bounty on his head, and he became a living legend among the Marines he protected as a member of SEAL Team 3. He won a Silver Star and 4 Bronze Stars for valor, left the military, and wrote a book, American Sniper, that became a hit movie starring Bradley fucking Cooper. But back then he was a simple Texas hayseed rodeo cowboy who barely said a damn word. Then there was Bill Brown,
Hey, what's
aka Freak Brown.
up?
Most people just called him Freak, and he hated
Zablaza.
it because he'd been treated like one his whole
The
damn life.
emoji's not showing up
In
properly.
many ways, he was the white version of David Goggins. He came up tough in the river towns of South Jersey. Older kids in the neighborhood bullied him because of his cleft palate or because he was slow in class, which is how that nickname stuck. He got into enough
Zul.
fights over it that he eventually landed in a youth detention
Zablaza
center for a 6-month
is
stretch.
not
By the time he was
Zalature.
19,
Axial?
he was living on his own in the hood, trying to make
Bullet?
ends meet as a gas station attendant. It wasn't working. He had no
Axial
coat
or
and no
Bullet
car.
were
He
overwhelming.
commuted everywhere on a rusted-out 10-speed
You guys
bike,
have like
literally
really
freezing his
fucking
balls off.
similar names.
One day after work, he
I
stopped
don't
into a Navy
understand.
recruitment
Like
office because
it's
he
like
knew
my
he needed
entire
structure and
chat is just
purpose
one
and some
viewer
warm
that
clothes.
switches around names.
They told
or
him about the
wait.
SEALs, and he was intrigued, but he couldn't swim. Just like me, he taught himself.
I'm gonna
And
go
after 3
kill
attempts,
myself.
he finally passed the SEAL swim test. Next thing he knew, Brown was in Buds, where that freak nickname followed him. He rocked PT and sailed through first phase, but he wasn't nearly as solid in the classroom. Navy SEAL dive training is as tough intellectually as it is physically, but he scraped by and got within 2 weeks
Alarms
of becoming
ringing,
a Buds
but I
graduate.
don't care because
When
I'm
one of
gonna
his
go
final
kill
land
myself.
warfare evolutions, he failed reassembling his
Hey,
weapon
don't get
in
banned
time
on
evolution
fucking
on his
YouTube.
weapons
Oh,
practical.
I gotta
Brown hit his targets but missed the time.
Please
and he
don't kill
flunked out of
yourself,
Buds
guys.
at the bitter end. But
Try
he didn't
not
give
to.
up. No, sir. Freak Brown wasn't going anywhere. I'd heard stories about him before he washed up with me in Class 231. He had 2 chips on his
Turn
shoulders,
that
and I liked him immediately.
hot
He was
water
hard as
off.
hell and exactly the kind of
It's
guy I
been
signed up to
heating.
go to war with. When we carried our boat from the grinder to the sand for the first time, I made sure we were the 2 men at the front, where the boat is at its heaviest. Freak Brown, I shouted. We will be the pillars of Boat Crew 2. He looked over, and I glared back.
What are you
Don't
up to,
fucking
my
call me
dude?
that, Goggins. He said
Oh,
with a
anything I
snarl.
can help you with today?
Well, don't you move out of position, son. You
Got
and
some
me,
good
up front,
goals for
all
today.
fucking week.
What you up to?
Roger that, he said. I took the lead of Boat Crew
You
2
know,
from
always
the beginning,
stay
and getting all 6 of us through Hell Week was my
focused.
singular focus.
You know,
Everyone fell in
it's
line
one of
because I'd
my
already proven
favorite
myself,
questions to
and not
ask.
just on the grinder. In
What
the
are
days
your
before Hell Week
goals
began,
today?
I got into
It's
my
so
head
like
that we
it
needed
sounds
to
like
steal the
such
Hell
a
Week
fucking
schedule from our instructors.
dad.
I told our crew as much one night when we were hanging in the classroom,
Son.
which doubled as our lounge.
What are your
My words
goals
fell on
today?
deaf
What
ears.
have you learned
A few
from
guys laughed,
school,
but everyone else
son?
ignored me and went back to their shallow-ass conversations.
How was
I understood why.
English
It made no
class?
sense. How are we supposed to get a copy of their shit? And even if we did, wouldn't the anticipation make it worse? And what if we got caught? Was the reward worth the
When
risk?
a boy
I believed
meets
it
a
was,
girl
because I'd tasted
and
Hell Week.
falls in
Brown and a
love,
few other guys had too, and we knew how easy it was to think about quitting when confronted with levels of pain and exhaustion you didn't think
and they
possible.
go to a motel
130 hours
and
of suffering may
have
as well be 1,000.
sexual
even though you can't
intercourse
sleep,
without
and that there will be no
a
relief anytime
condom.
soon. And we knew something else too. Hell Week was a
Babies are
mind game.
made.
The instructors used our suffering
Son.
to pick and peel away our layers, not to find the fittest athletes, to find the strongest minds. That's something the quitters didn't understand until it was too late. Everything in life is a mind game. Whenever we get swept under by life's dramas, large and small, we are forgetting that no matter how bad the pain gets, no matter how harrowing the torture, all bad things end. That forgetting happens the second we give control over our emotions and actions to other people, which can easily happen when pain is peaking. During Hell Week, the men who quit felt like they were running on a treadmill turned way the fuck up, with no dashboard within reach. But whether they figured it out or not, that was an illusion they fell for. I went into Hell Week knowing I put myself there, that I wanted to be there, and that I had all the tools I needed to win this fucked up game, which gave me the passion to persevere and claim ownership of the experience. It allowed me to play hard, bend rules, and look for an edge wherever and whenever I could until the horn sounded on Friday afternoon. To me, this was war, and the enemies were our instructors, who'd blatantly told us that they wanted to break us down and make us quit. Having their schedule in our heads would help us whittle the time down by memorizing what came next, And more than that, it would gift us a victory going in, which would give us something to latch onto during Hell Week, when those motherfuckers were beating us down. Yo, man, I'm not playing, I said. We need that schedule. I could see Kenny Bigby, the only other black man in Class 231, raise an eyebrow from across the room. He'd been in my first Buds class and got injured just before Hell Week. Now he was back for seconds, too. Oh shit, he said. David Goggins is back on the log. Kenny smiled wide and I doubled over laughing. He'd been in the instructor's office, listening in when the doctors were trying to pull me out of my first Hell Week. It was during a log PT evolution. Our boat crews were carrying logs as a unit up and down the beach, soaked, salty, and sandy as shit. I was running with a log on my shoulders, vomiting blood. Bloody snot streamed from my nose and mouth, and the instructors periodically grabbed me and sat me down nearby because they thought I might drop fucking dead. But every time they turned around, I was back in the mix, back on that log. Kenny kept hearing the same refrain over the radio that night. We need to get Goggins out of there, one voice said. Roger that, sir. Goggins is sitting down. Another voice crackled. Then after a beat, Kenny would hear that radio chirp again. Oh shit, Goggins is back on the log. I repeat, Goggins is back on the log. Kenny loved telling that story. At 5'10" and 170 pounds, he was smaller than I was and wasn't on our boat crew, but I knew we could trust him. In fact, there was nobody better for the job. During Class 231, Kenny was tapped to keep the instructor's office clean and tidy, which meant that he had access. That night, he tiptoed into enemy territory, liberated the schedule from a file, made a copy, and slipped it back into position before anyone ever knew it was missing. Just like that, we had our first victory, before the biggest mind game of our lives had even begun. Of course, knowing something is coming is only a small part of the battle, because torture is torture, and in Hell Week, the only way to get past it is to go through it. With a look or a few words, I made sure our guys were putting out at all times. When we stood on the beach holding our boat overhead, or running logs up and down that motherfucker, we went hard. And during surf torture, I hummed the saddest and most epic song from Platoon, while we waded into the Pacific Ocean. I hope the listeners and the readers have seen that movie. What a great movie.
Oh man, it was seriously one of the most epic movies of all time.
And that is like the ultimate scene, right?
Yes. Yeah, so there were several scenes in this movie that I took along with me as fuel. And there was a time when Elias, so this, Platoon is about Barnes and Elias. And there was a scene where Barnes couldn't stand Elias and he ends up shooting Elias. And the platoon is taken off in the chopper, and Barnes told everybody that Elias was dead because he shot Elias, and Elias went down in the woods or in the jungle, and so he left him for dead. So they start taking off in these choppers, and Charlie Sheen looks out of the chopper and sees Elias. He's been all shot up from Barnes, and the Viet Cong is chasing this guy through the jungle, and they're just shooting him. And you see this guy who's just trying to get to the chopper, and he's falling down, and they keep on shooting him. He keeps on getting up, and he's falling down. In the very last scene, you see William Dafoe, who is Elias. He's on his knees, and he raises his arms up in the air as the choppers are going overhead. And the Viet Cong kind of shoot him in his back for his last times, and he kind of falls down on the ground. It's an epic scene, man, but it's just that music from that sound, from the actual movie, man, it was just epic. And, it just helped me out so much.
Yeah, but it helped you out not because of the drama, because it was kind of comedy. Like you were saying that you were doing that for your guys, right?
Right. I was doing it for my guys, but what it did, it went from comedy to almost, that song would almost put them in a trance. I was almost transforming their mind. So it went from being very funny to being almost all right, it's time to get to work now. And so it became a very powerful song for us, or at least for my boat crew.
Yeah, for your boat crew, more than the other guys, right? Because everyone's stretched out in the ocean. It's really just your boat crew that can hear it.
Right. It got pretty loud though.
Did everyone join in?
No, you know what I think that's when I started getting a very unique reputation for the guy who smiled when everything got so fucked up in Hell Week, and at its worst is when I found strength. And I was able to dig down. When I saw everybody's face kind of hanging down low and I saw it was extremely horrible, I would come up with something epic, like that song or something else.
I've always found inspiration in film. Rocky helped motivate me to achieve my dream of being invited to SEAL training. But Platoon would help me and my crew find an edge during the dark nights of Hell Week, when the instructors were mocking our pain, telling us how sorry we were, and sending us into the head-high surf over and over again. Adagio in Strings was the score to one of my favorite scenes in Platoon, and with bone-chilling fog wrapping all around us, I stretched my arms out like Elias when he was getting gunned down by the Viet Cong and sang my ass off. We'd all watched that movie together during first phase, and my antics had a dual effect of pissing off the instructors and firing up my crew. Finding moments of laughter in the pain and delirium turned the entire melodramatic experience upside down for us. It gave us some control of our emotions. Again, this was all a mind game, and I damn sure wasn't going to lose. But the most important games within the game were the races that the instructors set up between boat crews. Damn near everything in Buds was a competition. We'd run boats and logs up and down the beach. We had paddle races, and we even did the damn O-course carrying a log or a boat between obstacles. We'd carry them while balancing on narrow beams over spinning logs and across rope bridges. We'd send it high over the wall, and we dropped it at the foot of the 30-foot-high cargo net while we climbed up and over that damn thing. The winning team was almost always rewarded with rest, and the losing teams got extra beatdowns from Psycho Pete. They were ordered to perform sets of push-ups and sit-ups in the wet sand, then do berm sprints, their bodies quivering with exhaustion, which felt like failure on top of failure. Psycho let them know it, too. He laughed in their face as he hunted quitters. "You are absolutely pathetic," he said. "I hope to God you fucking quit, because if they allow you in the field, you're going to get us all killed." Watching him berate my classmates gave me a dual sensation. I didn't mind him doing his job, but he was a bully, and I never liked bullies. He'd been coming at me hard since I got back to Buds, and early on I decided I would show him that he couldn't get to me. Between bouts of surf torture, when most guys stand nut to butt to transfer heat, body to body, I stood apart. Everyone else was shivering. I didn't even twitch, and I saw how much that bothered him. The one luxury we had during Hell Week was chow. We ate like kings. We're talking omelets, roast chicken and potatoes, steak, hot soup, pasta with meat sauce, all kinds of fruit, brownies, soda, coffee, and a lot more. The catch is we had to run the mile there and back, with that 200-pound boat on our heads. I always left chow hall with a peanut butter sandwich tucked in my wet and sandy pocket to scarf on the beach when the instructors weren't looking. One day after lunch, Psycho decided to give us a bit more than a mile. It became obvious at the quarter-mile marker, when he picked up his pace, that he wasn't taking us directly back to the grinder. "You boys better keep the fuck up," he yelled, as one boat crew fell back. I checked my guys. "We are staying on this motherfucker. Fuck him." "Roger that," said Freak Brown. True to his word, he'd been with me on the front of that boat, the two heaviest points, since Sunday night, and he was only getting stronger. Psycho stretched us out on the soft sand for more than 4 miles. He tried like hell to lose us, too, but we were his shadow. He switched up the cadence. One minute he was sprinting, then he was crouching down, wide-legged, grabbing his nuts and doing elephant walks. Then he loped at a jogger's pace before breaking into another wind sprint down the beach. By then, the closest boat was a quarter-mile behind, but we were clipping his damn heels. We mimicked his every step and refused to let our bully gain any satisfaction at our expense. He may have smoked everybody else, but he did not smoke Boat Crew 2. Hell Week is the devil's opera, and it builds like a crescendo, peaking in torment on Wednesday and staying right there until they call it on Friday afternoon. By Wednesday, we were all broke dick, chafed to holy hell. Our whole body was one big raspberry, oozing pus and blood. Mentally, we were zombies. The instructors had us doing simple boat raises, and we were all dragging. Even my crew could barely lift that boat. Meanwhile, Psycho and SBG and the other instructors kept close watch, looking for weaknesses, as always. I had a real hate for the instructors. They were my enemy, and I was tired of them trying to burrow into my brain. I glanced at Brown, and for the first time all week, he looked shaky. The whole crew did. Shit, I felt miserable too. My knee was the size of a grapefruit, and every step I took torched my nerves, which is why I was searching for something to fuel me. I locked in on Psycho Pete. I was sick of that motherfucker. The instructors looked composed and comfortable. We were desperate, and they had what we needed: energy. It was time to flip the game and own real estate in their heads. When they clocked out that night and drove home after a pussy-ass 8-hour shift while we were still going hard, I wanted them thinking about Boat Crew 2. I wanted to haunt them when they slipped into bed with their wives. I wanted to occupy so much space in their minds that they couldn't even get it up. To me, that would be as powerful as putting a knife in their dick. So I deployed a process that I now call taking souls. I turned to Brown. "You know why I call you freak?" I asked. He looked over as we lowered the boat, then lifted it up overhead like creaky robots on reserve battery power. "Because you are one of the baddest men I've ever seen in my damn life." He cracked a smile. "And you know what I say to these motherfuckers right here?" I tipped my elbow at the 9 instructors gathered on the beach, drinking coffee and talking bullshit. I say they can go fuck themselves. Bill nodded and narrowed his eyes on our tormentors, while I turned to the rest of the crew. "Now let's throw this shit up high and show them who we are." "Fucking beautiful," Bill said. "Let's do it." Within seconds, my whole team had life. We didn't just lift the boat overhead and set it down hard. We threw it up, caught it overhead, tapped the sand with it, and threw it up high again. The results were immediate and undeniable. Our pain and exhaustion faded. Each rep made us stronger and faster, and each time we threw the boat up, we all chanted, "You can't hurt Boat Crew 2." That was our fuck you to the instructors, and we had their full attention as we soared on a second wind. On the toughest day of the hardest week in the world's toughest training, Boat Crew 2 was moving at lightning speed and making a mockery of Hell Week. The look on the instructors' faces told a story. Their mouths hung open like they were witnessing something nobody had ever seen before. Some averted their eyes, almost embarrassed. Only SBG looked satisfied. Since that night in Hell Week, I've deployed the Taking Souls concept countless times. Taking Souls is a ticket to finding your own reserve power and riding a second wind. It's the tool you can call upon to win any competition or overcome every life obstacle. You can utilize it to win a chess match or conquer an adversary in a game of office politics. It can help you rock a job interview or excel at school. And yes, it can be used to conquer all manner of physical challenges. But remember, this is a game you are playing within yourself. Unless you're engaged in physical competition, I'm not suggesting that you try to dominate someone or crush their spirit. In fact, they never even need to know you're playing this game. This is a tactic for you to be your best when duty calls. It's a mind game you're playing on yourself. Taking someone's soul means you've gained a tactical advantage. Life is all about looking for tactical advantages, which is why we stole the Hell Week schedule, why we nipped Psycho's heels on that run, and why I made a show of myself in the surf, humming the platoon theme song. Each of those incidents was an act of defiance that empowered us. But defiance isn't always the best way to take someone's soul. It all depends upon your terrain. During BUDS, the instructors didn't mind if you looked for advantages like that. They respected it, as long as you were also kicking ass. You must do your own homework. Know the terrain you're operating in, when and where you can push boundaries, and when you should fall in line. Next, take inventory of your mind and body on the eve of battle. List out your insecurities and weaknesses, as well as your opponents. For instance, if you're getting bullied, and you know where you fall short or feel insecure, you can stay ahead of any insults or barbs a bully may throw your way. You can laugh at yourself along with them, which disempowers them. If you take what they do or say less personally, they no longer hold any cards. Feelings are just feelings. On the other hand, people who are secure with themselves don't bully other people. They look out for other people. So if you're getting bullied, you know that you're dealing with someone who has problem areas you can exploit or soothe. Sometimes the best way to defeat a bully is to actually help them. If you can think 2 or 3 moves ahead, you will commandeer their thought process. And if you do that, you've taken their damn soul without them even realizing it. Our SEAL instructors were our bullies, and they didn't realize the games I was playing during that week to keep Boat Crew 2 sharp, and they didn't have to. I imagine that they were obsessed with our exploits during Hell Week, but I don't know that for sure. It was a ploy I used to maintain my mental edge and help our crew prevail. In the same way, if you are up against a competitor for a promotion and you know where you fall short, you can shape up your game ahead of your interview or evaluation. In that scenario, laughing at your weaknesses won't solve the problem. You must master them. In the meantime, if you are aware of your competitor's vulnerabilities, you can spin those to your advantage. But all of that takes research. Again, know the terrain, know yourself, and you'd better know your adversary in detail. Once you're in the heat of battle, it comes down to staying power. If it's a difficult physical challenge, you will probably have to defeat your own demons before you can take your opponent's soul. That means rehearsing answers to the simple question that is sure to rise up like a thought bubble. Why am I here? If you know that moment is coming and have your answer ready, you will be equipped to make the split-second decision to ignore your weakened mind and keep moving. Know why you're in the fight to stay in the fight. And never forget that all emotional and physical anguish is finite. It all ends eventually. Smile at pain and watch it fade for at least a second or two. If you can do that, you can string those seconds together and last longer than your opponent thinks you can, and that may be enough to catch a second wind. There is no scientific consensus on second wind. Some scientists think it's the result of endorphins flooding your nervous system. Others think it's a burst of oxygen that can help break down lactic acid, as well as glycogen and triglycerides muscles need to perform. Some say it's purely psychological. All I know is that by going hard when we felt defeated, we were able to ride a second wind through the worst night in Hell Week. And once you have that second wind behind you, it's easy to break your opponent down and snatch a soul. The hard part is getting to that point, because the ticket to victory often comes down to bringing your very best when you feel your worst. That's some knowledge right there. So, you want to walk us through that concept that you developed and how that all happened?
Yes, so this was years and years in the making, and taking souls is probably one of the most medieval things I do, so my whole mind works very different than most people's. And so I came up with this by kind of realizing how weak my mind was. I hated people being better than me. This is why I got, so insecure. I hated so many different things. So I started studying my own mind. And I realized that a lot of people need to realize that there are so many insecure people out there. And I knew from studying my mind that even these Navy SEALs, these instructors that had already gone through Navy SEAL training, were supposed to be the elite of the elite, badasses, whatever. I knew that they all have demons. They don't want alpha males, especially alpha males. They hate seeing anyone be better than them. And so what I realized going through Hell Week is I knew that these alpha males, these Navy SEAL instructors, they were all on the beach judging us. They were sitting there in their parkas, nice and warm, drinking their coffees, and they were judging all the students, saying, okay, yeah, when I was in Tuesday of Hell Week, I was better than that fucking guy right there, and I was better than that guy on Wednesday and all this stuff. So you have to know the human mind and how it works. So I knew that all I have to do right now to crack these men is I have to just find a little more strength. And so when they're imagining themselves on Wednesday, they're imagining themselves being beat down, being like, oh my God, man, I can't wait till Friday. So I knew that. I knew where their mind was at. Even though they were warm, they weren't wet, they were thinking about themselves at the time I was at. And I was like, you know what, how can I do this? I was like, well, all I have to do is own some real estate in their mind. I have to show them that at their worst time in their life, I am at my best time. And I knew that would totally fuck them up. So I kind of got my guys together and we went crazy, as you know, as you just read. And what it did was they literally stopped fucking with Bro Crew 2. Because they realized then, hey, there's no way in hell we can get to these guys. Because I literally took their soul. And I guarantee you, when they went home that night, there was no sex that night. Because they were thinking about not getting some, but they were thinking about, man, how the fuck did that boat crew do what I could have never done?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's something that probably no boat crew had ever done, where you're actually, and it's really strategic. It's almost like an illusion. You guys were still suffering just like everybody else, but you found that much more to do something that they hadn't even conceived of themselves, and that's what was shocking, right?
And that's the whole thing about it, Adam. All you have to do to take someone's soul, let's say you're running, and you're neck for neck with a guy or a girl, whatever it may be, you have to last one more second. Let's say you're doing a marathon, and at the 18-mile point, this guy's waiting for you to break. Once you break that person, and that person drips off you, you can literally slow down. That person's broke. You have taken that whole mindset now is just broken. It's just lasting one more second longer than the person beside you, and then you broke them.
Yeah, you're both feeling the same pain. It's not like you don't feel the pain.
Right, the pain is there. It's that person that can last a little bit longer or find the tactical advantage when everybody around you is suffering to say, okay, man, if I can muster up just enough strength. But what happens is, like that second wind you're talking about, it's a lot more powerful than the second wind, because it was almost like day one for us. It was Wednesday, and by us looking at, it's called the look. I looked at everybody around us, and they had this look of disbelief. That how the fuck are they doing that? So you're riding all these different emotions from, they're like, how the fuck is Boat Crew 2 doing it? And it's literally just jacking you up even more and more and more, watching all the disbelief around you.
Yeah, so you're feeling the pain, then you start doing this thing, still feeling the pain, and then all of a sudden you're riding the energy wave.
Exactly. And it's truly an amazing thing. It's truly, and it works in all kind of situations, not just physical. It can be anything. When you're doing something that most people think is impossible, and that is what it's all about. You're just kind of cracking a code a little bit to where anybody can do it. But you're just going to the next level. You're kind of taking off all these perceived limitations. Like everybody, they tell you on Wednesday, you start getting tired. They've been saying this for 70 years. On Wednesday of Hell Week, everybody gets tired. So what happens is that gets in your head. So you believe what another man told you, not how you feel. So you get to Wednesday and your mind says, oh, everybody said I'm tired, so I must be tired. I didn't believe shit. I wasn't taking in all this knowledge from previous classes. I was like, you know what? They're not me. Don't take in what someone else felt. Feel what you feel. Make that be your reality. Don't let their reality be your reality. So that's all it is. Like we always say in the book, life is one big mind game, but usually you're playing against yourself.
Yeah, because, scientists have looked at, like, the way our minds operate, and we're basically always, the human mind is always trying to find the easier path. Basically, it's always trying to find the easier path. So that's why mindset is so important, because you're basically continually having to push your mind towards the harder path, which ultimately gets you a lot more.
And that's very true, because the mind has so much information in it that the reason why it does that is not so much for weakness. It has so much information in it that it's trying to say, okay, this is too much information. Let's go this way. So that's all it's doing, man. You have to reprogram it to say, oh, no. We're not doing that today. So usually the mind has the advantage over you. You have to this is your mind. This is your mind. We forget that. We think that this mind is somebody else's.
Yes.
And it's just walking you through life aimlessly. No. It is your mind. You must get it and program it to do what you want it to do at that specific time.
Beautiful. You said that after that they stopped fucking with Boat Crew 2, but they didn't stop fucking with you. We're about to get into a scene here, which is pretty medieval.
You know what? And this is what happens also, man. When you kind of rub people the wrong way with having this kind of mindset, they're gonna look at they're gonna look for any advantage they can or any kind of opportunity they can to break your spirit. Because why? You just broke their spirit. You broke their spirit by making them feel less of a person. That's what it was all about to me. Hell Week and Buds, it was a war. Those instructors were the enemy. I was not friends with them. I did not like them. I challenged them, and I went to war with them, and a lot of them didn't like me. But that's what I was looking for.
After rocking boat presses, the whole class was gifted an hour of sleep in a big green army tent they'd set up on the beach and outfitted with military cots. Those motherfuckers had no mattresses, but may as well have been a cotton-topped cloud of luxury, because once we were horizontal, we all went limp. Oh, but Psycho wasn't done with me. He let me sleep for a solitary minute, then woke me up and led me back onto the beach for some one-on-one time. He saw an opportunity to get in my head at last, and I was disoriented as I staggered toward the water all alone, but the cold woke me the fuck up. I decided to savor my extra hour of private surf torture. When the water was chest high, I began humming Adagio in strings once more. Louder this time. Loud enough for that motherfucker to hear me over the crash of the surf. That song gave me life. I'd come to SEAL training to see if I was hard enough to belong, and found an inner beast within that I never knew existed. A beast that I would tap into from then on, whenever life went wrong. By the time I emerged from that ocean, I considered myself unbreakable. If only. Hell Week takes its toll on everybody, and later that night, with 48 hours to go, I went to MedCheck to get a Toradol shot in my knee to bring the swelling down. By the time I was back on the beach, the boat crews were out at sea in the midst of a paddling drill. The surf was pounding, the wind swirling. Psycho looked over at SBG. What the fuck are we going to do with him? For the first time, he was hesitant and tired of trying to beat me down. I was good to go, ready for any challenge, but Psycho was over it. He was ready to give my ass a spa vacation. That's when I knew I'd outlasted him, that I had his soul. SBG had other ideas. He handed me a life jacket and attached a chem light to the back of my hat. "Follow me," he said, as he charged up the beach. I cut up and we ran north for a good mile. By then we could barely see the boats and their bobbing lights through the mist and over the waves. "All right, Goggins, now go swim out and find your fucking boat." He'd landed a hollow point on my deepest insecurity, pierced my confidence, and I was stunned silent. I gave him a look that said, "Are you fucking kidding me?" I was a decent swimmer by then, and surf torture didn't scare me because we weren't that far from shore. But an open water, hypothermic swim, 1,000 yards offshore in a storm, to a boat that had no fucking idea I was heading their way, that sounded like a death sentence, and I hadn't prepared for anything like it. But sometimes the unexpected descends like chaos, and without warning, even the bravest among us must be ready to take on risks and tasks that seem beyond our capabilities. For me, in that moment, it came down to how I wanted to be remembered. I could have refused the order, and I wouldn't have gotten in trouble because I had no swim buddy. In SEAL training, you always have to be with a swim buddy. And it was obvious that he was asking me to do something that was extremely unsafe. But I also knew that my objective coming into SEAL training was more than making it through to the other side with a trident. For me, it was the opportunity to go up against the best of the best and distance myself from the pack. So even though I couldn't see the boats out past the thrashing waves, there was no time to dwell on fear. There was no choice to make at all. "What are you waiting on, Goggins? Get your fucking ass out there, and do not fuck this up." "Roger that," I shouted, and sprinted into the surf. Trouble was, strapped to the buoyancy vest, nursing a wounded knee, wearing boots, I couldn't swim for shit, and it was almost impossible to duck dive through the waves. I had to flail over the whitewash, and with my mind managing so many variables, the ocean seemed colder than ever. I swallowed water by the gallon. It was as if the sea was prying open my jaws and flooding my system, and with each gulp my fear magnified. I had no idea that back on land, SBG was preparing for a worst-case scenario rescue. I didn't know he'd never put another man in that position before. I didn't realize that he saw something special in me, and like any strong leader, wanted to see how far I could take it, as he watched my light bob on the surface, nervous as hell. He told me all of that during a recent conversation. At the time, I was just trying to survive. I finally made it through the surf and swam another half-mile offshore, only to realize I had 6 boats bearing down on my head, teeter-tottering in and out of view thanks to a 4-foot wind swell. They didn't know I was there. My light was faint, and in the trench I couldn't see a damn thing. I kept waiting for one of them to come barreling down from the peak of a swell and mow me the fuck down. All I could do was bark into the darkness like a hoarse sea lion. "Boat crew 2! Boat crew 2!" It was a minor miracle that my guys heard me. They wheeled our boat around, and Freak Brown grabbed me with his big-ass hooks and hauled me in like a prized catch. I lay back in the middle of the boat, my eyes closed, and jackhammered for the first time all week. I was so cold I couldn't hide it. "Damn, Goggins," Brown said. "You must be insane. You okay?" I nodded once and got a hold of myself. I was the leader of that crew and couldn't allow myself to show weakness. I tensed every muscle in my body, and my shiver slowed to a stop in real time. "That's how you lead from the motherfucking front," I said, coughing up salt water like a wounded bird. I couldn't keep a straight face for long. Neither could my crew. They knew damn well that crazy-ass swim wasn't my idea. Dude, I gotta stop right there. I mean, not everybody who reads this or hears this is gonna know how it is in the ocean.
Right.
But, like, the thing about the ocean, it does come down to variables, right? Like, people who aren't familiar with getting out in open water, at first, like, just the sheer water could make them feel uncomfortable because it's a place you're not supposed to be. You know, it's hostile to human life out there. It's beautiful, but it can be hostile to human life. And then you're adding on the night. You're adding on a wind swell and a stormy kind of sea. You're adding on being fully dressed where you can't even move. You know, those variables, each one of those is like exponential difficulty.
Well, let's not forget also, Adam, that I haven't slept yet.
Right. That's a variable.
You know, my whole, I've been up since Sunday, and it's now, Wednesday night?
I mean.
And my whole boat crew has, everybody has gotten at least 1 hour of sleep.
Yeah.
And I have been up the whole time, man, and I am fucked.
Well, I mean, you know who's gonna like appreciate this the most is like the people who are in the ocean all the time. Like surfers, even big wave surfers are gonna read this and they're gonna be like, "Holy fucking shit!"
Well, and people have no idea how hard it is to have that big ass life jacket.
Yes.
On, and you're literally just bobbing.
Yeah, because you can't move around.
No, you can't move, man.
Yeah.
So I would like swim and get pushed back in. And so what's not on here is how many times I got, literally pushed back on to the daggone beach.
Yeah, because it takes a crazy amount of strength to actually, you're actually now become a boat yourself.
Right. So
Like
I
a-
was
yeah.
so I was going up and down the beach trying to find the right break to just try to get out past them. And it was a brutal.
Yeah, you had to ride the rip, right? You had to find a
Right.
rip tide that could just pull you out.
Exactly. It
Yeah.
was horrible.
As the clock ran down on Hell Week, we were in the demo pit, just off Coronado's famous Silver Strand. The pit was filled with cold mud and topped off with icy water. There was a rope bridge, 2 separate lines, one for the feet and one for the hands, stretching across it from end to end. One by one, each man had to navigate their way across while the instructors shook the shit out of it, trying to make us fall. To maintain that kind of balance takes tremendous core strength, and we were all cooked and at our wits' end. Plus, my knee was still fucked. In fact, it had gotten worse and required a pain shot every 12 hours. But when my name was called, I climbed onto that rope, and when the instructors went to work, I flexed my core and held on with all I had left. 9 months earlier, I had topped out at 297 pounds and couldn't even run a quarter mile. Back then, when I was dreaming of a different life, I remember thinking that just getting through Hell Week would be the biggest honor of my life so far. Even if I never graduated from Buds, surviving Hell Week alone would have meant something. But I didn't just survive. I was about to finish Hell Week at the top of my class, and for the first time, I knew I was a bad motherfucker. Once I was so focused on failing, I was afraid to even try. Now I would take on any challenge. All my life I was terrified of water, and especially cold water. But standing there in the final hour, I wished the ocean, wind, and mud were even colder. I was completely transformed physically, which was a big part of my success in Buds. But what saw me through Hell Week was my mind, and I was just starting to tap into its power. That's what I was thinking about as the instructors did their best to throw me off that rope bridge like a mechanical bull. I hung tough and got as far as anyone else in Class 231, before nature won out, and I was sent spinning into the freezing mud. I wiped it from my eyes and mouth and laughed like mad as Freak Brown helped me up. Not long after that, SBG stepped to the edge of the pit. "Hell Week secure!" he shouted to the 30 guys still left, quivering in the shallows. All of us chafed and bleeding, bloated and stiff. "You guys did an amazing job." Some guys screamed with joy, others collapsed to their knees with tears in their eyes and thanked God. I stared into the heavens too, pulled Freak Brown in for a hug, and high-fived my team. Every other boat crew had lost men, but not Boat Crew 2. We lost no men and won every single race. We continued to celebrate as we boarded a bus to the grinder. Once we arrived, there was a large pizza for each guy, along with a 64-ounce bottle of Gatorade and the coveted brown t-shirt. That pizza tasted like motherfucking manna from heaven, but the shirts meant something more significant. When you first arrive at Buds, you wear white t-shirts every day. Once you survive Hell Week, you get to swap them out for brown shirts. It was a symbol that we'd advanced to a higher level, and after a lifetime of mostly failure, I definitely felt like I was someplace new. I tried to enjoy the moment like everyone else, but my knee hadn't felt right in 2 days, and I decided to leave and see the medics. On my way off the grinder, I looked to my right and saw nearly 100 helmets lined up. They belonged to the men who'd rung the bell, and they stretched past the statue, all the way to the quarterdeck. I read some of the names, guys who I liked. I knew how they felt, because I was there when my pararescue class graduated without me. That memory had dominated me for years, but after 130 hours of hell, it no longer defined me. Every man was required to see the medics that evening, but our bodies were so swollen they had a hard time discerning injuries from general soreness. All I knew was my right knee was thrice fucked, and I needed crutches to get around. Freak Brown left MedCheck, bruised and battered. Kenny came out clean and barely limped, but he was plenty sore. Thankfully, our next evolution was Walk Week. We had 7 days to eat, drink, and heal up before shit got real once again. It wasn't much, but enough time for most of the insane motherfuckers that managed to remain in Class 231 to get well. Me, on the other hand, my swollen knee hadn't gotten any better by the time they snatched my crutches away. But there was no time for boo-hooing. First phase fun wasn't over yet. After Walk Week came knot tying, which may not sound like much, but was way worse than I expected, because that particular drill took place at the bottom of the pool, where those same instructors would do their best to drown my one-legged ass. It was as if the devil had been watching the whole show, waited out intermission, and now his favorite part was coming right up. The night before Buds kicked back up in intensity, I could hear his words ringing in my stressed-out brain as I tossed and turned all night long. "They say you like suffering, Goggins. that you think you're a bad motherfucker. Enjoy your extended stay in hell. So, man, Goggins, I mean, that is crazy. So you get through Hell Week.
Right.
That's a milestone for anybody, and especially for you, where you'd come from and how hard you've been fighting. And you already know your body's fucked.
Yeah, man. I knew for a fact that there's gonna be, a little bit more training ahead of me. And I'm not talking about with my class. I had a feeling that something bad was gonna happen to me. But my knee was so messed up that I went in and actually stole a whole bunch of Motrin. So you're supposed to go to the doc. So during med check, I think you have about maybe 2 or 3 med checks a day. I'm not quite for sure. I know you have one during the day, during the morning, I think one in the afternoon maybe, and then one at night, or maybe it's one in the day, one at night, I'm not for sure. But I actually went in and stole a whole bunch of Motrin. And by this time, it was my second Hell Week, so I knew kind of where I was going to be at different evolutions and whatnot. So I would, stage Motrin in the sand. So I was probably taking about 10 of these a day, and these are 800 milligrams. And the most you're supposed to take is 3. One for breakfast, one for lunch, and one for dinner. And I was popping them, man, like Tic Tacs. And I was just trying to get through this thing because I knew that, I was just trying to get through the whole program.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally fighting each second is its own battle, right? Like each minute is its own battle. You're just staying one after another, stringing them together.
100%. And I didn't want to, so I was like my boat crew leader. So the whole thing about being a leader is you just cannot show weakness. And the second you start limping around or things start getting tough, your mind is going to, once again, take control. And if I would have limped around and that pain would have got even more than what it was, my whole boat crew would have fed off of me, kind of dragging my leg behind me. And, it's infectious.
Yeah, you don't know who else might have crumbled.
Exactly. Weakness is infectious. So my boat crew saw that my knee was the size of a grapefruit. And I was like, fuck it, let's go. So that was also infectious. So having that kind of mindset, I knew I had to bring that, not just for myself. And that's a whole nother thing about being a leader, is I realized the more you think about yourself when you're going through hell, the harder hell's going to be. The second you start looking after everybody else and start, being concerned about them, you no longer think about yourself. And when you don't think about yourself, you're not trapped in your own thoughts. You're not trapped in your own hell. And so that's what I did. And the more I thought about my boat crew and getting them through every evolution, that's being the best, I didn't worry about my fucking knee. But the second Hell Week was over, that pain was real.
Yeah. You had a purpose bigger than yourself as the leader, which actually helped you achieve more. But then when it comes to the body, if you're injured, you're injured.
Exactly. And yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Well, we'll get into that later, but first we have a challenge here that kind of, what I like about this challenge you've got here is you're kind of walking through, again, the practice of taking souls and showing how it can apply to different areas in life.
Right.
So I'll read through it and we can talk a little bit more about it.
Roger that.
Challenge 4. Choose any competitive situation that you're in right now. Who is your opponent? Is it your teacher or coach, your boss, an unruly client? No matter how they're treating you, there is one way to not only earn their respect, but turn the tables. Excellence. That may mean acing an exam, or crafting an ideal proposal, or smashing a sales goal. Whatever it is, I want you to work harder on that project or in that class than you ever have before. Do everything exactly as they ask, and whatever standard they set as an ideal outcome, you should be aiming to surpass that. If your coach doesn't give you time in the games, dominate practice. Check the best guy on your squad and show the fuck out. That means putting time in off the field, watching film so you can study your opponent's tendencies, memorizing plays, and training in the gym. You need to make that coach pay attention. If it's your teacher, then start doing work of high quality. Spend extra time on your assignments. Write papers for her that she didn't even assign. Come early to class. Ask questions. Pay attention. Show her who you are and want to be. If it's a boss, work around the clock. Get to work before them. Leave after they go home. Make sure they see that shit. And when it's time to deliver, surpass their maximum expectations. Whoever you're dealing with, your goal is to make them watch you achieve what they could never have done themselves. You want them thinking how amazing you are. Take their negativity and use it to dominate their task with everything you've got. Take their motherfucking soul. Afterward, post it on social and add the hashtag. Hashtag can't hurt me. Hashtag taking souls. You know, I love that because your goal here is to take it out of the physical. I mean, yes, if it's a team sport or something where a coach has control, it's really a power dynamic game you're playing.
It is. And this takes me back to when, we talked about me in high school and how much I loved basketball, and how between, my junior year, I got cut from the basketball team because, I was just pissed off and I didn't want to go to daggone summer practice and stuff like that. And I still tried out. And when the first cuts came, I got cut first cuts, man, and that took my soul. But as my mind started changing and I started realizing what I was doing to myself, I started realizing, what, I have to dominate next year. So what I did was I came back the very next year, and instead of shooting the ball all the time, because I knew the coach didn't like me. For whatever reason, the coach didn't like me at all. So I literally became one of the best defensive players in the state of Indiana. And I say that loud and proud because I went from a guy who shot the ball and was trying to become like, everybody loves the guy that scores the points. I became the grittiest motherfucker on the daggone basketball court. So taking souls is also another way of don't let anybody get the advantage over you. You have to change your mindset, find where you can get the advantage, and then dominate that area.
You turn yourself into the kind of player every coach had to put on the floor
Exactly.
because you changed the game in a way without having to need the ball.
Exactly. I took the decision-making out of his hands. There's not one coach on the planet Earth that doesn't want a defensive stopper.
Yeah.
So that's what I knew, and that's what I became.
Yeah, and it's great. It's great for any young people reading this, or people who have kids who are not getting the time that they'd hope to. Gives them ways. Dominating practice is a great thing. Check their best player, and if you can hold the best player on your team to nothing in a practice game, you're gonna play.
And that's exactly what happened, man. I was in practice, man, busting my ass, and I just changed my whole mindset. I flipped it.
But the idea of power dynamics is so important because in Hell Week, you're not in the power position. The instructors are. In life, we always have people. I mean, it's very rare that you're not in a situation where there's some power dynamic that you have to deal with, whether it's a client or a boss or a teacher. They're always there. And so, it's how do you manage that relationship? And what you're saying is manage it by being great, and your greatness will melt all the problems that you have.
That is true, but one thing you have to be careful for. Taking souls is a very powerful, powerful thing, and it can piss a lot of people off. So what you have to understand is you have to do it with humility. And that was some of the things I got caught up in, where I was, there's a time and a place to where, you can't be so humble. And when I was going through SEAL training, it was mano a mano. So that was a place where I wanted them to feel pain because they were putting me through pain. But there's a lot of situations when you're using this tactic, it is you have to be careful because you can piss your boss off, you can piss people off. So do it with the understanding of you're trying to be your best. You are trying to be your very, very best in a time when everybody else is kind of tired, and that pisses people off. For you being a so-called overachiever, it makes people look at you very differently.
Yeah, so know that going in, but still do it.
Oh yes, 100% still do it, but know that going in for sure.
Chapter 5, Armored Mind. Your knee looks pretty bad, Goggins. No fucking shit, Doc. With 2 days to go in walk week, I'd come by medical for a follow-up. The doctor rolled up my camo pants, and when he gave my right kneecap a gentle squeeze, pain seized my brain, but I couldn't show it. I was playing a role. I was the beat-up but otherwise healthy bud student ready for the fight, and I couldn't so much as grimace to pull it off. I already knew the knee was fucked, and that the odds of getting through another 5 months of training on one leg were low, but accepting another rollback meant enduring another hell week, and that was way too much to process. The swelling hasn't gone down much. How's it feel? The doctor was playing a role too. SEAL candidates had a don't ask, don't tell agreement with most of the medical staff at Naval Special Warfare Command. I wasn't about to make the doctor's job easier by revealing anything to him, and he wasn't going to take caution's side and pull the ripcord on a man's dream. He lifted his hand and my pain faded. I coughed and pneumonia once again rattled in my lungs until I felt the cold truth of his stethoscope on my skin. Ever since Hell Week was called, I've been coughing up brown knots of mucus. For the first 2 days, I lay in bed, day and night, spitting them into a Gatorade bottle, where I stored them like so many nickels. I could barely breathe, and couldn't move much either. I may have been a bad motherfucker in Hell Week, but that shit was over, and I had to deal with the fact that the devil, and those instructors, branded me too. "It's all right, Doc," I said. "A little stiff is all." Time is what I needed. I knew how to push through pain, and my body had almost always responded with performance. I wasn't going to quit just because my knee was barking. It would come around eventually. The doc prescribed medicine to reduce the congestion in my lungs and sinuses, and gave me some Motrin for my knee. Within 2 days, my breathing improved, but I still couldn't bend my right leg. This would be a problem. Of all the moments and buds that I thought could break me, a knot tying exercise never registered on my radar. Then again, this wasn't the fucking Boy Scouts. This was an underwater knot tying drill held in the 15-foot section of the pool. And while the pool didn't strike mortal fear into me like it once did, being negatively buoyant, I knew that any pool evolution could be my undoing, especially those that demanded treading water. Even before Hell Week, we'd been tested in the pool. We had to perform mock rescues on the instructors and do a 50-meter underwater swim without fins on a single breath. That swim started with a giant stride into the water, followed by a full somersault to siphon off any momentum whatsoever. Then, without kicking off the side, we swam along the lane lines to the end of our 25-meter pool. On the far side, we were allowed to kick off the wall, then swim back. When I arrived at the 50-meter mark, I rose up and gasped for air. My heart hammered until my breath smoothed, and I grasped that I'd actually passed the first of a series of complicated underwater evolutions that were supposed to teach us to be calm, cool, and collected underwater on a breath hold. The knot tying evolution was next in the series, and it wasn't about our ability to tie various knots, or a way to time our max breath hold. Sure, both skills come in handy on amphibian operations, but this drill was more about our capacity to juggle multiple stressors in an environment that's not sustainable for human life. Despite my health, I was heading into the drill with some confidence. Things changed when I started treading water. That's how the drill began, with 8 students strung out across the pool, moving our hands and legs like egg beaters. That's hard enough for me on 2 good legs, but because my right knee didn't work, I was forced to tread water with just my left. That spiked the degree of difficulty and my heart rate, which sapped my energy. Each student had an instructor assigned to them for this evolution, and Psycho Pete specifically requested me. It was obvious I was struggling, and Psycho and his bruised pride were hungry for a little payback. With each revolution of my right leg, shock waves of pain exploded like fireworks. Even with Psycho eyeballing me, I couldn't hide it. When I grimaced, he smiled like a kid on Christmas morning. "Tie a square knot, then a bowline," he shouted. I was working so hard it was difficult to catch my breath, but Psycho didn't give 2 fucks. "Now, damn it!" I gulped air, bent from the waist, and kicked down. There were 5 knots in the drill altogether, and each student was told to grab their 8-inch slice of rope and tie them off one at a time at the bottom of the pool. We were allotted a breath in between, but could do as many as all 5 knots on a single breath. The instructor called out the knots, but the pacing was up to each student. We weren't allowed to use a mask or goggles to complete the evolution, and the instructor had to approve each knot with a thumbs up before we were permitted to surface. If they flashed a thumb down instead, we had to retie that knot correctly, and if we surfaced before a given knot was approved, that meant failure and a ticket home. Once back at the surface, there was no resting or relaxing between tasks. Treading water was the constant refrain, which meant soaring heart rates and the continual burning up of oxygen in the bloodstream for the one-legged man. Translation: the dives were uncomfortable as hell, and blacking out was a real possibility. Psycho glared at me through his mask as I worked my knots. After about 30 seconds, he'd approved both, and we surfaced. He breathed free and easy, but I was gasping and panting like a wet, tired dog. The pain in my knee was so bad, I felt sweat bead up on my forehead. When you're sweating in an unheated pool, you know shit's fucked up. I was breathless, low on energy, and wanted to quit, but quitting this evolution meant quitting buds altogether, and that wasn't happening. "Oh no, are you hurt, Goggins? Do you have some sand in your pussy?" Psycho asked. "I'll bet you can't do the last 3 knots on one breath." He said it with a smirk, like he was daring me. I knew the rules. I didn't have to accept his challenge, but that would have made Psycho just a little too happy, and I couldn't allow that. I nodded and kept treading water, delaying my dive until my pulse evened out and I could score one deep, nourishing breath. Psycho wasn't having it. Whenever I opened my mouth, he splashed water in my face to stress me out even more, a tactic used when trainees started to panic. That made breathing impossible. Go under now or you fail. I'd run out of time. I tried to gulp some air before my duck dive and tasted a mouthful of Psycho's splash water instead as I dove to the bottom of the pool on a negative breath hold. My lungs were damn near empty, which meant I was in pain from the jump, but I knocked the first one out in a few seconds. Psycho took his sweet time examining my work. My heart was thrumming, like high-alert Morse code. I felt it flip-flop in my chest, like it was trying to break through my ribcage and fly to freedom. Psycho stared at the twine, flipped it over and perused it with his eyes and fingers before offering a thumbs up in slow motion. I shook my head, untied the rope, and hit the next one. Again he gave it a close inspection while my chest burned and diaphragm contracted, trying to force air into my empty lungs. The pain level in my knee was at a 10. Stars gathered in my peripheral vision. Those multiple stressors had me teetering like a Jenga tower, and I felt like I was about to black out. If that happened, I'd have to depend on Psycho to swim me to the surface and bring me around. Did I really trust this man to do that? He hated me. What if he failed to execute? What if my body was too burned out that even a rescue breath couldn't rouse me? My mind was spun with those simple toxic questions that never go away. Why was I here? Why suffer when I could quit and be comfortable again? Why risk passing out or even death for a fucking knot drill? I knew that if I succumbed and bolted to the surface, my SEAL career would have ended then and there. But in that moment, I couldn't figure out why I ever gave a fuck. I looked over at Psycho. He held both his thumbs up and sported a big goofy smile on his face like he was watching a damn comedy show. His split second of pleasure in my pain reminded me of all the bullying and taunts I felt as a teenager. But instead of playing the victim and letting negative emotions sap my energy and force me to the surface, a failure, it was as if a new light blazed in my brain that allowed me to flip the script. Time stood still as I realized for the first time that I'd always looked at my entire life, everything I'd been through, from the wrong perspective. Yes, all the abuse I'd experienced and the negativity I had to push through challenged me to the core. But in that moment, I stopped seeing myself as the victim of bad circumstance and saw my life as the ultimate training ground instead. My disadvantages had been callousing my mind all along and had prepared me for that moment in that pool with Psycho Pete. I remember my very first day in the gym back in Indiana. My palms were soft and quickly got torn up on the bars because they weren't accustomed to gripping steel. But over time, after thousands of reps, my palms built up a thick callus as protection. The same principle works when it comes to mindset. Until you experience hardships like abuse and bullying, failures and disappointments, your mind will remain soft and exposed. Life experience, especially negative experiences, help callous the mind. But it's up to you where that callus lines up. If you choose to see yourself as a victim of circumstance into adulthood, that callus will become resentment that protects you from the unfamiliar. It will make you too cautious and untrusting, and possibly too angry at the world. It will make you fearful of change and hard to reach, but not hard of mind. That's where I was as a teenager. But after my second Hell Week, I'd become someone new. I'd fought through so many horrible situations by then, and remained open and ready for more. My ability to stay open represented a willingness to fight for my own life, which allowed me to withstand hailstorms of pain and use it to callous over my victim's mentality. That shit was gone, buried under layers of sweat and hard fucking flesh, and I was starting to callous over my fears too. That realization gave me the mental edge I needed to outlast Psycho Pete one more time. To show him he couldn't hurt me anymore, I smiled back, and the feeling of being on the edge of a blackout went away. Suddenly I was energized. The pain faded, and I felt like I could stay under all day. Psycho saw that in my eyes. I tied off the last knot at leisurely pace, glaring at him the whole time. He gestured with his hands for me to hurry up as his diaphragm contracted. I finally finished. He gave me a quick affirmative and kicked to the surface, desperate for a breath. I took my time, joined him topside, and found him gasping, while I felt strangely relaxed. When the chips were down at the pool during Air Force pararescue training, I'd buckled. This time, I won a major battle in the water. It was a big victory, but the war wasn't over. After I passed the knot-tying evolution, we had 2 minutes to climb out onto the deck, get dressed, and head back to the classroom. During first phase, that's usually plenty of time. But a lot of us, not just me, were still healing from Hell Week and not moving at our typical lightning pace. On top of that, once we got through Hell Week, Class 231 went through a bit of an attitude adjustment. Hell Week is designed to show you that a human is capable of much more than you know. It opens your mind to the true possibilities of human potential, and with that comes a change in your mentality. You no longer fear cold water or doing push-ups all day. You realize that no matter what they do to you, they will never break you, so you don't rush as much to make their arbitrary deadlines. You know if you don't make it, the instructors will beat you down, meaning push-ups, getting wet and sandy, anything to up the pain and discomfort quotient. But for those of us knuckle draggers, still in the mix, our attitude was, so the fuck be it. None of us feared the instructors anymore, and we weren't about to rush. They didn't like that one damn bit. I had seen a lot of beatdowns while at Bud's, but the one we received that day will go down as one of the worst in history. We did push-ups until we couldn't pick ourselves up off the deck. Then they turned us on our backs and demanded flutter kicks. Each kick was torture for me. I kept putting my legs down because of the pain. I was showing weakness, and if you show weakness, it is on. Psycho and SBG descended and took turns on me. I went from push-ups to flutter kicks to bear crawls until they got tired. I could feel the moving parts of my knees shifting, floating, and grabbing every time I bent it to do those bear crawls, and it was agonizing. I moved slower than normal and knew I was broken. That simple question bubbled up again. Why? What was I trying to prove? Quitting seemed the sane choice. The comfort of mediocrity sounded like sweet relief until Psycho screamed in my ear. Move faster, motherfucker! Once again, an amazing feeling washed over me. I wasn't focused on outdoing him this time. I was in the worst pain of my life, but my victory in the pool minutes before came rushing back. I finally proved to myself that I was a decent enough waterman to belong in the Navy SEALs. Heady stuff for a negatively buoyant kid that never took a swim lesson in his entire life. And the reason I got there was because I'd put in the work. The pool had been my kryptonite. Even though I was a far better swimmer as a SEAL candidate, I was still so stressed about water evolutions that I used to hit the pool after a day of training at least 3 times a week. I scaled the 15-foot fence just to gain after-hours access. Other than the academic aspect, nothing scared me as much about the prospects of buds like the swimming drills, and by dedicating time, I was able to callous over that fear and hit new levels underwater when the pressure was on. I thought about the incredible power of a callous mind on task as Psycho and SBG beat me down, and that thought became a feeling that took over my body and made me move as fast as a bear around that pool. I couldn't believe what I was doing. The intense pain was gone, and so were those nagging questions. I was putting out harder than ever, breaking through the limitations of injury and pain tolerance, and riding a second wind delivered by a callous mind. After the bear crawls, I went back to doing flutter kicks, and I still had no pain. As we were leaving the pool a half hour later, SBG asked, "Goggins, what got into your ass to make you Superman?" I just smiled and left the pool. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't yet understand what I now know. Similar to using an opponent's energy to gain an advantage, leaning on your callous mind in the heat of battle can shift your thinking as well. Remembering what you've been through and how that has strengthened your mindset can lift you out of a negative brain loop and help you bypass those weak 1-second impulses to give in so you can power through obstacles. And when you leverage a callous mind, like I did around the pool that day, and keep fighting through pain, it can help you push your limits, because if you accept the pain as a natural process and refuse to give in and give up, you will engage the sympathetic nervous system, which shifts your hormonal flow. The sympathetic nervous system is your fight or flight reflex. It's bubbling just below the surface, and when you are lost, stressed out, or struggling, like I was when I was a down-and-out kid, that's the part of your mind that's driving the bus. We've all tasted this feeling before. Those mornings when going on a run is the last thing you want to do, but then 20 minutes into it, you feel energized. That's the work of the sympathetic nervous system. What I found is that you can tap into it on call, as long as you know how to manage your own mind. When you indulge in negative self-talk, the gifts of a sympathetic response will remain out of reach. However, if you can manage those moments of pain that come with maximum effort, by remembering what you've been through to get to that point in your life, you will be in a better position to persevere and choose fight over flight. That will allow you to use the adrenaline that comes with a sympathetic response to go even harder. Obstacles at work and school can also be overcome with your callous mind. In those cases, pushing through a given flashpoint isn't likely to lead to a sympathetic response, but it will keep you motivated to push through any doubt you feel about your own abilities. No matter the task at hand, there is always opportunity for self-doubt. Whenever you decide to follow a dream or set a goal, you are just as likely to come up with all the reasons why the likelihood of success is low. Blame it on the fucked up evolutionary wiring of the human mind. But you don't have to let your doubt into the cockpit. You can tolerate doubt as a backseat driver, but if you put doubt in the pilot seat, defeat is guaranteed. Remembering that you've been through difficulties before and have always survived to fight again shifts the conversation in your head. It will allow you to control and manage doubt and keep you focused on taking each and every step necessary to achieve the task at hand. Sounds simple, right? It isn't. Very few people even bother to try to control the way their thoughts and doubts bubble up. The vast majority of us are slaves to our minds. Most don't even make the first effort when it comes to mastering their thought process because it's a never-ending chore, impossible to get right every time. The average person thinks 2,000 to 3,000 thoughts per hour. That's 30 to 50 per minute. Some of those shots will slip by the goalie. It's inevitable, especially if you coast through life. Physical training is a perfect crucible to learn how to manage your thought process because when you're working out, your focus is more likely to be single-pointed, and your response to stress and pain is immediate and measurable. Do you hammer hard and snag that personal best like you said you would, or do you crumble? That decision rarely comes down to physical ability. It's almost always a test of how well you are managing your own mind. If you push yourself through each split and use that energy to maintain a strong pace, you have a great chance of recording a faster time. Granted, some days it's easier to do that than others, and the clock or the score doesn't matter anyway. The reason it's important to push hardest when you want to quit the most is because it helps you callous your mind. It's the same reason why you have to do your best work when you are the least motivated. That's why I loved PT and Buds, and why I still love it today. Physical challenges strengthen my mind, so I'm ready for whatever life throws at me, and it will do the same for you. You know, David, I think we should talk about this callous mind thing, man, because a couple things, going back to the first reference of it, this idea of choosing whether you're going to use negativity to callous over your victim's mentality or to kind of solidify that and just make you hard to reach. I mean, that's like so fundamental and so true.
Right. It truly is. And throughout my whole life, I was trying to find different ways to kind of get through life. And like I said, it is not a 5-step process. You got to figure out what works for you. And I kept on seeing my hands becoming, extremely calloused as I was trying to lose that weight, and I was doing tons of pull-ups and all sorts of stuff. And I was like, you know what? I need to do my brain the same way. And through repetition, through friction, you have to put obstacles in front of you. And that, through friction is how you become better. So I kept on, and also through friction was callous in my hands.
Right.
So I had to kind of put friction on my mind. And that's exactly what I just kept on doing. I kept on putting friction on my mind.
I mean, but friction on the mind is a natural thing. And what you're saying is, I mean, the way I'm getting it is you have to, but you can choose actually where you're going to allow that callous to happen when it comes to the mind. And the body, you don't have the choice. It's whatever you use. But the same is true of the mind. It's wherever you're putting your mind. So if you're saying, listen, the world's giving me all sorts of grief and I'm fighting through it, but that's going to make me harder and better and stronger going forward, then you're not being a victim. But if you're like, fuck all this, all these motherfuckers are beating me down, then all of a sudden you're going to isolate yourself with a callus.
Right. And that's exactly right. A callus can work for you and a callus can work against you. So that's the only way you can look at any situation that you're in. The only way you can look at it is, you know what? You're beating me down, but all you're doing is making me more of an animal. You're making me better. But once you take that other approach to it as, woe is me, why are you being this way to me? But with all that being said, you have to look at the source. And we talked about it in the previous chapters. You have to look at the source of the person that's beating you down. Like, why is a secure individual going to take the time to beat you down? They're not going to. They're not going to. And we put so much into these people, like, oh my God, this person doesn't like me, or whatever situation may be, versus taking the time to just slow it down and say, you know what? A secure human being wouldn't be doing that right now. So the problem isn't with you usually. The problem is with your adversary.
Right. But if someone's born poor, for instance, and their dad, they never met their mom or dad or someone, they've had kind of from the beginning have had to start from way back from the starting line. You could see how someone would think that the odds are stacked against them. You could forgive them for that. But the thing is, it is still a choice they're making.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it is now you to own.
Right.
Your parents may have put you in a fucked up situation. Once again, you have to turn that around yourself. No one is coming to save you. And that's, we have this mentality of, I'm going to wait to be saved. I'm going to wait for someone to come and help me. And I'm telling you right now, I believe in God. A lot of us believe in praying on it and stuff like that. Yeah, you can pray on it, but if you sit in the room and pray on it and do nothing about it, nothing's going to happen. You have to put work behind everything in life. You have to put effort. You have to put friction behind something for something to change.
Yeah, and I mean, that gets back to the hero's journey and why this book is so important for everybody who's listening right now or reads the book, is to think of themselves in your shoes, because what you like to say is it just makes a story better. If you have certain disadvantages in a given situation, imagine how great the story is going to be when you fucking rock it.
Exactly. Like right now, I could be a 350-pound, guy that works for Ecolab. And if I would have never found a way how to callous my mind, how to take souls, how to reach in there and find more of myself, I would be that same person who was spraying for cockroaches. I would never know that inside that 300-pound body was a person that was capable of going through these hell weeks, that was capable of running, of doing anything I've done. We don't want to examine the possibilities of what we can be. And that's the scariest thing in the world to me, is I believe that so many people have died never knowing what they could, what they could have been.
Absolutely. I think that this also what you say here that's so poignant is that it's important for everyone to know that you don't have to get right. You don't have to get it right every time. Sometimes you're going to think wrong. Sometimes you're going to take the victim's way out at first. When, this is a muscle you're building up. And like you say, the average person thinks 2,000 to 3,000 thoughts per hour, 30 to 50 per minute. I mean, you're not going to get them all. Some you're going to be lazy with the mind sometimes. I mean, I think about this all the time. I've been working with you for we're going on a year.
Right. And
I've been hearing this and I love it, and I'm active. But when I'm pushing hard running and it hurts, and I actually don't remember to answer the simple questions all the time. It takes a lot of focus to actually be able to even answer that question. It's not easy. And so you're going to get it wrong sometimes, but that's okay. That's all part of the process.
It is all part of the process. And one thing I know is that you have to kind of imagine yourself after the fact. So what that means is, like this morning, I didn't feel like getting up and running. I didn't get much sleep. I stretched, I was stretching for a couple hours, went to bed about 1:30. I was up at 6 this morning and went running. I knew that I would be here right now talking to you all, doing this book. And the whole time I'd be in this little booth, locked up in this little cage, I'd be thinking one thing: why the hell didn't I go run? So you want to get to the point in your life where all these things that you don't do, they bother you. They haunt you. They eat at you throughout the whole day. If you miss something that you were supposed to do, if you're like, what, it's not a big deal, I'll do it tomorrow, you're not there yet. You want to get to the point in your life where everything that you should have done and you didn't do, it bothers you. And I know that going into everything. Last night, or this morning, I went to bed. I thought to myself, what, I might not run. I have time afterward. You know what? You can't do that. You cannot do that. So all this stuff right here, this is all about callousing your mind.
But no matter how well you deploy it, a calloused mind can't heal broken bones. On the mile-long hike back to the Buds compound, the feeling of victory evaporated, and I could feel the damage I'd done. I had 20 weeks of training in front of me, dozens of evolutions ahead, and I could barely walk. While I wanted to deny the pain in my knee, I knew I was fucked, so I limped straight to medical. When he saw my knee, the doc didn't say a damn thing. He just shook his head and sent me to get an x-ray that revealed a fractured kneecap. In Buds, when reservists sustain injuries that take a long time to heal, they're sent home, and that's what happened to me. I crutched my ass back to the barracks, demoralized, and while checking out, I saw some of the guys that quit during Hell Week. When I first glimpsed their helmets lined up beneath the bell, I felt sorry for them, because I knew the empty feeling of giving up. But seeing them face to face reminded me that failure is a part of life, and now we all had to press on. I hadn't quit, so I knew I'd be invited back, but I had no idea if that meant a third Hell Week or not, or if after getting rolled twice, I still had the burning desire to fight through another hurricane of pain with no guarantee of success. Given my injury record, how could I? I left the Buds compound with more self-awareness and more mastery over my mind than I'd ever had before, but my future was just as uncertain. Airplanes have always made me claustrophobic, so I decided to take the train from San Diego to Chicago, which gave me 3 full days to think, and my mind was all fucked up. Before we get into that, how did you become claustrophobic?
You know what? I don't talk about it much at all. It's a pretty messed up story for me. So when I was in the Air Force, they sent me to a school called Survival School. and it's mostly for pilots. Being trapped behind enemy lines, and pilots become POWs, prisoners, prisoner of war. So they sent me and a couple other guys to survival school, and the first couple of weeks they teach you how to survive, out on the, out in the land, out in the woods, how to make different shelters, how to eat, different food, whatnot. But then the last week of survival school, they put you in this mock POW camp. So they put this hood over your head, and you live in a slightly bigger sized coffin box. And so that was okay for me. I'm about 6'1", 6'2", and the actual box was about maybe 5'10", and it was probably about 3 feet wide. So I lived in that. But what they would do is they would take you from that box and they would put you in a very, very small box. And so the whole time you have a hood over your head, so you can't see what the POW camp looks like. You can't see any of that stuff. So now they put me in a box. So imagine this. Imagine getting in a ball, scrunching down the ball, having your chest up to your thighs, and getting as tight as you can. And they shove you in this box. And at this time, I was about 260 pounds. So they shove you in a box where your right elbow is touching the side, your left elbow, your head is touching the very top of the box, and your knees are touching the front of the box. And your back is also kind of rounded over to the top of the box and the back of the box. So you are literally smushed in this thing. So that wasn't too bad either. But what happened that made me seriously claustrophobic was I thought it was a game because, like I said, everything is a head game. But in this situation, it wasn't. In my box, there happened to be bees. And this wasn't part of the training. There was bees in the box, and I thought, okay, maybe these guys, these instructors are now trying to make me quit, and they're messing with me. And there was something tickling my neck. I'm like, okay, Goggins, keep it together. Keep your shit together, man. Keep it together. Because once you freak out and you're in that kind of tight box, you're going to panic and you're going to be like almost like the daggone Hulk trying to get out of that thing. So I started feeling something. I felt one bee sting, felt another bee sting. Before I knew it, I realized this was no longer a game. This was the real deal, and there was some bees in this box. So being trapped in there with these bees, it freaked me the hell out. So I ended up getting through that thing, but I was trying to take a flight back from Washington, Spokane, Washington, and I had a flight to go back home. And I literally got to my first layover, and I was sweating. They had me in the corner by the window. It was like, it was like 3 seats, and I was by the window, and I was pinned into the side. And I was like, oh my God, I am claustrophobic. I am seriously claustrophobic. So how I got over that was I had a buddy of mine who, I befriended this guy at the hospital, and I started literally going in and having him put me in the MRI machine after hours. Because the MRI machine also freaked me out. So how I got over it was just doing that. So that's how I became severely claustrophobic. But now I'm fine. I know how to talk to myself in the nice, tight, confined spaces.
So at this point, you still have it still lingering there, and you just, instead of talking yourself through it, you just wanted to think. So that's why you decided to take the train. Yeah,
not only did I want to think, I was like, I'm not getting that fucking airplane.
Yeah. You're like, not now.
No, not now. I was already busted up from too much shit. I didn't want to go through more mental torture.
So you're on the 3-day train ride. On the first day, I didn't know if I wanted to be a SEAL anymore. I had overcome a lot. I beat Hell Week, realized the power of a callous mind, and conquered my fear of the water. Perhaps I'd already learned enough about myself. What else did I need to prove? On day 2, I thought about all the other jobs I could sign up for. Maybe I should move on and become a firefighter. That's a badass job, and it would be an opportunity to become a different sort of hero. But on day 3, as the train veered into Chicago, I slipped into a bathroom the size of a phone booth and checked in with the accountability mirror. Is that really how you feel? Are you sure you're ready to give up on the SEALs and become a civilian fireman? I stared at myself for 5 minutes before I shook my head. I couldn't lie. I had to tell myself the truth, out loud. I'm afraid. I'm afraid of going through all that shit again. I'm afraid of day 1, week 1. I was divorced by then, but my ex-wife Pam met me in the train station to drive me home to my mother's place in Indianapolis. Pam was still living in Brazil. We'd been in touch while I was in San Diego, and after seeing each other through the crowd on the train platform, we fell back on our habits, and later that night, we fell into bed. That whole summer, from May to November, I stayed in the Midwest, healing up, then rehabbing my knee. I was still a reservist, but remained undecided about going back to Navy SEAL training. I looked into the Marine Corps. I explored the application process for a handful of firefighting units, but finally picked up the phone, ready to call into the Buds compound. They needed my final answer. I sat there, holding the telephone, and thought about the misery of SEAL training. Shit, you run 6 miles a day just to eat, not including your training runs. I visualized all the swimming and paddling, carrying heavy-ass boats and logs on our heads, over the berm all day. I flashed onto hours of sit-ups, push-ups, flutter kicks, and the O course. I remembered the feeling of rolling around in the sand, of being chafed all fucking day and night. My memories were a mind-body experience, and I felt the cold deep in my bones. A normal person would give up. They'd say, fuck it, it's just not meant to be, and refuse to torture themselves 1 minute more. But I wasn't wired normal. As I dialed the number, negativity rose up like an angry shadow. I couldn't help but think that I was put on this earth to suffer. Why wouldn't my own personal demons, the fates, God, or Satan, just leave me the fuck alone? I was tired of trying to prove myself, tired of callousing my mind. Mentally, I was worn to the nub. At the same time, being worn the fuck down is the price of being hard, and I knew if I quit, those feelings and thoughts wouldn't just go away. The cost of quitting would be lifelong purgatory. I'd be trapped in the knowing that I didn't stay in the fight to the bitter end. There is no shame in getting knocked out. The shame comes when you throw in the motherfucking towel. And if I was born to suffer, then I may as well take my medicine. The training officer welcomed me back and confirmed that I was starting from day 1, week 1. As expected, my brown shirt would have to be swapped out for a white one, and he had one more sliver of sunshine to share. Just so you know, Goggins, he said, this will be the last time we will allow you to go through Buds training. If you get injured, that's it. We will not allow you to come back again. Roger that, I said. Class 235 would muster in just 4 weeks. My knee still wasn't all the way right, but I'd better be ready because the ultimate test was about to begin. Within seconds of hanging up the phone, Pam called and said she needed to see me. It was good timing. I was leaving town again, hopefully for good this time, and I needed to level with her. We'd been enjoying one another, but it was always a temporary thing for me. We'd been married once, and we were still different people with totally different worldviews. That hadn't changed, and obviously, neither had some of my insecurities, as they kept me going back to what was familiar. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. We would never work, and it was time to say so. She got to her news first. I'm late, she said, as she burst through the door, clutching a brown paper bag. Like, late. She seemed excited and nervous as she disappeared into the bathroom. I could hear that bag crinkle and the tearing open of a package as I lay on my bed staring at the ceiling. Minutes later, she opened the bathroom door, a pregnancy test in her fists and a big smile on her face. I knew it, she said, biting her lower lip. Look, David, we're pregnant. I stood up, slow. She hugged me with everything she had, and her excitement broke my heart. It wasn't supposed to go like this. I wasn't ready. My body was still broken. I was $30,000 in credit card debt and still only a reservist. I had no address of my own and no car. I was unstable, and that made me very insecure. Plus, I wasn't even in love with this woman. That's what I said to myself while I stared into that accountability mirror over her shoulder. The mirror that never lies. I averted my eyes. Pam went home to share the news with her parents. I walked her to the door of my mother's place, then slumped into the couch. In Coronado, I felt like I'd come to terms with my fucked up past and found some power there. And here I was, sucked under once again. Now it wasn't just about me and my dreams of becoming a SEAL. I had a family to think about, which raised the stakes that much higher. If I failed this time, it wouldn't mean that I was just going back to ground zero, emotionally and financially, but I would be bringing my new family there with me. When my mother got home, I told her everything. And as we talked, the dam broke, and my fear, sadness, and struggle came bursting out of me. I put my head in my hands and sobbed. Mom, my life from the time I was born until now has been a nightmare. A nightmare that keeps getting worse, I said. The harder I try, the harder my life becomes. I can't argue with that, David, she said. My mom knew hell, and she wasn't trying to baby me. She never had. But I also know you well enough to know that you will find a way to get through this. I have to, I said, as I wiped the tears from my eyes. I don't have a choice. She left me alone, and I sat on that couch all night. I felt like I'd been stripped of everything, but I was still breathing, which meant I had to find a way to keep going. I had to compartmentalize doubt and find the strength to believe that I was born to be more than some tired-ass Navy SEAL reject. After Hell Week, I'd felt I had become unbreakable, yet within a week, I'd been zeroed out. I hadn't leveled up after all. I still wasn't shit, and if I was going to fix my broke-down life, I would have to become more. On that sofa, I found a way. By then, I'd learned how to hold myself accountable, and I knew I could take a man's soul in the heat of battle. I had overcome many obstacles and realized that each of those experiences had calloused my mind so thick I could take on any challenge. All of that made me feel like I dealt with my past demons, but I hadn't. I'd been ignoring them. My memories of abuse at the hands of my father, of all those people who called me nigger, didn't vaporize after a few victories. Those moments were anchored deep in my subconscious, and as a result, my foundation was cracked. In a human being, your character is your foundation. And when you build a bunch of successes and pile up even more failures on a fucked up foundation, the structure that is the self won't be sound. To develop an armored mind, a mindset so calloused and hard that it becomes bulletproof, you need to go to the source of all your fears and insecurities. Most of us sweep our failures and evil secrets under the rug, but when we run into problems, that rug gets lifted up and our darkness reemerges, floods our soul, and influences the decisions which determine our character. My fears were never just about the water, and my anxieties towards Class 235 weren't about the pain of first phase. They were seeping from the infected wounds I'd been walking around with my entire life, and my denial of them amounted to a denial of myself. I was my own worst enemy. It wasn't the world, or God, or the devil that was out to get me. It was me. I was rejecting my past, and therefore rejecting myself. My foundation, my character, was defined by self-rejection. All my fears came from that deep-seated uneasiness I carried with being David Goggins, because of what I'd gone through. Even after I'd reached a point where I no longer cared about what others thought of me, I still had trouble accepting me. Anyone who is of sound mind and body can sit down and think of 20 things in their life that could have gone differently, where maybe they didn't get a fair shake, and where they took the path of least resistance. If you're one of the few who acknowledge that, want to callous those wounds and strengthen your character, it's up to you to go back through your past and make peace with yourself by facing those incidents and all of your negative influences and accepting them as weak spots in your own character. Only when you identify and accept your weaknesses will you finally stop running from your past. Then those incidents can be used more efficiently as fuel to become better and grow stronger. Right there on my mom's couch, as the moon burned its arc in the night sky, I faced down my demons. I faced myself. I couldn't run from my dad anymore. I had to accept that he was part of me, and that his lying, cheating character influenced me more than I cared to admit. Before that night, I used to tell people that my father had died, rather than tell the truth about where I came from. Even in the SEALs, I trotted out that lie. I knew why. When you get beat up, you don't want to acknowledge getting your ass kicked. It doesn't make you feel very manly, so the easiest thing to do is forget about it and move on. Pretend it never happened. Not anymore. Going forward, it became very important for me to rehash my life, because when you examine your experiences with a fine-tooth comb, you see where your issues come from. You can find strength in enduring pain and abuse. By accepting Trunis Goggins as part of me, I was free to use where I came from as fuel. I realized that each episode of child abuse that could have killed me made me tough as hell and as sharp as a samurai's blade. True, I had been dealt a fucked up hand, but that night I started thinking of it as running a 100-mile race with a 50-pound ruck on my back. Could I still compete in that race even if everyone else was running free and easy, weighing 130 pounds? How fast would I be able to run once I'd shed that dead weight? I wasn't even thinking about ultras yet. To me, the race was life itself. And the more I took inventory, the more I realized how prepared I was for the fucked up events yet to come. Life had put me in the fire, taken me out, and hammered me repeatedly. And diving back into the Bud's cauldron, feeling a third hell week in a calendar year, would decorate me with a PhD in pain. I was about to become the sharpest sword ever made. I mean, there's so much to dive into here, but I just want to unpack one specific thing because it's a subtle difference. Because when you're in the pool, you realize that your hard life, everything you've been through had calloused you to the point where you could take more pain and do and achieve more.
Right.
You'd been trained. You'd had that callus in your mind to be able to endure more pain. But now we're saying, actually, even though that is true and you had realized that, you actually hadn't accepted all those negative experiences completely. You accepted them as these things that you had to go through, these thresholds you had to pass through, but you didn't accept them as integral to your character. Is that right?
Exactly. So what I did was, I was definitely getting, I was enduring the pain. I was getting better in the water. I was getting better physically. And that's the thing about it, man. It's like a lot of times, for instance, I was at Bud's Prep for a while before I got out of the SEAL teams, before I retired. And what I saw was we were teaching these guys, we were building these hybrids. And these guys would come to this program straight out of boot camp, and they spent 2 months training for Buds, something that we never did before. Like when I went through, you got orders and went right to Buds. Now we were getting these guys ready for Buds. So it was 2 months of pre-Buds, of getting your ass kicked. So we got these guys more push-ups, more sit-ups, more swimming, more everything. But what I realized, though, is all we were doing was building a bigger, stronger, faster quitter. We never went down to the fucking straight up foundation of that person's soul. So that's what I was doing here. Every time I would overcome something, I thought, oh my God, my past is in the dust. My past is gone. I'm crushing this shit. But what I never did was I never drilled down deep. I never drilled down deep. I never went back to my past and actually sat down with the old David Goggins. The David Goggins that got abused by his dad. The David Goggins that got called nigger. I just thought that me getting better was enough. I said, oh my God, look where I'm at now. I've overcome so much. But whenever hard times would come up, like we talk about here, that rug would lift. And once that rug would lift, all those demons would come flying out. So I had to go back and actually face all of that shit, go back in my past and literally rebuild that foundation.
And it's really interesting because basically all you're doing now in telling your story with this book, but also in all the countless hours you spend telling your story on stage or on podcasts is basically all an outgrowth of that, isn't it? It's a full acceptance, so therefore you can use it to empower you in so many ways, whether it's in PT or in, actually, in your case, it's actually empowered you to tell your story, and it's become its own livelihood.
Right, and I found great strength in doing that. So what I once feared anybody knowing what they're hearing right now. This is all embarrassing shit. But I got to the point where I realized, man, there's power. There's power in being able to tell the whole world, if they want to listen, anything they want to know about you. There's a lot of power. Not many people can do that, but once you get to that point in your life, you have cracked the code. You've cracked the code, and you no longer look at people as, oh my God, they're judging me. Oh my God, what are they saying about me? There's a lot of people that say that, oh, I don't give a fuck. I don't care, whatever, man. But they care. They truly care. I got to the point where, judge me if you want. I truly don't care.
It's interesting, though, because, I mean, we're going to talk about this later as well, but I think it's important for your readers and listeners to understand. I think when they first hear about you and what we're about to talk about in this chapter, I mean, it's absolutely amazing what you can withstand physically or what you did withstand in your life. But in reality, like, this is not some alpha male macho story.
No.
This is actually extreme vulnerability disguised as that. And I think that's what's so interesting and why people are so attracted to your story and what you're doing is that you're giving permission to be vulnerable with yourself. It's actually a very sensitive thing to do. And most people don't have that sensitivity. They don't want to look at those weak points. It makes them feel weak, like you said. And you're giving them permission to do that because you found if you allow yourself to be weak, then you can become so much stronger.
That's exactly the truth. So that's what I found out in me being able to admit my faults, admit my weaknesses, admit my, just admit my insecurities, admit my fears. I found great strength in owning that. We hate owning that. And like you said, you're going to hear in this next part of this chapter about some crazy shit. Like some stuff, even me looking back on it, me reading it, me talking about it with you for months, it's even hard for me to sometimes believe. And people love putting a title on what they don't understand. A lot of people love putting a title on me. Oh man, you just gotta have you have some special brain. You guys have heard my life, at least a fraction of it. There's a lot more to come. Don't put a title on me to make yourself feel better. Do not put a title on me to give yourself a get out of jail free card. I am being vulnerable to you right now. I'm telling you where I come from. I'm telling you my parents. I'm telling you, my learning disabilities, all the issues I had.
Wetting the bed
for a long time. Thanks for bringing that up, Adam. I appreciate that. wet in the bed for a while, sleeping on the floor, having so many fears and insecurities that, I lied so people would accept me. I'm telling you right now, if you put a title on me, you're afraid to face who you are. There is no excuse to be where you're at if you're not where you want to be.
Yeah, and just to encourage you listeners and readers to do this hard work for yourself, because that's what you're encouraging people to do, and so that you can find your strength, your reservoir of strength in it. I think that's just so important. And like, just to remind the world again, this is not some macho man alpha male story. It's a person who has become so vulnerable that this hero emerged. And that's kind of what we're talking about here.
And all we're trying to get is, I'm hoping that you become your own hero.
Yeah,
and I cannot say that enough, man. This is my story, but hopefully you all are at home right now rewriting your book, rewriting your chapters of your life. Change the outlook, change how you look at everything in life. It is possible.
That said, what you're about to hear is some crazy shit. and I will say that, I'm not going to say the 2 episodes that when I first heard your story on Rich Roll's podcast ages ago.
Right.
This right here is one of the things that just made me like go, that's mental. Like, that's fucking crazy. But crazy in a way that, wow, I didn't know that was possible for a human being. And hearing it in detail has just reinforced that. This is some amazing stuff right here.
I had to be open-minded, man. I had to be open-minded.
I showed up to class 235 on a mission and kept to myself throughout much of first phase. There were 156 men in that class on day 1. I still led from the front, but I wasn't about shepherding anyone through Hell Week this time. My knee was still sore, and I needed to put every ounce of energy into getting my ass through buds. I had everything riding on the next 6 months, and I had no illusions about how difficult it would be to make it through. Case in point, Sean Dobbs. Dobbs grew up poor in Jacksonville, Florida. He battled some of the same demons I did, and he came into class with a chip on his shoulder. Right away, I could see he was an elite natural athlete. He was at or near the front on all the runs. He blitzed the O course in 8 minutes and 30 seconds after just a few reps, and he knew he was a bad motherfucker. Then again, like the Taoists say, those that know don't speak, and those who speak, well, they don't know jack shit. On the night before Hell Week began, he talked a lot of noise about the guys in class 235. There were already 55 helmets on the grinder, and he was sure he'd be one of the handful of graduates at the end. He mentioned the guys he knew would make it through Hell Week, and also talked a lot of nonsense about the guys he knew would quit. He had no clue that he was making the classic mistake of measuring himself against others in his class. When he beat them in an evolution or outperformed them during PT, he took a lot of pride in that. It boosted his self-confidence and his performance. In buds, it's common and natural to do some of that. It's all part of the competitive nature of the alpha males who are drawn to the SEALs. But he didn't realize that during Hell Week, you need a solid boat crew to survive, which means depending upon your classmates, not defeating them. While he talked and talked, I took notice. He had no idea what was in store for him and how bad sleep deprivation and being cold fucks you up. He was about to find out. In the early hours of Hell Week, he performed well, but that same drive to defeat his classmates in evolutions and on timed runs came out on the beach. At 5'4" and 188 pounds, Dobbs was built like a fire hydrant. But since he was short, he was assigned to a boat crew of smaller guys, referred to as Smurfs by the instructors. In fact, Psycho Pete made them draw a picture of Papa Smurf on the front of their boat just to fuck with them. That's the kind of thing our instructors did. They looked for any way to break you, and with Dobbs, it worked. He didn't like being grouped up with guys he considered smaller and weaker, and took it out on his teammates. Over the next day, he would grind his own crew down before our eyes. He took up the position at the front of the boat, or the log, and set a blistering pace on the runs. Instead of checking in with his crew and holding something back in reserve, he went all out from the jump. I reached out to him recently, and he said he remembered buds like it happened last week. I was grinding an axe on my own people, he said. I was purposely beating them down, almost like if I made guys quit, it was a check mark on my helmet. By Monday morning, he'd done a decent job of it. 2 of his guys had quit, and that meant 4 smaller guys had to carry their boat and log by themselves. He admitted he was fighting his own demons on that beach, that his foundation was cracked. I was an insecure person with low self-esteem trying to grind an axe, he said, and my own ego, arrogance, and insecurity made my own life more difficult. Translation: his mind broke down in ways he'd never experienced before or since. On Monday afternoon, we did a base swim, and when he emerged from the water, he was hurting. Watching him, it was obvious he could barely walk, and that his mind was teetering on the brink. We locked eyes, and I saw that he was asking himself those simple questions and couldn't find an answer. He looked a lot like I did when I was in pararescue, searching for a way out. From then on, Dobbs was one of the worst performers on the whole beach, and that fucked him up bad. All the people I'd categorized as lower than worms were kicking my butt, he said. Soon his crew was down to 2 men, and he got moved to another boat crew with taller guys. When they lifted the boat head high, he wasn't even able to reach that motherfucker. And all of his insecurities about his size and his past started caving in on him. I started to believe that I didn't belong there, he said. That I was genetically inferior. It was like I had superpowers, and I'd lost them. I was in a place in my mind I'd never been, and I didn't have a roadmap. Think about where he was at that time. This man had excelled through the first few weeks of Buds. He'd come from nothing and was a phenomenal athlete. He had so many experiences along the way he could have leaned on. He'd calloused his mind plenty, but because his foundation was cracked, when shit got real, he lost control of his mindset and became a slave to his self-doubt. On Monday night, Dobbs reported to medical, complaining about his feet. He was sure he had stress fractures, but when he took off his boots, they weren't swollen or black and blue like he'd imagined. They looked perfectly healthy. I know that because I was at med check too, sitting right beside him. I saw his blank stare and knew the inevitable was near. It was the look that comes over a man's face after he surrenders his soul. I had the same look in my eyes when I quit pararescue. What will forever bond me and Sean Dobbs is the fact that I knew he was going to quit before he did. The docs offered him Motrin and sent him back into the suffering. I remember watching Sean lace his boots, wondering at what point he would finally break. That's when SBG pulled up in his truck and yelled, "This will be the coldest night that you will ever experience in your entire lives." I was under my boat with my crew, headed back toward the infamous steel pier when I glanced behind me and saw Sean in the back of SBG's warm truck. He'd surrendered. Within minutes, he would toll the bell 3 times and place his helmet down. In Dobbs' defense, this was one nightmare of a hell week. It rained all day and all night, which meant you never got warm and never got dry. Plus, somebody in command had the brilliant idea that the class shouldn't be fed and watered like kings at chow. Instead, we were supplied cold MREs for almost every meal. They thought that would test us even more, make it more like a real-world battlefield situation. It also meant there was absolutely no relief, and without abundant calories to burn, it was hard for anybody to find the energy to push through pain and exhaustion, let alone keep warm. Yes, it was miserable, but I fucking loved it. I thrived off the barbaric beauty of seeing the soul of a man destroyed, only to rise again and overcome every obstacle in his path. By my 3rd go-round, I knew what the human body could take. I knew what I could take, and I was feeding off that shit. At the same time, my legs didn't feel right, and my knee had been barking since day 1. So far, the pain was something I could handle for at least a couple more days, but the thought of injury was a whole different piece of fuck you pie that I had to block out of my mind. I went into a dark place where there was just me and the pain and suffering. I didn't focus on my classmates or my instructors. I went full caveman. I was willing to die to make it through that motherfucker. I wasn't the only one. Late on Wednesday night, with 36 hours to go before the end of Hell Week, tragedy hit Class 235. We were in the pool for an evolution called the Caterpillar Swim, in which each boat crew swam on their backs, legs locked around torsos in a chain. We had to use our hands in concert to swim. We mustered up at the pool. There were just 26 guys left, and one of them was named John Scott. Mr. Scott was a specimen at 6'2" and 225 pounds, but he'd been sick from breakout and had been in and out of med check all week. While 25 of us stood at attention on the pool deck, swollen, chafed, and bleeding, he sat on the stairs by the pool, jackhammering in the cold. He looked like he was freezing, but waves of heat poured off his skin. His body was a radiator on full blast. I could feel him from 10 feet away. I'd had double pneumonia during my first Hell Week and knew what it looked and felt like. His alveoli, or air sacs, were filling with fluid. He couldn't clear them, so he could barely breathe, which exacerbated this problem. When pneumonia goes uncontrolled, it can lead to pulmonary edema, which can be deadly, and he was halfway there. Sure enough, during the Caterpillar Swim, his legs went limp, and he darted to the bottom of the pool like a doll stuffed with lead. 2 instructors jumped in after him, and from there it was chaos. They ordered us out of the water and lined us up along the fence with our backs facing the pool as medics worked to revive Mr. Scott. We heard everything and knew his chances were slipping. 5 minutes later, he still wasn't breathing, and they ordered us to the locker room. Mr. Scott was transported to the hospital, and we were told to run back to the Buds classroom. We didn't know it yet, but Hell Week was already over. Minutes later, SBG walked in and delivered the news cold. "Mr. Scott is dead," he said. He took stock of the room. His words had been a collective gut punch to men who were already on the knife's edge after nearly a week with no sleep and no relief. SBG didn't give a fuck. "This is the world you live in. He's not the first, and he won't be the last to die in your line of work." He looked over at Mr. Scott's roommate and said, "Mr. Moore, don't steal any of his shit." Then he left the room like it was just another fucked up day. I felt torn between grief, nausea, and relief. I was sad and sick to my stomach that Mr. Scott had died, but we were all relieved to have survived Hell Week. Plus, the way SBG handled it was straight ahead, no bullshit. And I remember thinking if all SEALs were like him, this would definitely be the world for me. Talk about mixed emotions. See, most civilians don't understand that you need a certain level of callousness to do the job we were being trained to do. To live in a brutal world, you have to accept cold-blooded truths. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not necessarily proud of it. But Special Ops is a calloused world, and it demands a calloused mind. Hell Week had ended 36 hours early. There was no pizza or brown shirt ceremony on the grinder, but 25 men out of a possible 156 had made it. Once again, I was one of the few, and once again, I was swollen like a Pillsbury doughboy and on crutches with 21 weeks of training still to come. My patella was intact, but both of my shins were slivered with small fractures. It gets worse. The instructors were surly because they'd been forced to call Hell Week prematurely, so they ended Walk Week after just 48 hours. By every conceivable metric, I was fucked. When I moved my ankle, my shins were activated, and I felt searing pain, which was a monumental problem because a typical week in Buds demands up to 60 miles of running. Imagine doing that on 2 broken shins. Most of the guys in Class 235 lived on base at Naval Special Warfare Command in Coronado. I lived about 20 miles away in a $700 a month studio apartment with a mold problem in Chula Vista, which I shared with my pregnant wife and stepdaughter. After she got pregnant, Pam and I remarried. I financed a new Honda Passport, which put me roughly $60,000 in debt, and the 3 of us drove out from Indiana to San Diego to restart our family. I just cleared Hell Week for the 2nd time in a calendar year, and she was set to deliver our baby right around graduation. But there was no happiness in my head or my soul. How could there be? We lived in a shithole that was at the edge of affordability, and my body was broken once again. If I couldn't make it through, I wouldn't even be able to afford rent. We'd have to start all over and find a new line of work. I could not and would not let that happen. The night before first phase kicked back up in intensity, I shaved my head and stared into my reflection. For almost 2 years straight, I'd been taking pain to the extreme and coming back for more. I'd succeeded in spurts, only to be buried alive in failure. That night, the only thing that allowed me to continue pushing forward was the knowledge that everything I'd been through had helped callous my mind. The question was, how thick was the callus? How much pain could one man take? Did I have it in me to run on broken legs? I woke up at 3:30 the next morning and drove to the base. I limped to the Bud's cage where we kept our gear and slumped onto a bench, dropping my backpack at my feet. It was dark as hell inside and out, and I was all alone. I could hear the rolling surf in the distance as I dug through my dive bag. Buried beneath my dive gear were 2 rolls of duct tape. I could only shake my head and smile in disbelief as I grabbed them, knowing how insane my plan was. I carefully pulled a thick black tube sock over my right foot. The shin was tender to the touch, and even the slightest twitch of the ankle joint registered high on the suffering scale. From there, I looped the tape around my heel, then up over my ankle and back down to my heel, eventually moving both down the foot and up my calf until my entire lower leg and foot were wrapped tight. That was just the first coat. Then I put another black tube sock on and taped my foot and ankle the same way. By the time I was done, I had 2 sock layers and 2 tape layers. And once my foot was laced up in the boot, my ankle and shin were protected and immobilized. Satisfied, I did up my left foot, and an hour later it was as though both my lower legs were sunk into soft casts. It still hurt to walk, but the torture that I'd felt when my ankle moved was more tolerable. Or at least I thought so. I'd find out for sure when we started to run. Our first training run that day was my trial by fire, and I did the best I could to run with my hip flexors. Usually we let our feet and lower legs drive the rhythm. I had to reverse that. It took intense focus to isolate each movement and generate motion and power in my legs from the hip down. And for the first 30 minutes, the pain was the worst I'd ever felt in my life. The tape cut into my skin, while the pounding sent shockwaves of agony up my slivered shins. And this was just the first run in what promised to be 5 months of continual pain. Was it possible to survive this, day after day? I thought about quitting. If failure was my future, and I'd have to rethink my life completely, what was the point of this exercise? Why delay the inevitable? Was I fucked in the head? Each and every thought boiled down to the same old simple question. Why? The only way to guarantee failure is to quit right now, motherfucker. I was talking to myself now, silently screaming over the din of anguish that was crushing my mind and soul. Take the pain, or it won't just be your failure, it will be your family's failure. I imagined the feeling I would have if I could actually pull this off, if I could endure the pain required to complete this mission. That bought me another half-mile before more pain rained down and swirled within me like a typhoon. People have a hard time going through buds healthy, and you're going through it on broken legs. Who else would even think of this, I asked? Who else would be able to run even 1 minute on one broken leg, let alone 2? Only Goggins. You are 20 minutes in the business, Goggins. You are a fucking machine. Each step you run from now until the end will only make you harder. That last message cracked the code like a password. My calloused mind was my ticket forward, and at the 40-minute mark, something remarkable happened. The pain receded to low tide, into my skin, and my muscles and bones were warm enough to take some pounding. The pain would come and go throughout the day, but it became much more manageable, and when the pain did show up, I told myself it was proof of how tough I was and how much tougher I was becoming. Day after day, the same ritual played itself out. I showed up early, duct taped my feet, endured 30 minutes of extreme pain, talked myself through it, and survived. This was no fake it till you make it bullshit. To me, the fact that I showed up every day, willing to put myself through something like that, was truly amazing. The instructors rewarded me for it too. They offered to bind my hands and feet and throw me in the pool to see if I could swim 4 fucking laps. In fact, they didn't offer. They insisted. This was one part of an evolution they like to call drown-proofing. I preferred to call it controlled drowning. With our hands bound behind us and feet tied behind our back, all we could do is dolphin kick. And unlike some of the experienced swimmers in our class, who looked like they'd been pulled from the Michael Phelps gene pool, my dolphin kick was that of a stationary rocking horse and provided about the same propulsion. I was continually out of breath, fighting to stay near the surface, chicken-necking my head above the water to get a breath, only to sink down and kick hard, trying in vain to find momentum.
Foggers, 13
For
hours,
weeks, I'd hit the pool, and even
What's up,
experimented
man,
with wetsuit
homie?
shorts to see if I could hide them under
How's
my
it
uniform
going?
to provide some buoyancy. They made it look like I was wearing a diaper under the tight-ass nut-hugging UDT shorts.
I'm proud of you, man.
They didn't help. But all that practice did
Was
get
it
me
good?
comfortable
Did you
enough
take
with the feeling of
breaks?
drowning
Was it
that I was able
productive?
to endure and
Yeah?
pass that
You
test.
didn't get hurt? Good?
We had another brutal underwater evolution in second phase, aka dive phase. Again, it involved treading water, which always sounds basic as hell whenever I write it.
I'm sure you
But
did
for
it
this drill, we
smartly.
were fitted with fully charged, twin 80-liter tanks and a 16-pound weight belt. We had fins, but kicking with fins increased the pain quotient and stress on my ankles and shins. I couldn't tape up for the water. I had to suck up the pain. After that, we had to swim on our backs for 50 meters without sinking, then flip over and swim 50 meters on our stomach, once again staying on the surface, all
Been
while
good.
being fully loaded.
I still have the
We weren't allowed
injury,
to use
but
any
I
flotation
decided I'm
devices
just gonna
whatsoever.
push through
And keeping our
and
heads up caused intense
you'll just
pain
take
in our
care of
necks,
myself better
shoulders,
and eat
hips,
better.
and lower backs.
Just,
The noises coming out of the pool that day are something I'll never forget.
if it gets
Our
worse,
desperate
then I'll
attempts
stop.
to stay
But
afloat and breathe conjured an audible mixture of terror, frustration, and exertion. We were gurgling, grunting, and gasping. I heard guttural screams and high-pitched squeals. Several guys sunk to the bottom, took off their weight belts, and slipped free of their tanks, letting them crash to the floor of the pool, then jetted to the surface. Only one man passed that evolution on the first try. We only got 3 chances to pass any given evolution, and it took me all 3 to pass that one. On my last attempt, I focused on long, fluid scissor kicks, again using my overworked hip flexors. I barely made it. By the time we got to third phase, the land warfare training module on San Clemente Island, my legs were healed up, and I knew I'd make it through to graduation. But just because it was the last lap doesn't mean it was easy. At the main buzz compound
I
on the
haven't been
Strand,
able
you
to
get lots of
train
looky-loos coming through. Officers of all stripes stop in to watch training.
I haven't been able to train as much either. Just because like I actually need to focus on my financials. Otherwise, I could get evicted for not being able to pay bills. So I'm trying to be like I've shifted a little bit in terms of like it forced me to work on my socials and streaming. I'm gonna try and set up a player base today. While still grinding. If I hit world record on any of sort of the more main exercises, as soon as I do that, I'm gonna like tweet, put it on my profile, everything. Aimbot Neon, I was DMing with him, and he told me, hey, you should do player base. I'm also trying to set up a Fiverr. He said join Celestial Aim. I don't know what you think about that, because he said do Celestial Aim and just get like top 100, 100 on some of those like CA benchmarks or something. Being like an aim group is a lot better for me than just them being some random dude, So like use left hand when right hand hurt. Good to hear. Oh yeah. So when you use left hand, do you think that helped you with neuroplasticity? Because that's one of the things that I kind of like doing a little bit at the beginning. Is instead of I don't train my left hand in terms of aim, but I do like inverted. I don't know if you ever saw me doing that. Like I would do like very small dot that forces me to focus. By the way, when you guys say like this is not not for blood pressure, the godlike flicker, right? The flicker godlike 2 faster smaller is a lot less of how do you put it? Straight up just a benefit scenario. Like it's not a normal scenario because the whole purpose of it is actually frustration. It is designed to simulate the same level, like the most level of frustration that you can get while performing like an exercise. And I love putting that first thing at the top, and having people play that shit with like, especially with like a sense randomizer, so it's even worse. And what your brain basically does, and if you follow like Andrew Huberman's any neuroscience research, you know that the frustration is when the brain is releasing the most amount of acetylcholine, BDNF, all these chemicals, neurotransmitters, and neuroregulators that are basically for the lack of a better like medical term, like neuroplasticity or enhance neuroplasticity, which enhances then feeds into the learning session that is going to happen, that it's to follow. Does that make sense? And one of the best way to induce frustration is through like actual like motor skills. So if you pick up like a very hard motor skill to do like juggling a ball or something like that, that's actually probably the best way. But aiming is actually another, like kovaaks is another way, right? It's because it's visual, it's still visual, sensory, and motor control, right? It's visual motor training essentially, right? So the visual aspect isn't 100% necessary, but what's important is that it's skill specific way to induce frustration, and that's why I'll always recommend, I want people to play the most like difficult imaginable version of the scenario first thing before they play like the rest of the scenarios, and include something like that in the playlist. Always like a small dot reactivity or small dot dynamic clicking that is extremely frustrating is very good. The other reason it's good is you want generally, especially it's good is because it's one bot. When you have one target and your vision is just fixated on one thing and focus on that one thing, that is one of the best ways to induce flow state, because it is essentially the same thing as meditation, perhaps even stronger. So when people ask me like, well, how do you like how do you meditate, blah blah blah, Amers, I tell them, you're already doing it. You're doing a form of meditation. And mindfulness isn't just about sitting there and closing your eyes and crossing your legs, focusing your breathing. Like, that's not mindfulness, right? Mindfulness is a state of being. It's a way of being. It's a way of exerting your mental energy, exerting your mental direction and focus. So the important thing is to recognize that you are already doing a form of meditation when you play kovaaks, and to realize that if you want to dedicate a form of meditation, you want to think of it like how we transfer aim to in-game, right? We start with kovaaks, break it down to the smallest element, and repeat it many, many times very, very quickly in a short amount of time. That is the definition of aim training, right? And then we start adding building blocks to it. Add counter strafing, add movement, go practice in-game range, add a realistic butt size, add a butt movement. And then we transfer to, okay, now we work on crosshair placement in order to enhance the where the aim starts from, to make sure it starts from the closest, best place possible, closest to the enemy head. Then we add recoil control, we add human movement, and how that works in deathmatch, right? So start with kovaaks, range, deathmatch, and build it up like that. It is the same thing with meditation and mindfulness and focus and attention. Playing kovaaks is a mindfulness or attention level that is already it's pretty complex. It involves multiple elements, right? So my advice is build it like that and ease into it. So you might start out with the straight up just simple breathing meditation, just 5 minutes maybe, and then next you ease into what I like to call proprioceptive meditation. This is something that I invented. I'm now holding a class every single day in Hentai Aim, my aim group, around noontime Eastern, and for 6 p.m. Central European time. So anyone can join, but I will be leading people through that exact process. So you start out with the smallest building block, which is straight meditation, and then proprioceptive meditation is when you're focused on, you can Google that term, when you focus on the perception of where your limbs are located, and without necessarily visual confirmation. It's awareness of where your body is. And that's partially why the NSDR meditation that walks you through focusing on different parts of your body is very, very effective in neuroscience, according to all the research and the results that are coming out. And so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing sort of a focus NSDR, but very much concentrated on the hands and arm and the shoulders. So close our eyes, start with breathing, and then focus all our attention on, for example, the deltoids, the shoulder, and that will be very, very good for like arm aimers, right? The other aspect of the meditation is, of course, postural awareness. Meditation is something that you can use right before aim training, to give you that postural awareness, and that flows very nicely into proprioceptive meditation, where you focus on especially the 5 tips of your fingers and the touch, what I like to call your mouse touch points. So this is one of those things where some pros and coaches recommend, hey, like, grip your mouse the same way every single time and like mark where you grip your mouse. My recommendation is, instead of doing that, work on building awareness of your hand, so especially through closing your eyes, focusing your breath, and then focusing on these 5 touch points and moving it, and really feel. It allows you to feel the mouse, and based on just the way your hand is touching your mouse, you should be able to figure out that same grip every single time, right? I want you to have that tactile awareness. I want everyone to have that tactile awareness. So if we're meditating, might as well meditate on that. So, and then now we're building, right? We're building. We focus on the 5 tips at first, and really focus on getting that feel. Once we get that feel, maybe do a little squeezes, and we're gonna go through very small parts of our hand. I'm gonna help everybody build their extreme micro precision, because if you really focus your awareness on, for example, this single pinky, or even like this single muscle over here, you can twitch it and you can feel it and you can move it, and you start from almost a pixel on your hand, those 5 touch points. You can expand that touch point and expand your awareness to start including more and more of your hand and fingers. And you're wiggling, right? And you kind of feel those muscles impact your mouse. You're not even using your mouse yet, right? You're not getting visual feedback. Because what you'll realize is that, especially for medium to high sense players, you'll realize you will get the muscular contraction and that feedback way before your mouse moves. And that's very important, because when you get the muscular feedback before you get visual confirmation, in many ways, and you get that awareness, in many ways you're essentially cheating. Does that make sense? Based on how your muscles move, where your mouse is going to be. And it takes more muscle movement than minimum required to move the mouse. It's very important. So you need to get to a point where you can feel your muscles move before the mouse moves, and you want to understand the minimum amount of muscle movement required to move the mouse 1 pixel towards the direction that you want. And now you've built the atom, the 0 pixel, the first pixel, the single movement, the smallest component of aim possible. That's where we start, and then we start expanding it gradually towards including, okay, now we include visual feedback. Now we include more of the hand, where at the height you will have supreme awareness of the entirety of the chain that's involved in aim, all the way starting even from your neck, all the way down to the tip of your finger. You will have great awareness of your breathing. That is the objective of a meditation prior to aim. I feel like I should have recorded that. Should I just end and restart stream, maybe? Just so it has like a bookmark. I don't know how to do bookmarks otherwise. Hopefully at least one of you guys were listening to that fucking wisdom. Did you guys know that Garfield's I shit wisdom status profile, it refers to me? That's actually a quote from me. What do you guys think? Let me know. I'm gonna go grab some a little water. Oh, that was beautiful. Thank you. That is when your awareness and your knowledge is leading ahead of your body. And that's how I know that I'm gonna be successful, because my soul and my intent and my knowledge and my awareness, my mind is ahead of I can dare tell you guys that I think, mentally speaking, mind, just speaking of the mind, I'm actually the best aimer in the world, actually, and coach. It's just that it takes time to materialize. It's all about esports in the end, and getting to a high skill level in any skill ends up becoming all about conceiving what's possible, right? The quote is, if you can conceive it, you can achieve it, right? And there's a reason for that. Conceiving what's possible, visualizing, planning, and seeing in extreme detail the future, and then letting your awareness and body just morph, transform, and become and take the now into that future. So taking the future and dragging it forward towards the now, and walking through that time. And that time is your path. That's why the quote, if you can conceive it, you can achieve it, exists. It all starts from the mind and the intent and your mind. If you visualize it vividly, you can feel it, you can hear it, you can hear your success, you can smell the arena, you can visualize the exact computer that you'll be using at that competition, at that tournament. You can hear all the voices, exactly what they're shouting, your name, their chants. You see fans, see fucking wet girls ready to fuck you, and they're just eye fucking you. Scandinavian too. That's when you'll succeed. That's how you succeed, and that is aim training, isn't it? You're always visualizing or imagining the path that your crosshair, your dot is going to go. Right? You're always trying to bridge the gap between the target. The target is what you want, is your goal, is your conception. It's what you conceive, it's what you want, it's your ambition. And your current reality is your crosshair, is your now. You're always trying to close the gap between your target and your crosshair, aren't you? So when somebody asks me, how can I meditate for aim training? That's why I tell them, you're already doing it. Aim training, it's not just a metaphor for life, but you guys need to understand that taking where you are and closing the gap between now and the future, your target, where you want to be, is something I want you guys to kind of almost visualize or feel, right? And imagine that target is indeed your goal. I want you to physically almost feel the pull of that future. Physically feel the pull of that dot. Right. When you aim, you're not pushing. You don't push with your arms. You don't push with your fingertips. You get sucked. You get pulled into your target. That's how you aim. So let yourself get sucked into the path and just let gravity walk you through the path of success. And you know that the more intently you want to close that gap, the faster you flick, the more energy you put into it, the more joules, the more power, the more speed you put behind your intent to get there, the faster that gap will close. The more surely you'll be able to close that gap. You overflick by a little bit, that's fine. People always like to say, don't overflick. Don't worry about overflicking. At least if you overflick, you're much closer to the target than all the other people that haven't even begun the flick. So think about it like that. The gap between your now and the target in future you want is actually a lot narrower than you think. It can be reached in a flick. But imagine the amount of tension, the energy, right? When you go for a truly fast flick, almost your whole body shakes, don't it? Like when you really speed up, you're using all of your fucking body in it, almost. That intensity, that energy. Imagine that energy and intensity, and observe it and bring it into your life and use that energy in your daily life, when you structure your routine, when you perform your tasks, when you go through your school day, when you work, when you're going through your kovaaks routine. Imagine it. And let the goal pull you. Let it pull you in with intensity. I'm gonna cut and restart my stream here. I think that would be a pretty good video. And that's a good representation of how I want to lead my session. So we've come full circle, right? We begin with this small component of meditation, pixel perfect awareness. We build it up. We go through a small routine, maybe 15 to 20 minute routine that is experimental, innovative, fun, specific, and of course always evolving and different every single time. We will sort of warm down or cool down with sort of a short meditation, and then come back to where we started, and I'll sort of end with, this is our thought for the day. If other people also have thoughts for the day, we share it. And then that can lead into, maybe we can spend maybe 10 minutes getting to know each other, talking about what's our goal for the day, each of us, celebrate anything that we've done together. The dopamine release is exponential. That's why when you celebrate with friends, it feels even better, doesn't it? I think that's where the power of communal training is. And I think AIM groups don't have any idea how to take advantage of it. And the idea is that, let's say there's 4 other people here really cheering you up. We share our goals, we keep each other accountable, and then we say, go use Electorate. You hit your goal of, top number 1 in XYZ scenario. And we also share, obviously, know-hows and tips. In my mind, that's like the most productive and fantastic session and way to improve, right? So rather than be just be an aim group that has benchmarks and that's kind of what I want to do is, and I want to see how much faster, just how much faster, just how much faster we improve when we approach it together. All of that, which is backed by social science research, when it comes to motivation, shame, communal encouragement, support. And so imagine the disappointment when yesterday was our first session and I was the only one there. But that's another. I'm gonna be running it every day, regardless of if people show up or not. And I'll try to run it twice a day, promote it, etc. I'll cut it there. You know what I have to do? I just. And stop using fucking FOV tricks to hit high scores on scenarios. This is the point. I will be at the next one. I will be happy. I'm trying to make it similar to like Pure G because I heard Pure G has pro players and top aimers, but I don't really care about that as much as the reason why I like pro players, top aimers, because those are the ones that like have put in the effort and are willing to put in the effort. But I'm mainly looking for people that have that growth mindset and like want to nourish it and help it develop further, etc., etc. I did post a tweet, but I deleted it because I tagged Rid there and Dot on Bot, and Dot on Bot told me, please don't fucking tag me or involve me. So I deleted it, but I'm gonna post it back up. Oh, what the fuck? Ah, shit, my ears. Fuck.
Which means there are people peering over the instructor's shoulders. On the island, it's just you and them. They are free to get nasty, and they show no mercy.
I'm about to
Which is
PB on
exactly
this
why
bitch.
I loved the island. One afternoon,
Ow,
we
my
split into
fucking-
teams of 2 and 3 guys to build hide sites that blend in with the
I don't know how to
vegetation.
set up.
We were
So
coming
there's
down
a
to the
way
end
to
by
set up
then,
an
and
event
everyone was in
in
killer
Discord,
shape
but there's
and
no way to
unafraid.
set up like
Guys were
recurring
getting
events.
sloppy with their attention to detail, and the instructors were pissed off, so they called everyone down into a valley to give us a classic beatdown. There would be push-ups, sit-ups,
Apollo
flutter kicks,
Discord
and
bot.
8-count
Let
bodybuilders
me
galore.
try this.
But first they
Right
told us
to
to kneel
server.
down and dig holes with our hands, large enough to bury ourselves up to the neck for some unspecified length of time. I was smiling my ass off and
Zala, are
digging
you
deep
still here?
when one of the instructors came
Would
up
you
with
have
a
any
new,
ideas
creative
on
way
like how to
torture me.
promote
Goggins,
something
get
like
up.
that?
You like the shit
Are
too
you
much.
part of any aim groups?
I laughed and kept
You know
digging,
any
but
people
he was
that would
serious.
like something
I
like
said,
this
get up,
or want to
Goggins.
try it
You're
out?
getting way too much pleasure. I stood up, stepped to the side, and watched my classmates suffer for the next 30 minutes without me. From then on, the instructors stopped including me in their beatdowns. When the class was ordered to do push-ups, sit-ups, or get wet and sandy, they'd always exclude me. I took it as a point of pride that I'd finally broken the will of the entire Bud staff, but I also missed the beatdowns, because I saw them as opportunities to callous my mind. Now, they were over for me. Considering that the grinder was center stage for a lot of Navy SEAL training, it makes sense that's where Bud's graduation is held. Families fly in. Fathers and brothers puff their chests out. Mothers, wives, and girlfriends are all done up and drop-dead gorgeous. Instead of pain and misery, it was all smiles on that patch of asphalt as the graduates of Class 235 mustered up in our dress whites, beneath a huge American flag billowing in the sea breeze. To our right was the infamous bell that 130 of our classmates tolled in order to quit what is
You should
arguably
come
the most
join
challenging
VC.
training in the military.
Of course, no
Each of us was
clue. I'm
introduced and
only.
acknowledged
Oh.
individually. My mother had tears of joy in her eyes when my
Come
name was
to
called.
Hentai
But
MVC.
strangely, I didn't feel much of anything, except sadness. On the grinder and later at McPee's, the SEAL pub of choice in downtown Coronado, my teammates beamed with pride as they gathered to take photos with their families. At the bar, music blared while everyone got drunk and raised hell like they just won something. And to be honest, that shit annoyed me, because I was sorry to see Buds go. When I first locked in on the SEALs, I was looking for an arena that would either destroy me completely or make me unbreakable. Buds provided that. It showed me what the human mind is capable of, and how to harness it to take more pain than I'd ever felt before, so I could learn to achieve things I never even knew were possible, like running on broken legs. After graduation, it would be up to me to continue to hunt impossible tasks, because though it was an accomplishment to become just the 36th African-American Buds graduate in Navy SEAL history, my quest to defy the odds had only just begun. My man, that is crazy. The running on broken legs. Obviously that's what we were referencing before we were talking right before the Dobbs stuff.
Right.
I found it.
I mean, that is
I'm
just
making it happen right now.
unreal, man. When I heard that, I was just like, wow, I am such a pussy.
Well, see, what happened is my mentality started growing by leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
And you'll see in these next coming chapters how far my mind starts to go.
Yeah.
And that also starts to hurt me.
Yeah.
That also starts to hurt me coming up, man. I start
Hentai
to,
aim.
start
Aren't
to
you a
dive
part of
into,
hentai aim?
parts of the mind that many people have never even explored, have never even don't even think it's even possible. And I was starting to tap
Wait,
into these different
I don't have
spots
you-
that I was like,
What's
my
your
God, the mind
Discord?
is truly amazing.
It reminds me of, do you remember that season Kobe played like with a bad wrist the entire season? Like he had a torn ligament in his wrist the whole season or something like that. You remember that?
Yep.
Yeah, it reminds me of that, like, because at the time, we all knew he was doing that, but like, I don't even feel like that got as much play as it probably should have.
Right. And you know what's funny? I hear about those things and I sometimes laugh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I know these people
YouTube.
went through some serious stuff, but
YouTuber.
I'm literally going through the hardest training,
YouTuber.
arguably in the world.
Right, with no big
Dining
health
to
staff
jail.
baby
Right.
after a
I
2-hour
don't
game.
have like ice baths and shit.
No.
I'm in the daggone cage putting duct tape on my daggone ankles and feet, and it's excruciating. And I'm hoping to get in the Pacific Ocean because it was cold. So I was hoping to get in that water so my body would get frozen. So that would also help with it was actually numb. It actually numbed my feet.
Fuck yeah. I mean, you're still on a reserve salary.
Exactly.
You're not even getting a full SEAL salary.
No, man. So this ain't like Kobe Bryant
No.
shit, man. This is like, I'm sitting here thinking,
This
man.
is caveman.
Yeah, this is straight up barbaric,
This is caveman.
savage,
Yeah.
like next level Garanimal shit.
I mean, what's the difference in pay? Like, how much were you making and how much were you hoping to get just by running on broken legs?
Hey, you
So
handsome.
basically, I was in E5, I believe, I was in E4. So I was in E4,
Hello.
and I was probably bringing home, going through
Hey.
buds, about
You're
$22
handsome, man.
a month.
You're
And
handsome,
then if you got
boy.
through buds, what was your payday?
I was gonna
You're
get.
handsome.
I was
Actually,
a-
I'm
I was
not
part of the
allowed to
STAR
say that.
program, So I was go
You're
from
still
E4 to
underage,
E5,
right?
which jumped my pay up. I
Oh
was gonna
fuck!
get
Never mind.
dive
I was
pay
about to be
and
like,
jump
you're ugly
pay
as fuck.
and demo pay. So that was gonna jack my pay up from about
I'm
$2,200
straight,
a
by
month
the way. I won't hit
to
on you.
damn
Don't
near
worry.
$4,500
But
double my pay.
Which is great, but
I'm a
it's not
bromance
Kobe Bryant
type
game.
of guy.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
no, not at all, man. And,
I'm a
these,
good
it
guy.
was, and
I'm
plus going
chaotic
through
good.
buds, your legs, that's almost 100% of what you're doing.
What's
Yeah.
up? Why you feeling lonely?
It was very different, and there was no.
It's just
really
turned in.
days
We
off.
just turned in.
That's what I'm
I
saying, man.
also
When I hear
plan
your
to do
story,
a
so
little
all I
bit
can
of
think
like
about
mental health
is
support
who
for
are the people out there going through stuff you just
I'm
can't
a
even
part of
imagine,
Healthy
you
Gamer
know what I mean?
GG.
And, like, and fighting for it.
And
You know, it's actually
I've
life
gone through their
affirming to hear
coaching, and
all that
I
you had
actually
to
do
go
plan to
through
become
and
a
you achieved and
volunteer
you got
coach as
through it.
well
It's
because I
like,
care about mental health
that's
and
why
helping
I'm
help people
motivated by
through
your
those
story, and I think a lot of
issues.
people are. Because it shows you that
And
it's possible
you know,
to go through shit you
aimers
can't even
and
imagine.
like
But what's
are
funny
our
is some of the hardest
gamers, right?
people on the
And
planet
they
Earth, you'll
feel
never hear
lonely.
No.
They
So we
do
idolize
something really
these
competitive so
sport
they can be
figures.
under
Yeah.
stress.
Because they have a broken
A
toenail.
lot of us
or
will
they have
be
plantar
like
fasciitis. Oh my
preparing
God,
pro
like Peyton
players.
Manning.
So
He
I
has
want
plantar
to, as an
fasciitis.
aim group,
I know
like
a million ultra
be
runners
sort
who
of the
every day
opposite
run
of
with
Sora
plantar
aim.
fasciitis.
Like I
Right,
want to
right.
be
So it's just how
inclusive, offer support
we
for
idolize these
anybody
people, and
going
just
through
these old school knuckle
difficulties.
draggers, these everyday
Rather
men and women
really
who are
make this
getting
a
after it,
place
who are hard
with.
as shit. And it's like, hey,
My
whatever, man.
philosophy is
Just
if
get
you
up
want to become
and
a
do
better
something that
player, you
sucks every
must
day.
become a
They
better
don't care.
person.
No. Yeah.
And
Well,
I really want this
do a
server
couple
to
behind the
embody
scenes on the
that.
SEALs that
And
we
we
didn't,
have
you know,
three pillars,
we're going to get into
actually,
more
believe
SEAL
it or
stuff
not.
as you go.
It's David
But,
Goggins,
you know, with your deployments.
Buddha,
but
and Steve
some of the
Jobs.
guys that aren't into deployments either that we want to highlight.
No,
I think there was
like
Drew Sheets,
I
and we
thought
wanted
like,
to give
hey,
some
because
backstory.
here's the thing, like whenever
as well
people
as some
say
other
like
guys.
pillars, and then
So
they
with
say
Drew
like one of
Sheets-
our pillar
Drew
is
Sheets was in
like
my third
faith
Hell
or
Week.
persistence.
And
It's like
he was my Bill Brown.
you know
so
how
Bill Brown
like
was in my second Hell Week.
people use
Drew
mind
Sheets was in my
palace like
third Hell
memory
Week.
technique.
And he
It's
was my
kind of
pillar
like
beside
that,
me.
you know.
He was
When
the
you
guy
think
that was like, look, so the front of the
Gandhi,
boat
you don't just
is
think
extremely
like
heavy.
He was Bill Brown
one
for your
thing,
third Hell
right?
Week.
You think
Exactly. He was my Bill
kindness,
Brown for my
peace,
third Hell Week, and
love,
he was the
right?
guy. I was
Like
number one guy.
persistence,
number one
all of
position on the
that.
boat is the front
So
of
I
the boat
thought,
is
hey,
heavy as shit. Number two is
Steve
about the
Jobs
second
because
heaviest
of
spot, which is also the front of the boat.
acumen,
And
because of
basically,
his
we both got
extreme
out of
like
Hell Week, and it was
dedication,
like, what,
because
it
of
was,
his
we got
perfectionism,
out
because of his
Thursday morning,
creativity mainly.
and we were both on
When
crutches.
people think Steve Jobs,
And we both have
okay,
broken
yeah,
legs.
like he
But the thing
wasn't
with Drew
always,
Sheets
you know,
is
he's
that Drew
not
couldn't continue
like
on.
the
This
god
is Drew's
that
first
some
class.
people
This is my
believed him
third
to
class.
be,
So
right?
Drew
We all know
actually
that.
got rolled back, I think, to class
I
either
might swap
236
him
or
out for some other
237.
creative dude.
And Drew couldn't believe
But
that I was going on.
the
'cause we both had the
pillars
same amount,
remain,
we
you know,
had
the
a high
values
number
that
of
he
breaks
represents remain,
in our
which is
shins. And I was like, hey,
his
I gotta
quote
keep on
is,
going, dude.
right, think
So
different,
that's Drew
right,
Sheets.
and
We
don't
had
be
Bill
afraid
Brown
to be
for my
different.
second Hell Week. And
On
a
that's
great story
huge.
about Bill Brown was in his first
and
class.
Goggins is
he was in
there
dive phase.
for like sort
And
of the
Bill
he
got
represents
beat a
the
lot.
fitness
Push-ups, sit-ups, stuff
aspect.
like
He
that.
represents the body.
The instructors just didn't like
So
Bill
it's
Brown.
it almost
So
starts
there
to
was
sound
one
like a
time
religion,
that
like
Bill got
a
in
body,
trouble, or
mind,
they didn't
and
like him for whatever
soul
reason,
kind
and
of
they
a
named him
thing.
8
But
count
he
bodybuilders.
represents the
And
body.
they
He
forgot about
represents
him.
the persistence.
And
He
was
represents
in the
the
back,
stay hard
back by second
mentality.
phase,
That represents
in a
the growth
location
mindset.
where you could easily get forgotten about.
And Buddha is
And Bill was back
represents
there for a few
the
hours
leadership
doing 8 count
and
bodybuilders.
philosophy
And the
and
class went to
his
chow. The class came back. The class did some
emotional
stuff. They're like, hey,
strength.
do a muster.
Right.
A muster's
The
like, hey,
willingness to
basically like a head
be
count.
peaceful in
So
face
they
of
did a
suffering,
muster,
things like
and
that.
they couldn't
So
find
that's
Bill
what
Brown.
he represents.
And the instructor
So
remembered,
it's
oh my
body,
God, I
mind,
had him
and
do
soul.
8 count bodybuilders.
In
So he was expecting to see Bill Brown
many
just kind of
ways,
sitting
right?
back
Steve
there
Jobs
chilling
is the
out.
mind.
He went back there hours later and Freak Brown is
Goggins
still
is the
busting out
body,
8-count
and
bodybuilders,
then
man.
Buddha
Hours
is
later,
the soul.
nobody watching them, totally
And it's the
accountable.
triangle.
So that was a great story about Bill
Yeah.
Brown.
So
And
those are our
you know
three
about Kenny
pillars.
Bigby, man.
And
So we
I
interview
need
all
to
these
make
guys,
I thought of
you
like
can
a
share some
really
stories about
like
Kenny Bigby,
nice,
and I have some
at
also.
least
Yeah, I
either
think the
fun
story
or
that
cool
I like the
graphic for
best
it,
is
but
so
I
Kenny
gave
Bigby.
up. So I'm just gonna like
He was a
post
competitive martial artist. His dad had a
like
dojo.
make a
Also in
PowerPoint with
Indianapolis, correct?
Yeah, we both
their like
actually. I went to
photos or
North
some
Central
shit,
for about
or
probably
draw
about a
it
half
in
the
paint.
year,
Yeah, like the
maybe a
Holy
little bit less.
Trinity.
Kenny Bigby
I'll
went to
just
North
draw it
Central
in
2 years
paint.
after I did.
And
But
he's like worshiping
that's
Bruce
what
Lee and all
hentai
that.
aim
And
is
he
going to
was
be
a
about, is
great martial
improving
artist.
people
And then he ends up
across those 3
also
points.
was a great dancer. I mean, he was
Yusuf,
just a great athlete.
GM legend.
And he
Oh, good morning.
the story
yes,
I
yes,
remember
yes.
him
Hello,
telling
good
us was
morning.
that
What's up,
he
man?
basically had maybe $100, $200 to his name, and he got in a van with a bunch of guys.
I thought
and
that
they came out
that too when I
to
first
California
saw it.
to try to make it in music
What are you
videos
up
and
to
in
today?
Hollywood doing the
What
dancing
are you
thing.
working
And
on?
he was getting by. He was literally homeless in LA, getting by
Isn't it
doing
lunchtime?
dance shows on the Venice boardwalk.
You're
Those
in
guys
Germany,
that do the kind of the
didn't you?
flip shows and the hip hop breakdancing
Oh,
shows.
you're in UK.
And he was
okay.
living that way. And he ended up making, getting some money together, getting some jobs, and getting a place. But I just found it so fascinating that he was out there for the better part of a year,
but
and then ends up joining up in the Navy.
I'm not gonna.
I just found it fascinating. Like you just
That's
never.
all right.
That's another one. You just never know who you're interacting with, who you're seeing, and the capacity that these guys have. And I just love Kenny's story about that. He's just fucking hilarious.
Oh man, Kenny is a funny dude.
Because
I mean, he is a
UK
funny
people
guy, and
have like
there was
very
one time going
specific
through Buds,
things
I
of
think it was,
pride.
yeah, it was my
and
second
they
hell
get
week.
like offended.
I mean, it was like
It's
freezing
super,
outside.
They can't
and
get super
the
offended.
instructor's like, "Hey, Kenny,
Um,
it was
with
like the, what's it
US
called? The
people,
backspin.
I think there's
Hey, do the
it's
backspin.
not
So
as
this guy
it's
is
not
on the
as like
sand in the
easy.
beach doing the backspin
I mean, you can
breakdancing.
people get
It was
offended easily. That's
hilarious,
not
man.
what
I mean,
I'm
he's
saying. I'm
I
not
mean, he's
saying like
busting
people
out
don't get
electric
offended.
boogaloo type
Yes,
shit.
I'm saying like
I mean,
when it comes to
it's
like
amazing, and
you can't really
I love him
offend
telling
people
the story
around
about
national stuff.
David Goggins'
Like
back
the
on the
US
hog.
people
I mean,
don't
I
really
wish we
give
could
a
have
fuck
bottled that
about
into
like
this, man.
national
It was
stuff.
great, man. Yeah, I
They
should brought
care
Kenny
more
in here, man.
about
Put him on the
like
mic because he
I don't
tells
know how
it
to
better
put
than
it.
anybody,
No,
man.
no one can tell that story
No,
like him.
not
yeah,
like
I
Kenny.
do live
He has
in a
that crazy
state
voice.
where
Yeah, he
people
does all
do
the
care
voices.
about national
So
pride.
shout out
Am I
Big
still
B.
doing
Yes,
free
sir.
coaching? Yes, sir, I am.
All right,
Hey, what's
cool.
up, Avo?
So now we're getting ready to get into chapter 6, and we're going to switch gears. I mean, the seals are always still in it.
Speaking of
and
which,
you'll be in it all the way through.
Evo, if you haven't
now we
done
switch gears a little
Contrast
bit.
Now
Bath,
we
I
can't
will
forget
show
about the Challenge
you
5 here for these
the.
folks.
Oh, sorry about that.
All good.
Actually, it does
Challenge
make a difference.
5.
Okay.
It's time to visualize. Again, the average person thinks 2,000
I
to
don't know.
3,000
Yeah, you
thoughts
might
per
need to
hour.
just get it checked
Rather
out.
than focusing on
'cause
bullshit you
that's
cannot
honestly
change,
the best thing.
imagine
Evo's
visualizing the
injured.
things you can. Choose any obstacle in your way, or set a new goal and visualize
like
overcoming
pins
or
and
achieving
needles
it.
and shit. It's probably
Before
I'm
I
guessing
engage in any
carpal
challenging
tunnel.
activity, I start by
But it
painting a
depends
picture
on
of what my
which
success
side
looks
it
and
is.
feels like.
I think he said
I'll
it's
think about it
the
every
older
day,
side.
and that feeling propels me forward when I'm training, competing,
So
or
that's
taking
why
on
I
any
was
task I
suspecting
choose.
carpal tunnel.
But visualization isn't simply about daydreaming of some trophy ceremony, real or metaphorical.
Dude, you guys are all
You must
fucking
also visualize
retarded,
the
huh?
challenges that are likely
I'm
to
the
arise
healthiest actually.
and
Like I'm in
determine how
pain,
you
but
will
like I
attack
don't
those
get
problems when they
my
do.
pain is like
That way you can be as
overused.
prepared
Oh,
as
it's
possible
fucking
on the journey.
swollen. Like I have to ice
When I
it.
show
That
up for a
kind
foot
of pain,
race now,
you know?
I drive the entire
Like
course first,
it's over in my
visualizing
joints
success,
because I'm
but
a
also potential
fingertip aimer
challenges,
and
which helps me
I'm
control
super
my
high
thought
sense.
process.
But
You can't prepare
when
for
you're
everything,
feeling
but if you
tingling,
engage in
if there's
strategic
something
visualization
wrong,
ahead of time,
guys.
you'll be as
You need
prepared
to
as you
stop.
possibly can be.
I stop if I feel
That
that
also
shit.
means being prepared to answer
No,
the
but
simple
you shouldn't
questions.
even. There's
Why
no
are you
reason
doing
you should
this?
even feel
What is
tingling.
driving you
It's
toward this
something. The
achievement?
way you're aiming,
Where
some
does
kind
the
of
darkness
mechanic
you're
is
using
wrong,
as fuel come from?
and you need
What
to
has
actually
calloused your
fucking
mind?
come to me because
You'll
you're
need to have those
destroying
answers at your
your
fingertips when
your
you hit a
future
wall of pain and
potential.
doubt.
If you're
To push through, you'll need
doing
to channel
that,
your
you're
darkness.
something
Feed
you're
off
doing,
it,
whether
and
it's you're
lean
not
on your
stretching
calloused
or you're
mind.
overusing a part of it, you're
Remember,
overtensing
visualization will
something.
never compensate for work
Something
undone.
is 100%
You cannot
wrong in
visualize
the way
lies.
you aim.
All the
I
strategies
guarantee. I
I
don't care if
employ
you're
to
top
answer the
aimer.
simple questions and win the mind game
If
are
Bartles
only
is in your,
effective
fuck
because
you.
I put
You're
in
aiming
work.
probably wrong. I
It's
mean,
a
you're
lot more
fine.
than mind over
You're
matter.
probably fine because
It takes relentless self-discipline to schedule suffering into your day
yeah, you're fine.
every day.
But
if you do,
but
you'll
like,
find that at the other end of that
if you
suffering
feel
is a whole
anybody
other life
that's
just
feeling
waiting for you.
tingling, you know,
This
you're
challenge doesn't
fucking,
have to be physical. And victory
Stop
doesn't
it,
always mean you came in
please.
first place.
For
It
you.
can mean you finally overcome a
Actually,
lifelong
worse.
fear or any other obstacle
Oh
that made you
no!
surrender in the
Fuck!
past. Whatever it is, tell the world your story
No
about how
way,
you
dude.
created your hashtag armored mind and where it's taking you.
It's gotta be nerve stuff. If
I always find this
it's
interesting
not
because I've mentioned it
inflammation,
before, but
because
like
the contrast path is designed
I've
to
been in
make
these
the
circuit training, and in
inflammation.
circuit training, They like to
help you
push
deal
you.
with
You want to get into the red
inflammation,
for periods and get back into the orange and get into the red
then
heart
it's
rate
pinched
zones.
nerve.
And
Probably
I'm able to do it because I
get
visualize
surgery
you.
or
But when I'm
find
running by
other
myself
ways to like
and I'm in pain, it's
release
so hard
the
to
pinch the
actually
nerve.
think of the simple answers to the questions. It's
You
actually
do,
really
yeah.
hard
You
to do
can
it, just
change
to
your
take
grip
that
too,
extra
and
energy that it
people
takes
don't
to
always
think
grip
intellectual
optimally.
thoughts and that
So
kind of problem solving.
Right.
It's super hard. Like, and so what's a good shortcut to make sure those answers? I mean, do you have to like really focus on them before you start the run, or how do you make sure they're at the forefront of your mind? Because it's more complex than just
Oh,
remembering them.
it's
trap.
huge. So one thing I started doing is I started realizing that when
So
you're trying to
you
go
said
back
you
through all
tense your
these different
thumb.
tools that you have, your mind starts to become kind of spastic. Like you
Bending your
said,
thumb is
when
good,
you
and
like for instance, you
a
were
lot of
running,
people don't
you know,
involve
like,
enough of
like
your
your
thumb
brain gets out
muscle,
of control,
even though
starts
it's like
losing
really
control of what's
strong.
going on.
Yeah.
In your
You have to
case, you
learn.
might
It's
be
called the
over
1-second
relying on
decision.
it
And it's
because the
something that
opposite
I
side,
have
you
taken on
need to
board. It's
also
something that I
like
invented for
think
myself
about the
because I would
opposing
spaz
side
out.
of the grip, which is the
And
pinky
like
part,
for
right?
instance, in Navy SEAL
So
training, when they
that
put your
big
ass in that
muscle,
cold water after
you
the
might
first
need to
hour of
actually
breakout,
work
they
on
put you in there,
strengthening those
and that
muscles
first
because
wave of wave from the ocean
trust me,
goes over your
when
head,
your
and
muscles
you're
are
frozen,
weak,
and you start to spaz
they
out. So all that visualization, all that
people
self-talk,
think like,
all
oh,
those nice
tight
tools that we
muscles
have,
equal
they're out the
like
door.
also
You
strong
have to kind of
muscles, right?
calm your
Strong
mind
muscles
down that
usually,
1 second versus
you know,
panicking
people
and
think like,
spazzing
oh,
out.
it's tight,
Take
like it's
time
not a
to
bad thing. Like
literally be patient,
having hard muscles
calm down,
isn't a
and
bad thing. It's
get
bad.
trained. It's just like
Muscles should be soft
regain
and
your own
flexible
thought
as much
process.
as they
How do
can
you do
be.
that when you're in the midst of a run, like
And
you're running in the
strength is
red?
actually
You
what
have to
allows
you
you
have to slow your heart
to
rate down.
relax your
Okay.
hand.
So when you're going
Think about it
fast,
like this: if
going
your
too fast
hand
actually kind of
like
makes you even more spazzed
can
out.
take
Okay.
So you
like
have to slow
say a
down
1
your
pound of
tempo,
force
and in
max,
slowing down your tempo, it
and
relaxes
you
your
know
mind.
you need to
So
use
it's okay to
say
slow
your
down the
mouse is like
tempo because then if you
0.8
can start to
pound, right? You're using
control your
80% of your
mind,
strength.
then when you speed
Do you
back
think your
up,
hand
you'll
will be
be in better
relaxed?
control.
Right? If you're
Exactly.
benching
So when the heart rate
80% of
goes
what
up,
you can bench,
everything starts to speed
do you
up.
think you'll feel
You have to
relaxed?
try
No.
to slow your heart
You
rate
feel
down
relaxed
in
when
that
you're benching
moment,
1%
whether
of your
it's slowing
fucking weight.
down running or even
That makes
slowing down
sense?
your thought
So
process. If you have a really fast
in the
thought
short
process,
term,
that will speed your
obviously
heart rate up because it makes your adrenaline
reduce
flow through your
inflammation
body.
and chill a little
So you
bit.
gotta try to
But
calm
on the
all
long
of
term,
that
you need to
down in that
strengthen your
1
hand. It
second
doesn't mean
when your
use
mind's
every
going
mouse.
fast,
It
your
means
body's
you
going
need to
fast,
work
your heart
on, for
rate's up high.
example,
Calm it down
I
and try
have
to
a
calm
hand
down your
exercise
thoughts
guide coming
and
up.
think
Basically,
logically
you need to work
versus
on
in
this
that panic mode.
pinch.
Got you.
This pinch.
And I love how you
This
describe
pinch between the
visualization because a
pinky
lot of
and the
people
thumb.
think
And you see
athletes or anyone
how
who
much
employs
protrusion there
visualization
is
like this,
in
strategic
my hand.
visualization, usually it's focused on just the game itself and visualizing
the
success
carpal.
afterwards.
It
No one
it's
really talks
basically a
about the
copper
steps like you do
squeeze, but a
here,
little bit more than that
visualizing each
because you
step of the
also need
process
to
and all the
involve
problems.
other
So it's not just visualizing
like
success
aspects,
and
right? The
projecting
rest of
some
your
success
hand
you're
too.
trying to manifest. It's
But
actually
this
visualizing
is
the
what
actual
you want to
problems,
be
doing
training
research
this
on the
muscle.
problems
There's
so that you
many
can then be
different ways
prepared
to
for them.
train it.
That's
It is
right. So
not,
you'll hear
you know,
pretty soon
you
about
don't.
me doing these
It is
different
not a
races.
gripper. Grippers will
And
not
without visualizing
train that
the
effectively.
issues that are going to
You
come
guys
up,
should be
there's
using
going to be issues. Like whenever you run as far as I run,
There's
or
weight.
whatever I
You
do, there's going
know,
to be issues
if you
that come
have
up.
weights, what you
So you
can
have
do
to
is you can
visualize, okay,
devise
at about
you just
mile
get like an
24,
old
25,
mouse
35,
that's big
45,
and just grip
this
it
and
like
this
you
and this,
normally grip it,
this
but
might
like tie
happen.
a weight
And if you
around
don't
it, for
account for the
example,
might happen,
right?
when it
And then
does happen,
you can kind of
you have
like
to know
swing
what
it
to do.
around to it can actually you can use it to work on your muscle
Chapter
stability
6.
too.
It's not about a
you know, I'm gonna
trophy.
do a video on that, making that tool, but
Everything about
for
the race was
now,
going better than I
you
could
can
have
take
hoped.
any weight, you know, just
There were
water
enough
bottle,
clouds in
tie
the
it to
sky
an
to
old
blunt the
ass
heat of the
mouse
sun.
that you have
My
that you
rhythm
don't
was as
use,
steady as the mellow
and then
tide
just
that sloshed against
swing
the
around,
hulls of
hold it,
sailboats
right?
docked in the
Work
nearby
on
San
holding
Diego
that for as
Marina.
long as you can.
And though my legs
Right?
felt heavy,
And that's what's
that was
going
to
to
be
give you like that
expected, considering my
insane
tapering plan the night before.
amount of strength that you need
Besides,
in order
they
for
seemed
you to be able
loosening
to
up as I
relax
ran
your
the
hand. Of
bend
course, you
to
want
complete my
to
ninth lap, my
not
ninth
do that.
mile.
You know, you need
Just
to
an
work
hour
in
and
rest
change
days.
into a
Do it like
24-hour
once every
race.
3 days. 'Cause remember, your
That's when I
hands,
saw John Metz,
your
race
fingers,
director of the
one of the
San Diego
smallest
one day,
muscles
eyeballing me
in
at
the
the
body.
start-finish line.
They take
He
a
was holding up
lot
his
longer to
whiteboard to
recover.
inform each
The
competitor of their
joints
time
and
and
ligaments
position in
take
the overall
even
field.
longer.
I was in fifth
Right?
place, which
So
evidently confused
you need
him.
to give your
I
hand
offered a
like
crisp
ample
nod to
rest
reassure
time
him that I knew what I was doing,
before
that I was right
engaging
where I
in
was
another
supposed to be.
workout, especially
He saw
because you're
through that
also
shit.
using it before
Metz
aim.
was a veteran,
The other tip
always polite and
is
soft-spoken.
you
It
don't
didn't
even
look like there was
need to
much that
use a
could
lot of
faze
weight.
him.
all you
but he
need
was
to do
also a
before
seasoned
you start aim
ultramarathoner
training
with 3
is
50-mile
either
races
use
in his
very
saddlebag.
lightweight and do that little grip
He'd either
section.
reached or topped 100
But
miles 7 times.
just enough to
And
like
he'd
don't
achieved his
tire
personal
yourself
best of
out, right? Just for like
144
10
miles in
seconds.
24 hours.
What that
when
does
he was
is it'll
50 years old.
pre-activate the
Which is
muscles
why it meant something
and
to
get
me
your
that he
ready
looked
muscles
concerned.
and nerves like basically
I
ready
checked
to
my
fire
watch,
up.
synced to a heart rate monitor I
And
wore
that is a
around my
fantastic
chest.
way. It's almost
My pulse
like
straddled my magic number line,
like using like double
145.
sensitivity. You get
A few days earlier, I'd run into my old
you
BUD/S
had
instructor,
to just your
SBG,
muscles just had
at
to like
Naval Special
output some
Warfare
decent
Command.
amount of force. So you
Most
kind of
SEALs do
they're
rotations
waking
as
up
instructors
and they're saying,
between
"Oh, guys, get
deployments.
ready, get
And
ready,"
SBG and
and
I
then you
worked together.
grab a mouse.
When I told
right,
him about the
instead.
San Diego
But you
one
still
day,
feel
he
that
insisted I wear a heart rate monitor to
activation
pace
and
myself.
the decent
SBG
amount
was a
of
big geek when it came to
tension that you
performance and
had.
recovery.
Now, if you
And I
relax
watched as he
there,
scratched
what
out a few
happens is
formulas,
you're actually
then turned to
gripping
me
your
and said,
mouse
"Keep your
technically
pulse steady
harder
between
than
140
you normally
and
are,
145,
but
and you'll be
you're
golden."
just as relaxed because
The
you
next day, he handed me a
pre-activated
heart
those
rate monitor as
muscles.
a race day gift.
Make sense?
If you set out to mark
So
a
that's
course
like
that could crack open a Navy
two
SEAL like a
tips I
walnut,
would have in
chew
terms
him
of
up and
the
spit him the fuck
strengthening
out,
that carpal
San
area
Diego's
as
hospitality
well
point
as
would not
all
make
the
the
way
cut.
up here, right?
We're
There's
talking about
thenar,
terrain
there's
so
subthenar
vanilla,
muscles,
it's
like
downright
everything
serene.
that has
Tourists
to do
descend
with
year-round for views of San
stabilizing
Diego's stunning
and
arena,
not letting go of
which
your
spills into
mouse
Mission
in
Bay.
your hand.
The
Oh,
road is
here.
almost entirely smooth asphalt
Train them.
and perfectly flat, save a brief 7-foot incline with a
Like
pitch
they
of a
said
standard suburban
tendonitis, but
driveway.
it's clearly not that.
There are manicured
Yeah, I mean,
lawns, palm trees,
it
and shade
can be a
trees.
different thing, right?
Hospitality
Because
Point is
both
so
of them,
inviting that disabled and
tendonitis and
convalescent folks
carpal
head
tunnel
there with their
both
walkers for an
cause
afternoon's
can't
rehab
one
stroll
their
all
symptoms
the
is
time.
nerve
But the
tingling,
day after
pinch.
John
That
Metz
can
chalked
happen.
his easy
It
1-mile
happened with a
course,
number
it became
of
the scene of my total destruction.
wrist
I should have known that a breakdown was coming.
related ailments. So.
By the time I started running at 10 a.m. on November 12,
Why do I
2005,
keep going into
I hadn't run
lectures
more
every
than a
time
mile in
I
6
start
months.
talking about
But I
like
looked like I
English?
was fit
I love it.
because
I
I'd
love
never
this
stopped
shit
hitting the
too
gym.
much.
While I was stationed in Iraq on my second deployment with SEAL Team 5 earlier that year, I'd gotten back into serious
And
powerlifting.
I'm just and
my
try,
only
I'm
dose of
trying to
cardio
find
was
editors
20 minutes
so
on the
they can
elliptical
just
once
cut
a
out
week.
like just the part
The
where
point
you
is,
know
my cardiovascular
when you get high
fitness was
score,
an absolute joke.
like it flashes,
And still,
right?
I thought it was a
I
brilliant
wanna
idea
just
to
get
try and
that
run
cut.
100 miles in 24
So it's
hours.
like 0.1 second
Okay,
high score.
it was
high
always
score,
a
high
fucked up
score,
idea,
high score.
but I considered it
And then
doable
just show
because
that
100 miles in
graph,
24
like,
hours demands a
over
pace of just
time,
under
you know?
15 minutes a mile.
That
If it
would
came
be
to
like
it,
cool.
I figured I could walk that
Along
fast.
with like
Only I didn't walk.
hardcore boxing
When that horn sounded at
training
the start of the race, I
montage
took
and
off
shit
hot
on
and zoomed to the front of the
the
pack.
side or whatever.
Exactly the right move if your race day goal is to blow the fuck up. Also, I didn't exactly come in well rested. The night before the race, I passed by the SEAL Team 5 gym on my way off base after work and peeked in like I always did, just to see who was getting after it. SBG was inside warming up and called out. "Goggins," he said, "let's jack some fucking steel." I laughed. He stared me down. "You know, Goggins," he said, stepping closer, "when the Vikings were getting ready to raid a fucking village, and they were
What?
camped out in the fucking woods in their goddamn tents made out of fucking deer hides and shit, sitting around a campfire,
This
do you think
comes
they
to
said,
the pack
hey,
Aimtraining game
let's
for
have some
good.
herbal
Yeah,
fucking tea
no,
and call it an
the
early
whole
night?
strengthening
Or were they
stuff
more like,
is not
fuck
for
that,
Diavologics.
we're going to drink
That
some
was
vodka
for
made out of some
Zalatorre.
mushrooms and get all drunked up, so the next morning when they were all hungover and pissed off, they would be in the
You
ideal
should be
mood to slaughter the
icing
shit
and
out of some people.
seeing Dr.
SBG could be a funny motherfucker when he wanted to be, and he could see me wavering, considering my options. On the one hand, that man would always be my
If
BUD/S
ice
instructor,
makes it worse,
and he was one of the
then
few
don't,
instructors who was
but
still
it should
hard,
help numb
putting out and
the
living the
pain
SEAL ethos every day.
calm the, whatever
I'll always want
is
to
going
impress
on
him.
down.
Jacking
it can
weights the night before
constrict
my
and
first 100-mile
squeeze
race
on
would
the nerves
definitely
even
impress that
more,
masochistic
too, so.
motherfucker. Plus, his logic made some fucked up sense to me.
When people
I needed to
stretch,
get
they
my
also
mind ready
stretch.
to go
They
to war,
don't know how to
and lifting
stretch.
heavy would be my way
They
of
think
saying,
like you have
bring
to
on all your
stretch
pain and misery. I'm ready to go.
where like you're
But
in
honestly,
pain.
who does that before running 100 fucking miles?
But you guys don't have
I shook
to,
my head in disbelief, threw my bag to the ground, and started racking weights. With heavy metal blaring from the speakers, two knuckle draggers came together to put the fuck out. Most of our work focused on the legs, including long sets of squats and deadlifts at 315 pounds. In between, we bench pressed 225. This was a real deal powerlifting session, and afterwards we sat on that bench next to one another and watched our quads and hamstrings quiver. It was fucking funny, until it wasn't. Ultra running has gone at least somewhat mainstream since then, but in 2005, most ultra races, especially the San Diego One Day, were pretty obscure, and it was all new to me. When the majority of people think of ultras, they picture trail runs through remote wilderness and don't often imagine circuit races. But there were some serious runners in the field at the San Diego One Day. This was the American National 24-Hour Championship, and athletes ascended from all over the country hoping for a trophy. a place on the podium, and the modest winner-take-all cash prize of $2,000. No, this was not a gilded event, basking in corporate sponsorship, but it was the site for a team comp between the U.S. ultra-distance national team and a team from Japan. Each side fielded teams of 4 men and 4 women, who each ran for 24 hours. One of the top individual athletes in the field was also from Japan.
Still can't believe I don't
Her
have
name
a
was Miss
fucking
Inagaki,
QP.
and early on, she and I kept pace.
Did you eat yet?
SBG turned up to cheer me on that morning with his wife and 2-year-old son. They huddled up on the sidelines with my new wife, Kate, who I'd married a few months before, a little over 2 years after my second divorce from Pam was finalized. When they saw me, they couldn't help but double over in laughter. Not just because SBG was still beat up from our workout the night before, and here I was trying to run 100 miles, but because of how out of place I looked. When I spoke to SBG about it not long ago, the scene still made him laugh.
Yeah.
So, ultramarathoners are a little weird, right? SBG said.
I don't
And
know.
that morning, it was like there were all these skinny-ass college
Something like
professor-looking, fucking
Oh, yeah,
granola-eating
7 hours.
weirdos.
I was
And then
looking
there's
at the
this
clock.
one big black dude who looks like a fucking linebacker from the Raiders, running around this track, jacked the fuck up, with no shirt on. And I'm thinking of that song we had in kindergarten. One of these things is not like the other. That is a song going through my head when I saw this fucking NFL linebacker running around this damn track with all these skinny little nerds.
I'm gonna tweet it.
I mean, they were some hard
join in
motherfuckers, those
BC.
runners. I am not taking that away from them. But they were all super clinical about
And it'll
nutrition
be
and
led
shit.
by me,
And he
like
just put a pair of
everybody else
shoes
will
on and
be
said,
silent
let's go.
until
He's not wrong.
It's
I didn't put much thought into
like
my
ready
race plan
for-
at all.
we-
I hashed it
we
at
go
Walmart the
towards
night
meet and
before,
greet, like,
where I bought a
Aimtraining.
fold-out lawn chair for Kate and me to use
Yeah.
during the race, and my fuel for the entire day. One box of Ritz crackers, and 2 4-packs of
probably gonna stream
Myoplex.
it. I'm not 100%
I didn't drink
sure.
much water. I didn't even consider my electrolyte or potassium levels,
It's
or
more
eat
of
any
just-
fresh fruit.
I don't
SBG
care
brought me a
that
pack of
people
Hostess
watch
chocolate
it.
donuts when he showed
It's
up,
for the
and I
people
gobbled
that
those
are
in a few
BC.
seconds.
It's
I
to
mean,
help them.
I was winging it for real. Yet, at mile 15, I was still in 5th place, still keeping pace with
Might
Miss
not,
Inagaki.
I also need
while
to
Metz was
find
getting more and
people
more
who can
nervous.
help maintain
He
the
ran up to me
server,
and tagged
like,
along.
Upload the hentai.
You should slow down, David, he said. Pace yourself a
upload
bit more.
the,
I shrugged. I got this.
research and shit
It's
like
true that I felt
That's
okay
all
in that
they
moment,
don't
but my
even have.
bravado was also a defense mechanism. I knew if I were to start planning my race at that point, the bigness of it
Follow.
would become too much to comprehend. It would feel like I was supposed to run the length of the damn sky. It would feel impossible. In my mind, strategy was the enemy of the moment, which is where I needed to be. Translation, when it came to ultras, I was green as fuck. Metz didn't press me, but he kept a close watch. I finished mile 25 at about the 4-hour mark, and I was still in 5th place. Still
They're
running with
already
my new
part of
Japanese
hentai
friend.
game.
SBG was long gone, and Kate was my only support crew. I'd see her every mile, posted up in that lawn chair, offering a sip of Myoplex and an encouraging smile.
Like a
I
short
ran a
hand?
marathon only once before,
Every-
while I was stationed in Guam.
Look,
It
there's
was
already like
unofficial, and I ran it with a
HNA,
fellow
I don't
SEAL,
like that.
on a course we made up on the spot. But back then, I was in excellent cardiovascular shape. Now, here I was bearing down on 26.2 miles
Yeah,
for just the second
I
time
made
in my
it
entire life.
on
This time
purpose.
without
Like
training.
I thought maybe
And once I
hentai
got there, I realized that
we
I'd
might
run
need to
beyond
get
known
rid
territory.
of the hentai
I had 20
branding.
more hours
So
and
I
nearly
used
3
David
more
Goggins
marathons to
Academy
go.
of IPS
Those were
Aimtraining, which actually
incomprehensible
happens
metrics,
to
with no
the
traditional
acronym I
milestone in
made it,
between
so
to
it's
focus on.
DGAF.
I was running across the
Don't
sky.
give a fuck.
That's when I started thinking that this could end badly.
Yeah.
Metz didn't stop trying to help. Each mile, he'd run alongside and check on me.
So we could
And
do
me being who I am,
DGAF.
I told him that I had everything under control and had it
Go
all
on.
figured out, which was true. I'd figured out that John Metz knew what the fuck he was talking
Probably
about.
not gonna.
Oh, yes.
We're
The
just
pain was
called
becoming
hentai
real.
aim. Like
My quads throbbed. My
everybody
feet
knows
were
we're
chafed and
called
bleeding,
hentai aim,
and
but
that
the
simple question
server's
was once
name
again
is
bubbling up in my
DGAF, and
frontal
we
lobe.
use DGAF.
Why? Why run 100 fucking miles without
I
training?
think that's funny. I
Why
don't
was
know.
I doing this to myself? Fair questions, especially since I hadn't even heard of the San Diego One Day until
I
3
guess
days
like
before
sort
race
of. That's
day.
a decent
But
analogy.
this time my
actually,
answer
yeah.
was different. I wasn't on Hospitality Point to deal with my own demons or to prove anything at all. I came with a purpose bigger than David
So how do
Goggins.
I do?
This fight was about my
So
once and
change my
future fallen
Discord name?
teammates and the families they leave behind when shit goes wrong. Or at least that's what I told
David
myself
Goggins
at mile 27.
Academy of.
I had gotten the news about Operation Red Wings, a doomed operation in the remote mountains of Afghanistan, on my last day of U.S.
There's
Army
4
free fall
letters
school
too much.
in
I
Yuma,
like 4
Arizona,
letters.
in June.
It's fine.
Operation Red Wings was a 4-man reconnaissance mission tasked with
Do you
gathering
use
intelligence on a
underscore
growing
or
pro-Taliban
what?
force in a
Slash?
region called Satalo Sar. If successful, what they learned would help define strategy
No,
for a larger
don't give
offensive
a
in the
fuck.
coming weeks. I knew all 4 guys. Danny Dietz was in Bud's Class 231 with me.
David
got injured and
Goggins,
rolled
Academy
just like
of
I did.
FPS Aimtraining.
Michael Murphy, the OIC of the mission, was with me in Class 235 before he got rolled. Matthew Axelson was in my Huya class when I graduated. More on the Huya class tradition in a moment. And Marcus Luttrell was one of the first people I met on my original lap through Buds.
DGFA then.
Before training begins,
DGAF.
each incoming Buds class throws a party. And the guys from previous classes who are still in Buds training are always invited.
Well, we can do like.
The idea is to juice as much information from brown shirts as possible, because you never know what
What
might
will
help
look
get
better?
you through
It
a
might be
crucial
good to
evolution
do like
that could make all the difference
DGAF.
between graduation and failure. Marcus was 6'4", 225 pounds, and he stuck out in that crowd like I
That's
did.
ugly.
I was a bigger guy too, back up to 210 by then, and he sought me out. In some ways, we
What
were an
about
odd
just
pair.
the F?
He was a hard-ass
DGAF.
axe handle from the
Ooh, I
Texas
like it.
rangeland.
It looks like
And I was a
like
self-made
a wing.
masochist from the Indiana cornfields.
Yeah, bro.
But he'd heard I was a good runner, and running was his main weakness. Goggins, do you have any tips for me? He asked. Because I can't run for shit. I knew Marcus
It's
was a
actually kinda
badass,
exciting.
but his humility made him real. When he graduated a few days later, we were his Huya class, which meant we were the first people they were allowed
You like
to order
it?
around.
What do you think?
They embraced that SEAL tradition and told us to go get wet and sandy. It was a SEAL's rite of passage, and an honor to share that with him. After that, I didn't see him for a long time. I thought I ran into him again when I was about to graduate with
It
Class
kind of
235,
almost looks like a
but it was his
reverse
twin
to
brother,
like the
Morgan
D and the
Luttrell,
F. I
who
think
was
if
part of my
we
Huya
do like a
class,
logo,
Class 237,
you know how
along
it's
with Matthew
like the
Axelson.
D and the F
We
at
could
the
have
end
ordered
are
up some
kind of like
poetic
mirror
justice,
images.
but after we graduated,
That could be
instead
cool.
of telling their class to go get wet and sandy, we put ourselves in the surf, in our dress whites. I
Yeah,
had
because
something
I'm
to
not.
do with
I
that.
probably won't do a hentai aim.
In the Navy SEALs,
Like,
you're either
I
deployed
don't
and
know if-
operating in the
I
field,
honestly don't know.
instructing other SEALs, or in school yourself, learning or perfecting skills. We cycle through
aim
more
girl?
military schools than most because we are trained
Yeah,
to do
but
it
then
all.
the whole thing is like
But when I went
hentai
through
in
Buds,
Japanese.
we didn't learn to free fall.
Hentai actually means
We jumped by static
transformation.
lines,
It's deep,
which deployed
and
our
it
chutes
also like
automatically.
is kind of.
Back then, you had to be chosen to attend U.S.
It's
Army
kind of
free
the
fall
same
school.
idea with gamer.
After my second
It's like
platoon,
on the
I was picked up for
outside,
Green
it's
Team,
just
which is one of the
stupid
training
like gamer
phases to get accepted
culture,
into the
like
Navy Special
hentai,
Warfare Development
whatever,
Group,
like sex
Dev
sells.
Group, an elite unit within the
But then
SEALs.
it's like
That
on the
required me to get free fall
inside, it's
qualified.
the reverse.
It also
It's
required
kind
that
of,
I
like,
face my fear of
surprisingly
heights
deep.
in the most confrontational way possible.
And I don't know.
We started off in the classrooms of
thinking
wind
maybe
tunnels
they
of Fort
come in for
Bragg,
the
North
hentai
Carolina,
and stay
which is
for
where I
the
reconnected with Morgan in 2005. Floating on a bed of
transformation.
compressed air in a 15-foot-high wind tunnel, we learned correct body position, how to shift left and right, and push forward and back. It takes very small movements with your palm to move.
Yeah, that's what
and
I
it's
meant.
easy to start spinning out of control, which is never good.
Mhm.
Not everyone could
Looks-
master
yeah.
the subtleties.
Cool.
But those of us who could left Fort Bragg after that first week of training and headed to an airstrip in the cactus fields of Yuma to start jumping for real.
Just-
Morgan and
just
I
stream
trained
now.
and hung out
Just
together
stream
for
here.
4 weeks
I'll,
in the 127-degree
or
desert
on
heat
Twitch,
of summer.
right? I have an
We did
alt. I'll
dozens of
watch you on
jumps
alt.
out of C-130 transport jets from
Evo's
altitudes
also
ranging
on,
from
I think.
12,500 to
Evo,
19,000
stop
feet.
Aimtraining. What the
And there is
fuck?
no rush like the surge of adrenaline and paranoia that comes with plummeting to
Dude.
Earth from high altitude at terminal velocity. Each
Dude,
time we
no.
jumped, I couldn't help but think of Scott Guerin, the
Evo.
pararescueman who survived a botched jump from high altitude and inspired
Bad
me on this
Evo.
path when I met him as a high school student. He was a constant presence for me in that desert, and a cautionary tale. Proof that something can go horribly wrong on any given jump. When I jumped out of an airplane for the first time from high altitude, all I felt was
Let me know
extreme
when you get
fear,
on.
and I couldn't pry my
Your
eyes
life.
from my altimeter. I wasn't able to embrace the jump because fear had clogged my mind. All I could think about was whether or not my canopy would open. I was missing the unbelievable thrill ride
Yeah.
of the free fall, the beauty of the mountains painted against the horizon, and the wide open sky.
No.
But as I became conditioned to the risk,
There's a wall
my
here.
tolerance for that same
You should
fear
do it.
increased. It was always there, but I was used to the discomfort, and before long, I was able to handle multiple tasks on a jump and appreciate the moment too. 7 years earlier, I had been rooting around fast food kitchens and open dumpsters, zapping vermin. Now I was fucking flying. The final task in Yuma was a midnight jump in full kit. We were way down with a 50-pound rucksack, strapped with a rifle and an oxygen mask for the free fall. We were also equipped with chem lights, which were a necessity because when the back ramp of the C-130 opened up, it was pitch black. We couldn't see any damn thing, but still we leapt into that moonless sky, 8 of us in a line, one after another. We were supposed to form an arrow, and as I maneuvered through the real-world wind tunnel to take my place in the grand design, all I could see were swerving lights streaking like comets in an inkwell sky. My goggles fogged up as the wind ripped through me. We fell for a full minute, and when we deployed our chutes at around 4,000 feet, the overpowering sound went from full tornado to eerie silence. It was so quiet I could hear my heart beat through my chest. It was fucking bliss. And when we all landed safely, we were free fall qualified. We had no idea that at that moment, in the mountains of Afghanistan, Marcus and his team were locked into an all-out battle for their lives, at the center of what would become the worst incident in SEAL history. One of the best things about Yuma is that you have horrible cell service. I'm not big on texting or talking on the phone, so this gave me 4 weeks of peace. When you graduate any military school, the last thing you do is clean all the areas your class used until it's like you were never there. My cleaning detail was in charge of the bathrooms, which happened to be one of the only places in Yuma that has cell service, and as soon as I walked in, I could hear my phone blow up. Text messages about Operation Red Wings going bad flooded in, and as I read them, my soul broke. Morgan hadn't heard anything about it yet, so I walked outside, found him, and told him the news. I had to. Marcus and his crew were all MIA and presumed KIA. He nodded, considered it for a second, and said, "My brother's not dead." Morgan is 1 minute older than Marcus. They were inseparable as kids, and the first time they'd ever been apart for longer than a day was when Marcus joined the Navy. Morgan opted for college before joining up, and during Marcus's Hell Week, he tried to stay up the whole time in solidarity. He wanted and needed to share that feeling, but there is no such thing as a Hell Week simulation. You have to go through it to know it, and those that survive are forever changed. In fact, the period after Marcus survived Hell Week and before Morgan became a SEAL himself was the only time there was any emotional distance between the brothers, which speaks to the power of those 130 hours and their emotional toll. Once Morgan went through it for real, everything was right again. They each have half a trident tattooed on their back. The picture is only complete when they stand side by side. Morgan took off immediately to drive to San Diego and figure out what the hell was going on. He still hadn't heard anything about the operation directly, but once he reached civilization and his service hit, a tide of messages flooded his phone too. He floored his rental car to 120 miles per hour and zoomed directly to the base in Coronado. Morgan knew all the guys in his brother's unit well. Axelson was his classmate and buds, and as facts trickled in, it was obvious to most that his brother wouldn't be found alive. I thought he was gone too, but you know what they say about twins. I knew my brother was out there alive, Morgan told me when we connected again in April 2018. I said that the whole time. I'd called Morgan to talk about old times and asked him about the hardest week in his life. From San Diego, he flew out to his family's ranch in Huntsville, Texas, where they were getting updates twice a day. Dozens of fellow SEALs turned up to show support, Morgan said, and for 5 long days, he and his family cried themselves to sleep at night. To them, it was torture knowing that Marcus might be alive and alone in hostile territory. When officials from the Pentagon arrived, Morgan made himself clear as cut glass. Marcus may be hurt and fucked up, but he's alive, and either you go out there and find him, or I will. Operation Red Wings went horribly wrong because there were many more pro-Taliban Hajis active in those mountains than had been expected. And once Marcus and his team were discovered by villagers there, it was 4 guys against a well-armed militia of somewhere between 30 and 200 men. Reports on the size of the pro-Taliban force vary. Our guys took RPG and machine gun fire and fought hard. 4 SEALs can put on a hell of a show. Each one of us can usually do as much damage as 5 regular troops, and they made their presence felt. The battle played out along a ridgeline, above 9,000 feet in elevation, where they had communication troubles. When they finally broke through and the situation was made plain to their commanding officer back at Special Operations Headquarters, a quick reaction force of Navy SEALs, Marines, and aviators from 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment was assembled, but they were delayed for hours because of lack of transport capacity. One thing about the SEAL teams is we don't have our own transport. In Afghanistan, we hitched rides with the Army, and that delayed relief. They eventually loaded up into 2 Chinook transport choppers and 4 attack helicopters, 2 Blackhawks and 2 Apaches, and took off for Satalo Sar. The Chinooks took the lead, and as they closed in on the ridge, they were hit by small arms fire. Despite the onslaught, the first Chinook hovered, attempting to unload 8 Navy SEAls on a mountaintop, but they made a fat target, lingered too long, and were hit with a rocket-propelled grenade.
Valor?
The bird spun, crashed into the mountain, and exploded. Everyone aboard was killed. The remaining choppers bailed out.
Like
By the
Val?
time they could return with ground assets, everyone who was left behind, including Marcus's 3 teammates at Operation Red
Are you playing
Wings,
Val?
was found dead. Everyone, that is, except for
Oh,
Marcus.
yeah.
Marcus was
Hold
hit
on.
multiple times
Let me
by enemy
fix my
fire and went missing
settings.
for 5 days. He was saved by Afghan villagers who nursed and sheltered him, and was finally found alive by U.S. troops on July 3, 2005, when he became the lone survivor of a mission that took the lives of 19 Special Operations warriors,
That should be better.
including 11 Navy SEAls. No doubt you've heard this story before.
Or
Marcus
maybe
wrote a
this is
best-selling
better.
book about it, Lone Survivor, which
I don't
became a
know.
hit movie starring Mark Wahlberg.
Maybe this is better.
But in 2005, that was all years away. And
Yeah.
in the aftermath of the worst battlefield loss ever to hit the SEAls,
Chill,
I was
chill.
looking for a way to contribute to the families of the men who were killed. It's not like Bill stopped
we
rolling in
had
after a tragedy like that.
Zala Torre
There were
and you're
wives and
someone
kids
else
out
in
there
here
with basic
earlier.
needs
You
to
missed
fulfill.
him.
And eventually
I
they
wanted
get their
you guys
college
to meet.
educations covered too. I wanted to help in any way I could.
Yeah, because he's
A few weeks before
he's
all
a
of this,
top aimer.
I'd spent an evening Googling around for the world's toughest foot races and landed on a race called Badwater 135.
Mhm.
I'd never even heard of ultramarathons before, and Badwater was an ultramarathon's
I think he plays
ultramarathon.
Valorant. I'm not
It
sure.
started below sea level in Death Valley and finished at the end of the road
So
at
how
Mount
have
Whitney
things
Portal,
been with
a trailhead
Valorant
located
so
at
far?
8,374
What's been going
feet.
on?
Oh, and the race takes place in late July,
Find out-
when
I
Death
haven't
Valley
heard
isn't
from
just
you
the
too
lowest
much.
place on Earth, it's also the hottest. Seeing images from that race materialize on my
Study?
monitor terrified and thrilled me. The terrain looked all kinds of harsh, and the expressions on tortured runners' faces reminded me of the kind
Yeah.
of thing I saw in Hell Week. Until then, I'd always considered the marathon to be the pinnacle of endurance racing,
Okay.
and now I was seeing there were several levels beyond
So you're
it.
not missing like
I
play
filed the
days
information
where
away
you
and figured I'd
play
come back to
or
it someday.
train.
Then Operation Red Wings happened, and I vowed to run Badwater 135 to raise money for the Special Operations Warrior Foundation, a nonprofit founded as a battlefield promise in
What about
1980,
improvement-wise?
when 8
Any
Special
like
Operations warriors
points where
died
you
in a
feel
helicopter
stuck, or you
crash
feel like you
during the
could
famous hostage
be
rescue operation
improving
in Iran,
faster?
and left 17 children behind. The surviving servicemen promised to make sure each one of those kids had the money to go to college. Their work continues. Within 30 days of a fatality, like those that occurred during Operation Red Wings, the Foundation's hardworking staff reach out to surviving family members. We are the interfering aunt, said Executive Director Edie Rosenthal. We become a part of our students' lives.
That's the point of playing Cypher.
They pay for
Yeah, it's
preschool
like
and
you
private
have to
tutoring during grade
train,
school.
not
They arrange
fight
college
that
visits
urge.
and host peer
Basically.
support groups. They help with applications, buy books, laptop computers, and printers, and cover tuition at whichever
Learn how to
school one of
lurk.
their students
Learn how to
manages
lurk
to gain
aggressively.
acceptance, not to mention room and board.
Cypher
They also send
streamers
students to
like
vocational schools.
Peak,
It's
for
all up to the
example.
kids.
Yeah.
As I write this,
Or
the foundation
with
has
pro players, it's a little
1,280
bit
kids in
difficult
their
because
program.
with
They are an
in
amazing
pros
organization.
and the Cyphers
And with
lurk,
them
their
in mind,
teammate
I
is
called
always
Chris
playing
Kosman,
around the Cypher
race
lurk,
director of Badwater 135,
like trying
at 7 a.m. in mid-November
to
2005.
distract for him to
I
take
tried to
space or
introduce
something like
myself,
that,
but he
right?
cut
And they
me off
ping
sharp.
pong off of each
Do
other.
you know what time it
You can
is?
always
He
do that
snapped.
in Ring.
I
People
took
don't
the phone
know
away
how
from my
to
ear
play
and
off of
stared at it
lurks
for a
because they're
second.
involved in their
In
own
those days,
fights.
by 7 a.m. on a typical weekday,
So you have to
I'd
learn.
have already
You have to
rocked a
watch
2-hour gym
solo
workout and was ready
queue
for a day's work.
ciphers and
This dude was half asleep.
see also
Roger
how
that, I
much you
said.
can do
I'll
with
call you
Cypher
back at
aggression.
0900.
Cypher cage
My
pushes are
second
really
call didn't go much
powerful.
better, but at least he knew who I was.
You can watch streamers
SBG and I
like
had already
Dazzler, for
discussed
example,
Badwater,
that
and he
use
emailed
shotgun
Kosman
in
a letter
close
of
range.
recommendation.
So there's
SBG
not
has
only
raced
can you learn a
triathlons,
lot
captained a team
from
through the Eco Challenge,
about
and
like
watched several Olympic
information
qualifiers
and all of
attempt
that shit
buds.
with Cypher
In his email to
backburners,
Kosman,
but
he wrote that I
also
was
like
the best endurance
it
athlete with the greatest mental
lets you
toughness he'd ever
play
seen.
completely different
To
play
put me,
style.
a kid who came from nothing,
You can
at the top
push
of his list
aggressively
meant the
too,
world
but
to
you
me,
just have to
and
push
still does.
differently with Cypher.
Didn't
You're
mean
not
shit to
just
Chris Kosman.
peeking like a normal CS
He was the
guy.
definition of unimpressed.
Use your
The
cam.
kind of
Your
unimpressed that
cam
can
is
only come
insane
from
too, you
real-world
know? Like,
experience. When he was 20 years old, he'd competed in the Race Across America bicycle race. And before taking over as Badwater race director, he'd run 3 100-mile races in winter in Alaska and completed a triple Ironman triathlon, which ends with a 78-mile run. Along the way, he'd seen dozens of supposedly great athletes crumble beneath the anvil of ultra. Weekend warriors sign up for and complete marathons after a few months training all the time. But the gap between marathon running and becoming an ultra athlete is much wider. And Badwater was the absolute apex of the ultra universe. In 2005, there were approximately 22 100-mile races held in the United States. And none had the combination of the elevation gain and unforgiving heat that Badwater 135 brought to the table. Just to put on the
Yeah,
race,
so
Costman
the
had to
cage
wrangle
works
permissions
kind
and
of like as
assistance
a
from
shield,
5 government agencies,
almost.
including the National Forest Service, the National Park Service,
Yeah,
and the
and
California
the
Highway
cage
Patrol.
is really good
And he
on
knew that
maps
if he
with like
allowed
that
some
with
greenhorn
verticality
into the most
because
difficult race ever
it
conceived,
extends.
in the
It's
middle
the
of
it's the
summer,
longest
that
smoke.
motherfucker
Remember
might
that
die,
it's the long
and his
tallest
race would
smoke
vaporize overnight.
out of all the
No,
agent
if he was
smokes,
going to let me
and you have
compete in
so
Badwater,
many
I was going to have to earn it.
fucking sick
Because
one
earning
ways.
my way in would provide him
Like
at least some comfort
when I
that I
played
probably wouldn't
Cypher,
collapse
like
into a steaming
and
pile of
people on
roadkill somewhere
Fracture,
between Death
they
Valley
pick up
and Mount
Chamber
Whitney.
or KJ.
In
Because
his
KJ
email,
is not being
SBG
like
attempted to
countered
make a
so
case
much.
that because I
And
was
pick up
busy
like
working as a
people
SEAL,
think Jack
the
Chamber is so
prerequisites
hype.
required to compete
Those
at
are more
Badwater,
commonly
the
played. They
completion of
don't
at
know
least
how to
one
play against
100-mile
Cypher.
race or one 24-hour
Even though
race,
Cypher
while
is
covering
huge.
at least 100
And the other
miles,
thing,
should be
other
waived.
obviously
If I
problem
was allowed
is the
in,
presence of like
SBG
Rays
guaranteed
and
him that I'd
Fade
finish in the
meta.
top 10.
That's another
Costman
like
wasn't having
big
any of it.
reason.
He'd had
But
accomplished
people don't
athletes
know
beg him to waive his standards over the years,
how to fucking
including a
handle
champion
you.
marathoner and a
You know?
champion sumo wrestler. Yeah,
You
no
have
shit.
so many
And
one
he'd never
ways
budged.
cages. You have
One thing about
fucking.
me is I'm
You
the
have
same with
that.
everyone,
Oh
Costman
my
said, and I
god, you
called him
have
back.
insane
We have
retake
certain
cam
standards
on
for getting into
B.
our race, and that's the
Insane
way it
retake
is.
cam on A
But
too.
hey, there's this
It's
24-hour
like
race in San Diego coming up this weekend,
yeah,
he
Fracture.
continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Go run
Make sure
100
you know
miles and
all
get
of
back
those
to me.
because I'm
Chris
assuming that
Costman
you
had
know
made
these
me.
as I'm speaking.
I was as unprepared as he suspected. The fact that I wanted to run Badwater was no lie, and I planned to train for it. But to even have a chance to do that, I'd have to run 100 miles at the drop of a damn hat. If I chose not to, after all that Navy SEAL bluster, what would that prove?
Yeah, I told you
That I
to
was
get
just
me a
another
pod,
pretender,
right?
ringing his bell
Of
way
Cypher
too early on a
that you
Wednesday
said
morning,
you would, right?
which is how and
Yeah.
why I wound up running the San Diego one day with 3 days' notice.
Oh yeah, because you're busy. Yeah,
After
yeah.
surpassing the 50-mile mark, I could no longer keep up with Miss Inagaki,
Ah, yeah, yeah.
who
No
bounded
problem, no
ahead
problem.
like a
Oh
damn
yeah, sorry.
rabbit.
Keep talking.
I soldiered on in a fugue state. Pain washed through me in waves. My thighs felt like they were loaded with lead. The heavier they got, the more twisted my stride became. I torqued my hips to keep my legs moving and fought gravity to lift my feet a mere millimeter from the earth. Ah yes, my feet. My bones were becoming more brittle by the second, and my toes had banged the tips of my shoes for nearly 10 hours. Still, I fucking ran. Not fast, not with much style, but I kept going.
I think you're kind
My
of
shins were
maybe
the next domino to
mistaking
fall.
playing
Each
passively
subtle
with
rotation
not
of the
doing
ankle
anything.
joint felt like shock
You know?
therapy,
You're
like venom flowing through the marrow of my
here's
tibia.
here's what
It
I'll
brought
tell you
back
right now.
memories of my
The
duct
problem
tape days
isn't
from class
it's partially you're
235,
impatient,
but I
but
didn't
it's
bring
not
any
so much
tape
that
with
you're
me this time.
impatient, it's that you're thinking of it
Besides,
the wrong
if I
way.
stopped for even a few seconds,
You're not
starting up again would be near
like
impossible.
you shouldn't
A
just
few miles later, my
be
lungs seized,
staring at
my
me by
chest
like
rattled
holding an
as I
angle.
hopped
You
up
need
knots
to
of
be
brown mucus.
actively
It got cold.
gathering
I became
information,
short of breath.
right? You're
Fog
not
gathered around the halogen streetlights.
unless you're
ringing
using
the
your
lamps with
cam, for
electric
example, you have like a
rainbows,
retake cam
which
that
lent
you
the whole
don't
event
want
an otherworldly
discovered
feel.
until the moment
Or maybe
retake
it was just
happens,
me in that other world,
because it's just
one in
such
which
good
pain was the mother
information.
tongue, a language synced to
Don't
memory.
fucking
With every
do that.
lung-scraping cough, I flashed to my first
Move
bites
around.
class.
You,
I was back
playing
on the
passive
motherfucking
doesn't
log, staggering
mean
ahead, my lungs bleeding.
necessarily
I could feel and
just
see it
sitting
happening
there.
all over again.
Also, learn
Was I
how to
asleep?
play
Was I
aggressively on
dreaming?
defense.
I
You
opened
need,
my eyes
if
wide,
you can get
pulled my ears, and slapped my
aggressive
face to
lurks
wake up.
on defense,
I felt my
which
lips
on
and
fracture
chin
it's
for
very
fresh
much
blood,
possible,
and found a
it's very
translucent
strong.
slick of
And
saliva,
the reason why you're
sweat,
going to
and
be so
mucus
strong is
dribbling
because you
from my
know how
nose.
to duel people.
SBG's
You can out
hard-ass
aim
nerds
people.
were all around me now.
Most of the time in
running in
fracture, if you
circles,
lurk properly,
pointing,
you're most
mocking, the
likely
only,
going to
the
be
only
running
black
into
man in the
isolated
mix. Or
1v1s,
were
which
they?
you're great at.
I took another look.
Remember
Everyone
that.
who passed
And
me was
once you can
focused,
get in
each in their
deep,
own pain
and let's
zone.
say you
They
can
didn't
place
even
a
see
cam,
me.
the cam
I was losing
doesn't
touch
even
with reality
fucking
in small
even have
doses,
to see
because my
them.
mind was folding over on itself.
Place the fucking
Loading
cam
tremendous physical pain
underneath
with
tunnel
dark
and you can
emotional
hear them
garbage that had
rotate.
dredged up from the depths of my soul.
Yeah,
Translation,
that's
I
why
was
like I
suffering on
do
an
those
unholy
haven
level
cams where
reserved for dumb
there's a
fucks who
haven
thought the
cam
laws of
like
physics
right
and
to the left
physiology
of
did not
window,
apply
like
to
to the
them.
boxes,
Cocky
where it doesn't
bastards like
see
me,
anything,
who felt like they could
but
push
it
the
can
limit
actually hear
safely
the
because they'd done a
entire
couple of hell
fucking map.
weeks.
So
Right,
you can
well,
hear
I hadn't done
if
this.
people are
I hadn't
pushing
run 100
slurs
miles
A,
with
and then
zero
if they're
training.
rotating out, if
Had
they make
anybody
a
in the
single
history of
footstep, it'll
mankind
hear.
even
If
attempted
they push a
something
B,
so
it'll
fucking
hear. If they
foolish?
go garage, it'll
Could
hear.
this even be done at all?
Like
Iterations
it's
of that
insane
one simple
fucking
question
cam.
slid
Like do
by
stuff like that,
like a
you know?
digital ticker
Like if
on my brain
and
screen.
you can do that
Bloody
by
thought bubbles
pushing,
floated from my skin and soul.
advancing,
Why?
and
Why? Why
also
the fuck
you
are
can
you still doing this
place,
to
you can
yourself?
advance,
I hit the
place
incline
trip
at mile
so that
69.
when attackers are like, we
that
need to
7-foot
rotate
ramp,
out,
the pitch of a
they
shallow
get caught by a
driveway,
trip and they're
which would
fucked.
make any seasoned
Right? So you
trail
can
runner
look
laugh
for
out loud.
information,
It
you can
buckled my
look for
knees
map
and sent me
control,
reeling
you
backward,
can look
like
to
a
place
delivery truck in
utility that
neutral.
gives you map control,
I
you can look to
staggered,
place
reached for
utility
the
that
ground with
gives
the
you
tips of my
information.
fingers, and nearly
Capiche?
capsized. It took
so
10
many
seconds
ways
to
to
cover the
play
distance.
aggressive Cypher.
Each one
You
dragged
don't
out like an
have
elastic
to,
thread,
but
sending shockwaves of
Cypher's
pain from my
aggression is
toes to the
different,
space behind my eyeballs.
right?
I hacked and coughed.
I'm not
My gut
I'm not talking
twisted.
about. I never
Collapse
want you
was
to
imminent.
like, for example,
Collapse
Cypher. I
is what
never
the
want you to
fuck I
peak like A
deserved.
main.
At the
You
70-mile
know,
mark, I couldn't take
I'd
another
never
step
want you to
forward.
peak like B main.
Kate had set
You're
up our
not
lawn
doing
chair
that.
on the
That's
grass
not
near the
you.
start-finish line. And
Yeah.
when I teetered toward her, I saw her in triplicate, 6 hands groping toward me, guiding me into that folding chair.
Yeah,
I was
yeah, yeah.
dizzy and
Arcade is
dehydrated,
really strong.
starved of
Arcade is
potassium
really
and sodium.
strong. Dish is really strong.
Kate was a nurse. I had EMT training and went through my own mental
You
checklist.
need to think about
I knew
placing
my
your
blood
trips
pressure
to
was probably
counter
dangerously low. She removed my shoes.
people across
My
the
foot
map
pain was no
broadly.
Sean
More
Dobbs
broadly
illusion.
than you need to think a
My
little bit
white
more
tube socks were
globally
caked
and
in
not
blood
like I'm
from
just
cracked
defending
toenails
this
and broken
site.
blisters.
So
I asked Kate to
globality
grab
is
some
really good
Motrin
because
and anything she thought might be
it
helpful from John Metz.
it keeps
And
the
when she
enemy
was gone,
guessing where your
my body continued
presence
to decline.
is. And
My
also they
stomach
expend a
rumbled,
lot of
and when I
utility
looked down, I
clearing
saw bloody piss
spots
leak down my
where,
leg.
let's say
shit
they,
myself,
you know,
too.
you put one trip
Liquefied
by
diarrhea rose
arcade,
in the space
right,
between
just
my
once,
ass and a lawn chair that would
first
never
round.
be quite the same
They will
again.
always remember that
Worse,
and always like
I had to
have that
hide it,
in the
because I
back
knew
of
if
my
Kate saw
back
how
of
bad
their
off I
mind,
really
even if
was,
you never
she would beg
place
me to
the
pull
trip
out of the
arcade
race.
again.
I
They
had
will
run 70
suspect,
miles
hey,
in 12
Cypher
hours
likes
with
to
no
put
training,
trips in
and this was my
arcade in
reward.
general. It's probably
To my
somewhere
left,
else.
on the lawn, was
He
another
just
4-pack
moved
of
it, and they
Myoplex.
like the way
Only
they
a musclehead
play
like me would choose
will
that
force them
thick-ass
to
protein
clear
drink
trips and
as
play
my
slower,
hydrating agent
wouldn't
of
it?
choice. Next to it was
Phoenix,
half a box of
then
Ritz
fucking, you know,
crackers.
Sky
The
players,
other half
whoever,
now
can't just
congealing
like
and churning in
throw
my
a
stomach
flash and
and
white
intestinal
swing.
tract
They're
like
not
an
gonna
orange
do that
blob.
because of your trips,
I
right?
sat there with my head
So
in my hands
all
for
of a
20
sudden
minutes.
you're forcing
Runners
people to
shuffled,
play
glided, or staggered
in
past me as I felt time
in
tick
very
down on my
predictable
hastily
ways
imagined,
across the entire
ill-conceived
map,
dream.
and your teammates can
Kate
take advantage
returned,
of that. You
knelt
can take
down,
advantage
and
of
helped
that
me lace back up.
easily
She didn't know
because
the
they
extent of my
can't make certain
breakdown
plays.
and
They
hadn't
have
quit
to
on me
play a
yet.
certain way
That
because
was
of your
something at least.
presence.
And in her
You
hands
can't
were a
do
welcome
that
reprieve
if
for
they
more
always know
Myoplex
you're
and more
playing
Ritz
B, or
crackers.
if they always know
She
you're
handed
playing
me
A,
Motrin,
or if
then
they
some
know
cookies
that,
and
let's
2 peanut
say,
butter and jelly
if they see
sandwiches,
one trip
which I
B, then
washed
that
down with
means you're at
Gatorade.
B, right?
Then
You
she
don't
helped me
always
stand.
want that. The one
The world wobbled on its
cases
axis.
where you place all your
Again, she
trips
split
A,
into 2,
they trigger
then
all the
3,
trips A, they
but she
think
held
you're
me
an
there
A,
as
but
my
you
world
leave one
stabilized,
retake cam
and I
on
took a
B.
single solitary
They
step.
don't even think about it
Cue
on
the
retake,
ungodly
and then when
pain.
you guys are about to
I didn't know it
retake,
yet, but my feet were slivered with
your
stress
time with the
fractures.
flash or
The toll
whatever,
of
or
hubris
some
is
kind of
heavy
a
on the ultra
noise,
circuit, and my bill had come
pull
due.
your cam up.
I took another step,
On the
and
map
another.
like fracture,
I winced. My eyes
the
watered.
amount of
Another step. She
information
let go.
angles that the
I
cam
walked
deletes
on.
and gives
Slowly.
you is just
Way too
mad,
fucking slow.
mad.
When I stopped at the 70-mile mark, I was well ahead of the pace I needed to run 100 miles in 24 hours. But
that's
now
how
I was
you
walking
can
at a 20-minute a mile
maximize
clip,
alleyway
which was
cipher
as fast as I could possibly move. Miss Inagaki breezed
aggressively.
by me and glanced over. There was pain in her eyes too, but she still looked the part of an athlete. I was a motherfucking zombie, giving away all the precious time I stored up, watching my margin for error burn to ash. Why? Again the same boring question. Why? 4 hours later, at nearly 2 a.m., I hit the 81-mile mark.
Try him
and Kate broke the
aggressively.
news.
Try that
I
aggression
don't believe
that
you're
I'm
going to make the
speaking of.
time
You'll
at this
learn
pace,
to
she
enjoy
said,
it very
walking with me,
much.
encouraging me to drink more Myoplex. She didn't cushion the blow. She was matter-of-fact about it. I stared over at her, mucus and Myoplex dripping down my chin, all the life drained from my eyes. For 4 hours, each agonizing step had demanded maximum focus and effort, but it wasn't enough. And unless I could find more, my philanthropic dream was dead. I choked and coughed, took another sip. Roger that, I said softly. I knew that she was right. My pace continued to slow and was only getting worse. That's when I finally realized that this fight wasn't about Operation Red Wings or the families of the fallen. It was to a point, but none of that would help me run 19 more miles
What's
before
that
10 a.m.
got to do with your confidence,
No.
you said?
This run, Badwater, my entire desire to push myself to the brink of destruction was about me. It was about how much I was willing to suffer, how much more I could take, and how much I had to give. If I was going to make it, this shit would have to get personal. I stared down at my legs. I could still see a trail
That's what you
of
need
dried
to get
piss and blood
used
stuck to my
to.
inner thigh. And thought to
Maintain your
myself,
confidence
who in this
regardless
entire
of what
fucked-up
you're
world
playing.
would still
That's
be in this
another thing
fight?
you're working on too.
Only
You must not
Goggins.
forget that.
You haven't trained.
You need to get
You don't know
comfortable
dick
with
about
discomfort.
hydration
You
and
need to get
performance. All
comfortable
you
with
know
being
is you
unfamiliar.
refuse
Otherwise,
to
what
quit.
happens is
Why?
you get to certain pro games where you're
You know,
totally
let's pull
fine.
back
You
for a
think
second,
you
'cause
got
I
it
know
done. You know all the
your
strats, and
most
then make
avid
a surprise
fans
play
and
to
people
catch you off
listening
guard.
or
It throws
reading,
off your
a
mental.
lot of them will have heard that story.
Because you're
tell it on
like, I don't
podcasts,
know
it's
what
so
the fuck to
compelling,
do
that
now.
story. It's more in detail here.
But because
But
you're
let's just go through it
unfamiliar,
again. Like,
completely
where's
unfamiliar,
your
you
head?
gotta
I mean, we know you
be
need to
very,
find
very
something more
comfortable in
personal.
those
Was
situations.
that shocking for you?
Yeah, it's very.
This
But
thing
however,
that you
it's
thought was
very good to
actually
plan around
kind
it
of a
like you are
charitable
doing.
race. Was it? Were you surprised that
Recognize
you were
that hey, your
confronted this way?
confidence is low.
I was very surprised.
when you're playing on
And
the
I
agent.
guess the
It's
biggest
good to
surprise to me
recognize
was
those strengths
when
too.
I was
Yes.
duct taping my feet in that third hell week. I thought for sure there was nothing on the planet Earth that could even come near the kind of pain I was in during that third hell week or after that third hell week. This
What
right
about
here
learning
shocked the hell
wise?
out of me because I had never been in a situation where I was so mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually,
Learning wise, I don't care
anything you
about
can
it.
even think about. I was
Yeah.
so messed up
'Cause that's what matters,
that
isn't it?
even though we have a, we did a
I'll
good job
I'll
of
never ask you how many
describing
games
it
you
here,
won, and I'll put it that way. I'll never ask you. I
unless
don't
I were to
care.
get my
You know,
brain
it doesn't
and
matter.
put it in somebody's head, would they ever know the amount of suffering
Yeah. So
I was truly in?
it's not
Yeah, I
that
mean,
I'm
you've
a
told me
learning
many
type of
times
guy.
that
And
there's
let me make it
nothing
clear.
like this. Like this
It's
still
not
is
me.
the top
It's
level
not a
of
me
suffering
thing.
you've been through,
That's
right?
the only
Nothing's even
way.
close to
That's
it.
the
I'm
only way
43,
for you
and
to
I've done
improve
so
at the
much
fastest
more.
rate
Yeah,
possible.
how many ultra races have
Is
you
to
done?
I think I've done 60
look
of them.
at frame
Yeah,
everything
this is
you
still
do
number one.
This
as
is still
learning.
number one because when you go into something like
Yeah,
this
that's the only
and
way you
you
can
are so
stay with growth
undertrained
mindset.
and
Otherwise, you
so
start thinking, okay,
underprepared,
how many games I
even
lost
mentally,
when blah blah blah. It doesn't
I
matter.
had to
You're learning
reinvent the
Cipher right
wheel
now. None of that
mentally
shit
because
matters.
I really underestimated this race.
So
Because,
let me
I
ask
sat
you
there and
that
did the
then. You know,
math, and it's
like
like
what
just
aspects
shy
do
of
you
a
think
15-minute
of
mile, and,
Cipher
that's walking pace.
are you picking
But
up?
when you go
Or
out in a
yesterday,
race like this,
what did
I
you
went
work
out
on?
running hard. I didn't go out walking. I didn't go out
What did you
pacing
feel like you
myself.
improved?
So when you go out and you're pretty much blown by mile 50, the next 50 miles become straight up hell.
Also, you might have been taking it a little lightly because you thought, shit, 130 hours is harder than 24 hours. If I can do 130 hours twice, I can do 24 hours once.
Exactly. But the thing that I didn't put into the whole equation was in Hell Week, sometimes you're in the water, sometimes you're actually paddling, like in your boat. Sometimes you're running. You're using different muscle groups. And what makes running so brutal is you're using the same exact muscle group for hours. And that's what killed me.
Interesting. I love how you put it here, and we're going to get into it now. How dreams how the goals we dream up for ourselves, the challenges that we imagine, they always come without the pain, right? You don't dream of the pain. You dream of the glory, not the pain.
Oh yeah, I always talk about that, man. We always, like for instance, if you see something on TV that looks truly amazing, like maybe climbing Mount Everest, you're in a nice warm house, you're chilling out with, your boyfriend, girlfriend, husband or wife. You might be drinking, a nice cool drink.
Keep in
and,
mind, I want you
you're in a comfortable
to, in a
environment. So
situation
your
like that, I
mind
can kind of
makes you
picture it.
believe you can do anything. Oh my
That's
God,
a
I'm gonna
scenario
go
where
climb
you may
Everest.
not have to jiggle
But
your cam
in that
really.
comfortable environment,
So
your
this is
mind
where like
fools
knowing
you completely.
and
It's not
memorizing
until
timings is
your ass
actually
is out
really
there
helpful.
on Mount Everest and
When
you're,
you place
no
cams or
oxygen,
trips
you're totally depleted,
like that,
malnourished,
it
do you
should
start
free
thinking, that was
you
a
to
dumbass
actually go
idea on
play
that
on the
couch.
other side of the map
That's when it
too.
comes real.
Like very,
It
very
becomes real.
easily. And it
Perfect.
delays,
Let's
you
get back
can use
into
that
it. We can talk a little
utility
bit more
either
after
for
the
delay
chapter.
or you can use that cam on retake.
It's
Which
funny.
means that
Humans tend to hatch our most
if you can
challenging
just
goals and dreams,
ignore that
the ones
part
that
of the
demand our
map
greatest effort, yet
until
promise
it's time
absolutely
to
nothing when we are
give
tucked
it
into our
up
comfort
and
zones.
play retake.
I was
That
at
makes
work
sense?
when Kosman laid out his
So
challenge for me.
you don't always.
I just had a warm shower. I was fed
That
and
is,
watered.
if that's the
I
whole
was
point of the
comfortable.
util, you don't
And
always
looking
have to
back, every
activate
single
it. You
time
don't
I've been
always have
inspired to
to
do something
think about,
difficult,
okay,
I was
I
in a
have
soft
the
environment.
trips there, but
Because
I
it
still
all
need to
sounds
go there and
doable when
physically
you're chilling on
play
your
it. No,
fucking
you don't
couch
need to.
with a glass of
Now,
lemonade
if you place
or a
the
chocolate
trip
shake in your hand.
to play off
When we're
of and get
comfortable,
a sure
we can't
kill,
answer
then
those simple
yes.
questions that are bound to arise
Right?
in the heat of
It's
battle
all about the
because we
purpose.
don't even realize
But you
they're
can
coming.
definitely
But those answers are very
reposition
important
trips.
when
That's
you are no
another
longer in your
huge thing.
air-conditioned room or
It's
under
like
your fluffy
you
blanket.
might have a
When your
regular
body is
trip in the
broken and
beginning
beaten,
of the
when
round
you're confronted with
before
agonizing
barriers come
pain
down,
and staring
and
into
you
the
confirm
unknown,
that
your
no one's
mind will
coming.
spin.
You might
And that's when
actually
those
push in a
questions
little
become
bit
toxic.
further or
If you
find a
aren't prepared
different
in
spot and
advance, if
reposition
you
that
allow
trip
your
so
mind
that
to remain undisciplined in an
instead of
environment of
like
intense suffering,
designed
it
to
won't
trigger
feel
like
like
a
it.
boom
But it
bot,
is very much a choice you are
right? Or
making.
instead
The
of
only answer you are likely to
placing
find
the
is
trip,
the one that will make it stop
if it's
as
like an
fast as possible.
informational trip, right?
I
Instead of
don't
putting
know.
it at the foot,
Hell Week
you put
changed
it at eye
everything for me.
level, right?
It
Or
allowed
head
me to have
level,
the
right?
mindset
We
to
don't
sign up for
know
that
that
24-hour race with
as
less
you
than a
play
week's
Cypher.
notice. Because during Hell
And then
Week,
if
you
you're
live all
trying
the
to use
emotions
it
of
as a
life, all the
trap
highs and
where
lows
you're gonna
in
peak
6
off
days.
of, then you put it
In
at the
130 hours, you earn
bottom.
decades of wisdom.
Make sense?
That's why there was a schism between
So
the
you
twins after
reposition
Marcus
that
went
trip,
through buds.
and then the next time what
You gain the
happens
kind of
is
self-knowledge that can only
you
come
don't
from
put
being
the
broken
trip
down to
there,
nothing and
but you
finding
can
more within.
actually put the trip
Morgan
on the
couldn't speak
arcade
that
side,
language until he endured it
but you
for
can
himself.
actually
After
play
surviving
at
2
that
Hell
same
Weeks and
spot as
participating
if the
in
trip
3,
is there,
I was a native native
because
speaker.
that guy will
Hell Week
walk
was
up
home.
to the trip
It was the
slowly
fairest
where the
place I've
trip
ever been
spot
in
was
this world.
last,
There were
and
no
try to
timed
shoot it,
evolutions,
try to find
there was
it.
nothing graded,
Yeah.
and there were no trophies.
So it's
It was
like
an all-out war
you
of me
have,
against me.
instead of having 2
And
trips,
that's
you have
exactly
4
where I found
trips.
myself again, when I was
In
reduced
a
to my
way.
absolute lowest on Hospitality Point.
So
Why?
repositioning
Why are you still
trips like
doing this
that
to
is
yourself,
also
Goggins?
a very, very good
Because you are
way
one hard
to play
motherfucker, I
Cypher. It's
screamed.
very much
The
brain.
voices in my head were
You'll
so
start
penetrating,
noticing this. It's
I had
all
to bite
brain
back out loud.
with Cypher.
I was on to something. I felt an energy build immediately as I realized that still being in the fight was a miracle in itself. Except it wasn't a miracle. God didn't come down and bless my ass. I did this. I kept going when I should have quit 5 hours ago. I am the reason I still have a chance. And I remembered something else, too. This wasn't the first time I'd taken on a seemingly impossible task. I picked up my pace. I was still walking, but I wasn't sleepwalking anymore. I had life. I kept digging into my past, into my own imaginary cookie jar. I remembered as a kid, no matter how fucked up our life was, my mother always figured out a way to stock our damn cookie jar. She'd buy wafers and Oreos, Pepperidge Farm Milanos, and Chips Ahoy.
Yep.
And whenever
And
she
that's
showed
really
up
smart.
with a new
The
batch
other
of cookies,
thing you can
she'd
do
dump them into
is
one jar. With her permission,
you need to
we'd
do
get
a
to
little
pick
bit
one
of
or two
practice.
out
You
at
need
a
to
time.
put that cam there
It was
and
like
then
a mini treasure
reposition,
hunt.
get ready.
I
But
remember the
get
joy of
ready
dropping my
for
fist into
a
that jar,
one-way cage
wondering what I'd
lineup. This
find.
is something that
And
like
before I crammed the
only
cookie in my
fucking
mouth,
cybermains
I always took
can
the
do,
time
and
to admire
that's
it
just
first,
so fucking awesome.
especially when
right?
we were broke in Brazil.
Here's the thing with
I turn it
one-ways,
around in my
one-ways are
hand
only
and say my own
effective
little
if
prayer of
the
thanks.
enemies are
The feeling of being that
nearby,
kid,
right? And
locked in a
closing
moment of
towards it.
gratitude
And you
for
don't
a
want to
simple
waste
gift like a
it.
cookie came
So
back
all
to
you
me.
need to do is
I
line
felt
up
it
for your
viscerally,
one-way
and
for
I used that
aiming,
concept to stuff a new
right?
kind of cookie jar.
And then you check
Inside
the
it
cam.
were
If
all
no
my
one's
past
there,
victories.
you don't throw the cage.
Like the time when I had to study 3 times as
Don't-
hard as
don't
anybody
even
else
fucking
during my
throw the
senior year in
cage.
high school just to
Makes
graduate.
sense?
That was a cookie. But when I passed the
Because
ASVAB
then
test
you
as a senior,
can easily
and then
rotate
again to
and
get
throw
into
the
buds,
cage
2 more cookies.
for
I remembered dropping over
for
100
B.
pounds in under 3
You
months,
can actually get
conquering
there
my fear of water,
in time
graduating buds at the top of my
to
class,
make a
and
huge
being named
difference.
enlisted
And
honor
fast
man in Army
retake with
Ranger
Cypher
training.
is
More on
not
that
bad
soon.
at all.
All of those were cookies,
Yeah, so that's
loaded
what you
with
can
chocolate
do.
chunks.
Immediately you
These
use
weren't mere
cam,
flashbacks.
take away
I wasn't
cam,
just floating
and
through
then
my
you
memory
rotate.
files.
And if somebody
I
is,
actually
is
tapped
people
into
are
the emotional
actually
state I
there,
felt during those
you see
victories,
multiple,
and in so doing,
you can
accessed
throw
my
down your
sympathetic
cage
nervous system once
immediately,
again.
and then
My
also
adrenaline took
a
over.
trip.
The pain started
But
to fade just enough.
You're
and my
gonna have
pace
to think
picked
a
up.
little bit.
I began swinging
Was
my
that
arms and
one
lengthening
person
my
you
stride.
saw? Was that gonna be a
My
lurker?
fractured feet were still
Was
a bloody
that,
mess, full of
like,
blisters,
did you see
the
like a
toenails
Sova
peeling
or
off almost
Raze?
every toe. But I kept
That'll
pounding.
determine how you
And
put your
soon it
trip.
was me who was
Right? And
slaloming
also,
runners with
was
pained
it
expressions
like
as I
5
raced
men?
the clock.
That'll also
From then
determine
on,
how you
the cookie
respond.
jar became a
doesn't it?
concept I've
Because
employed whenever
if
I
it's
need a reminder of
if
who I
if you
am
see
and what I'm
one
capable of.
lurker, you're
We
gonna
all have a
want to
cookie jar
trip
inside us
in a
because
way
life,
that like
being what it
lets
is,
you
has
not
always
have to
tested
worry
us.
about the lurker.
Even if
But the
you're
lurker
feeling low
needs
and
to
beat down
shoot
by
the
life
trip
right
in
now,
order to go
I
past.
guarantee you can think
Or
of a
make
time or two
make
when you
noise,
overcame
like
odds
an
and
updraft
tasted
or
success.
something, right?
It doesn't have to be a big victory
But if
either.
it's the whole
It
team,
can
then
be
you need
something
to
small.
throw your trip
I know we
for
all
like
want the whole victory
maximum
today,
volt or
but when I was
maximum
teaching myself
retake
to read,
capability,
I would be happy when I
basically.
could understand every word in a single paragraph. I knew I still had a long way to go to move from a 3rd grade reading level to that of a senior in high school. But even a small win like that was enough to keep
That'll
me
all
interested in learning, and finding more
with
within
game
myself.
time,
You
but
don't drop 100 pounds in less than 3 months without losing
it
5 pounds in a week
also
first. Those first 5
you
pounds I
may
lost
need
were a
some
small
deliberate
accomplishment,
practice because
and it doesn't
once you're
sound like a lot.
familiar with
But
all
at the
the
time, it was
setups,
proof
the
that I could
different
lose
cams,
weight and that my goal,
and you can
however
execute
improbable, was
fluidly
not
in between.
impossible. The engine in a rocket ship does not fire without a
That's
small
when
spark
the
first.
Cypher really
We all
shines.
need small
So when you
sparks,
look at
small
top Cypher
accomplishments in our
players, as
lives to
soon
fuel the
as
big
like
ones.
clock
Think of
starts,
your small
right?
accomplishments as kindling.
They're running around with
When you
Nightfall,
want
they
a
throw it
bonfire,
here,
you don't
here.
start
They're
by
all
lighting a
ready.
big
They're
log.
so fast with
You
their
collect some
setups,
witch's
right?
hair, a small pile
So,
of hay or some dry dead grass.
If you're having
like
trouble
that.
breaking
And then add small
down like
sticks and bigger
okay,
sticks
Cypher,
before you
these
feed
are
your
all
tree
the
stump into the
skill
blaze.
components of Cypher
Because
I need
it's
to
the small
master.
sparks, which
That's
start
like
small
one
fires,
example of how you
that
can break it
eventually
down.
build enough heat to burn the whole
Look at
fucking forest
how
down.
fast they're putting their util
You don't
down
have any big
and how
accomplishments to draw on
often
yet?
they're switching. So
So
start
be it.
keeping
The
tracking
small
of
victories are your
like
cookies to
how
savor.
often am I
And make sure you do
repositioning my
savor
trip.
them. Yeah,
How
I was hard on
often am
myself when I
I
looked in the accountability mirror. But I also praised myself
using
whenever I could claim a
the
small
proper
victory.
trip for the
Because we all
proper
need that.
occasion.
And
Things
very
like
few
that.
of us take the
Those are
time to
things
celebrate our
start
successes.
tracking.
Sure,
And
in the
when I
moment we
ask
might
you
enjoy them, but do we
about
ever look back on them and
progress,
feel that win again and again? Maybe
like
that sounds
that, that's
narcissistic to
kind
you,
of what
but I'm not
kind of
talking about
information
bullshitting
I'm
about the
looking
glory
for.
days here.
You know, that you
I'm not
understand
suggesting you
this
crawl up
is
your own ass and bore your friends with
what
all your
I'm
stories about what
working
a
on
badass
in
you
terms
used
of
to be.
cipher, and these are the things
Nobody
I'm
wants to hear
looking
that
for.
shit. I'm
Doesn't
talking
have to
about
be
utilizing
numbers,
past successes to
but
fuel
I
you
do
to
want like
new and bigger
sort of
ones.
that rough
Because in the heat
understanding
of battle,
from
when
you.
shit gets real,
Does that
we
make
need to
sense?
draw inspiration to push through our own
Is this all
exhaustion,
stuff that you
depression,
knew,
pain, and
pretty
misery.
much? just
We
didn't
need to spark
implement
a
or
bunch of
couldn't
small
implement
fires to become the motherfucking inferno.
because of time or
But digging
whatever.
into the
Like
cookie jar when
they
things are
didn't
going
get to play
south takes
much, all
focus and
that.
determination, because at first the brain doesn't want to go there. It wants to remind you that you're suffering and that your goal is impossible. It wants you to stop so it can stop the pain. That night in San Diego was the most difficult night of my life physically. I'd never felt so broken, and there were no souls to
Gameplay.
take. I wasn't
Yeah.
competing for a trophy. There was no one standing in my way.
So
All I had to draw on to keep myself
that's
going
why I say,
was
hey,
me.
like one
The cookie jar became my
lineup a
energy
match,
bank.
right? Or one
Whenever the
lineup a
pain got
day
to
or
be too much,
something.
I dug into it and took a bite.
Set a
The
number
pain was never
and learn
gone,
those,
but
and
I only
it's
felt
not.
it in waves.
You don't
because
even
my
need
brain
to
was
play the
otherwise
game to
occupied,
learn it. It's
which
not
allowed me
hard
to
to
drown
like
out
seriously
simple
sit down
questions
and
shrink
memorize.
time. Each lap
And learn
became a
them. Once
victory
you
lap,
learn them, it
celebrating a
gives you
different
like the
cookie,
basic
another small
knowledge
fire.
that
Mile
then
81
lets you
became
practice
82,
those
and
in
an
those
hour and a half
situations.
later, I was in the 90s.
Because otherwise, you won't
I'd run 90
even
fucking miles with
like
no
think
training.
of using it.
Who does that
Even
shit?
though you mentally
An hour
like
later,
you
I was
know
at
that you can
95.
do it, your
And
brain
after
won't
nearly
come up
19
with it
hours
because
of
you
running
don't
almost
have the tool.
nonstop,
You don't
I'd
have the
done it.
lineup.
I'd hit 100 miles. Or had I?
And
I
constantly
couldn't
make
remember,
new plays
so I ran one more
with,
lap
with
just
the
to make
agent
sure.
that you're learning. Don't play the same
After
way.
running
Constantly
101
try
miles,
stuff out.
my race
Everything is
finally
an
over.
experiment.
I staggered to my lawn chair,
That's
and Kate
why I
placed a
want
camouflage
people to get
poncho
rid of
liner
that
over my
whole
body
like
as I shivered in the fog.
performance mindset. Everything
Steam
is
poured off
learning.
me.
You gotta forget
My
about
vision was
winning.
blurred.
When you start
I
caring
remember
about
feeling
that,
something warm on my
you
leg.
play completely
Looked
different.
down and saw I was
You
pissing
feel the
blood
pressure
again.
and you're like
I
all
knew what was
taking
coming
fights
next.
and
But
like
the porta
getting all
potties were about
sweaty.
40 feet
When you
away,
notice that,
which may as well have been
that's
40
when you're
miles
not playing
or
properly.
4,000. I tried to get up, but I
You're
was way
playing
too dizzy
probably at
and collapsed
like
back
at
into that chair,
90% of your
an immovable
efficiency
object ready to accept the inevitable
and
truth
sweating it
that I
out.
was about to
I
shit
want
myself.
that to be
It was
70%
much worse
efficiency.
this time. My entire backside and
Instead,
lower back
you're
was smeared with
focusing
warm
on.
feces.
It's almost like it's unrated.
Kate knew what an
Pretend it's
emergency looked
unrated,
like.
but you're
She
not there
sprinted to our
to
Toyota
fuck around.
Camry and backed the car up on the
And
grassy
none
knoll
of it
beside me.
matters. You're just
My legs
there.
were stiff as
You set an
fossils, frozen in
objective. Hey,
stone,
I'm
and I
gonna
leaned on her to
practice
slide into the back
tripping and
seat.
making plays
She was frantic
around
behind the
instead of
wheel and wanted
arcade.
to take
I'm
me
gonna
directly
try
to the
dish.
ER, but
Instead
I
of
wanted
dish,
to go
I'm
home.
gonna try main.
We lived on the second deck of an apartment complex in Chula Vista, and I leaned on her back with my arms around her neck as she led me up that staircase. She balanced me up against the stucco as she opened the door to our
Sorry,
apartment.
I don't mean to
I
be
took a
like
few steps
preachy or
inside
anything like
before
that. I
blacking
wanted
out.
to kind of check
I
in,
came
make
to
sure
on the
you're
kitchen floor
oriented
a
the
few
right
minutes
way.
later. My back was still smeared with shit, my thighs caked in blood and urine. My feet were blistered up and bleeding in 12 places.
How's
7
everything
of my 10
coming along
toenails
in
were
terms
dangling
of
loose,
studying? Like,
connected only by tabs of dead skin. We had a combination tub and shower, and she got the shower going before helping me crawl toward the bathroom and climb into the tub. I remember lying there naked,
because that's where
with the
your
shower pouring
time
down
savings
upon me.
are, isn't it?
I shivered,
Right, like
felt
if you're
and looked like
spending
death,
most of your time
and then I
doing
started
it,
peeing again.
you get better
But
at
instead
it
of blood
and you
or
do it
urine,
effectively.
what came out of me
You'll
looked like thick
earn more
brown
rest
bile.
time or game time, practice
Petrified,
time.
Kate stepped into the hall to dial my mom. She'd been to the race with a friend of hers who happened to be a doctor. When he heard my symptoms, the doctor suggested that I might be in kidney failure and that I needed to go to the ER immediately. Kate hung up, stormed into the bathroom, and found me lying on my left side in the fetal position. "We need to get you to the ER now, David." She kept talking, shouting, crying, trying to reach me through the haze, and I heard most of what she said. But I knew if we went to the hospital, they'd give me painkillers, and I didn't want to mask this pain. I'd just accomplished the most amazing feat in my entire life. It was harder than Hell Week, more significant to me than becoming a SEAL, and more challenging than my deployment to Iraq, because this time I had done something I'm not sure anyone had ever done before. I ran 101 miles with zero preparation. I knew then that I'd been selling myself short, that there was a whole new level of performance out there to tap into, that the human body can withstand and accomplish a hell of a lot more than most of us think possible, and that it all begins and ends in the mind. This wasn't a theory. It wasn't something I'd read in a damn book. I'd experienced it firsthand on Hospitality Point.
And then
This
you're
last
also
part,
doing
this pain and
running
suffering,
deathmatch, right?
This was my trophy ceremony.
What are you doing in
this.
range?
This was confirmation that I'd mastered my own mind, at least for a little while, and that what I'd just accomplished was something special. As I lay there, curled up in the tub, shivering in the fetal position, relishing the pain, I thought of something else too.
Can you actually,
If I could run
would you mind
101
showing me
miles with
live?
zero
I know you
training,
just woke up.
Imagine
but
what I could
if
do
you're okay
with a
with
little
it.
preparation.
I can wait while you get set up and stuff. Only if
Goggins,
you want
man.
to. I know you didn't
mean,
volunteer. You just wanted
What
to hang
happens
out
when
and
you
all
hear
of a
that?
sudden I'm
Are
trying
you
to
right
coach
back
you
on
and shit.
Hospitality Point?
That race brings back a lot of memories. I've
It's
never
a
in my
habit, sorry,
entire
dude.
life suffered like that.
I don't know, man.
I
I
didn't know
just
that was
want you to
even
succeed. And
possible to suffer like
I
that.
don't know.
But the one thing I figured out through all that suffering
I love
was
my
that it
job
was
more than
possible to go
being
so
a
much
friend.
further than what
All right.
than what anybody thinks. I mean, literally at mile 70, I was done. I was done at mile 50. And to go that much further, feeling that bad, it changed my perspective on life. It really did.
And that's directly because of how much suffering there was. I mean, you've told me many times that
No,
this
you have
is
to
the top
hold it. You
suffering
actually
and
have
all
to
the
hold
amazing
it
things that you've
and
dealt
like
with, and all
really
the
try
pain
to
you've dealt
stretch your
with. This
jaw
is number one.
and really
There's
like
nothing even close to this, man. You know,
stretch it
I was in Hell Week,
and
Ranger
do
school.
you did the breathing,
I've
right?
done
That's
tons
important.
of things in my life. You know, so at 43, I've done a lot of shit.
60 ultras or something
Yeah,
like that?
60 ultras by
which
now.
which
and I look
stretch are you
back at
talking
this
about?
race that was on a
The
flat
eye stretch?
1 mile track, and this thing kicked the living hell out of me. You know, when you're not prepared and you go out there strictly on blood and guts, Mileplex and Ritz crackers, you know, that's about the dumbest equation you are bound to fail.
Oh, this
You
one.
are
Yeah,
bound
yeah,
to
I know
fail.
that one. That one's
And
good.
to sit back
Yeah,
through all
yeah.
that stuff and figure out how to succeed.
And that one's good.
That's what I get out
That
of that,
one's
man.
good,
Like,
yeah.
you know, I didn't freak out. You know, I'm at mile 70.
Yep.
I have diarrhea on me, peeing a little bit of blood. And I'm sitting there thinking, okay, you know, I wasn't sitting there thinking, man, I got to pull out of this thing. I
And
was
you
thinking,
like it, yeah?
how can I do this? How can I do this?
Uh-huh.
And I was slowly just getting my mind, and it was truly beautiful. So in the most painful
How
time
long
of my
is whole
entire
thing?
life, I saw the most beauty
How long is
in
whole
life.
thing?
It was so crazy because everything started slowing down because
The
I knew
kovaaks,
I
yeah.
wasn't going to quit. I knew I wasn't going to quit. And once your mind knows it's not going to quit, something happens. It starts to
45.
say,
And
oh,
then
okay, I
you
guess we got to
play
find more.
the sheriff
I guess we
tracking,
got to
yeah?
find more. So that's what I realized. If your
Okay,
brain
I'll ask you
is in
to
control,
to
and
show
you are in
it
control
to
of your
me
brain,
in a
you
bit,
will
but let's
find
just
more.
see the range stuff first. Yep.
Challenge 6. Take inventory of your cookie jar. Crack your journal open again. Write it all out. Remember, this is not some breezy stroll through your personal trophy room. Don't just write down your achievement hit list. Include life obstacles you've overcome as well.
Are you using
like
left hand
quitting
at all
smoking,
here?
or overcoming depression,
No,
or
right?
a stutter.
Yeah.
Add in those minor
Use your left
tasks you
hand.
failed earlier in life,
I
but
want
tried again
you-
a second or third
yeah.
time, and ultimately
Every
succeeded
time
at.
you take a shot,
Feel what it was like to
I want you
overcome
to
those
be
struggles,
counter-strafing.
those opponents, and win.
make sense?
Then get to work.
No,
Set ambitious
I
goals
do not
before each
ever
workout,
want you to
and let
stand
those
still.
past
Your
victories
brain
carry
needs
you
to
to
know
new
that
personal
there's
bests.
no occasion
If it's a
where
run
you
or
stand
bike
still
ride, include
in
some time to
Valorant.
do interval work and challenge yourself to
Right?
beat your best
If it's
mile
standing
split,
still,
or simply
it's
maintain a
because
maximum
if
heart rate
you
for a
like
full minute,
100%
then 2
only
minutes.
have to you have
If you're
to
at
hold
home,
the
focus
angle,
on pull-ups
right?
or push-ups.
Otherwise, you're not
Do as
standing
many as
still.
possible in 2 minutes.
Otherwise, what
Then
happens
try
is
to
your
beat
brain
your
thinks
best.
it's okay to stand
When the
still
pain
while
hits
aiming.
and tries
Okay.
to stop you short
Otherwise,
of your goal,
please continue.
dunk your fist in, pull out a cookie, and let it fuel you. If you're more focused on intellectual growth, train yourself to study harder and longer than ever before, or read a record number of books in a given month. Your cookie jar can help there too, because if you perform this challenge correctly and
If you
truly
already
challenge
did
yourself,
kovaaks, like one
you'll come to a
Moses
point in
targets,
any
whatever, the
exercise
standing
where
still
pain,
part is useless.
boredom,
Skip
or
it.
self-doubt kicks in, and you'll need to push back
Yeah.
to get through
You
it.
don't need it.
The cookie jar is your shortcut to taking control of your own thought process. Use it that
Is
way.
this one tap?
The point here
One
isn't to
tap
make
or
yourself
burst?
feel like a hero for the fuck of it. It's not a hooray for
Okay.
me session. It's to remember what a badass you are so you can use that energy to succeed again in the heat of
Okay.
battle.
Cool.
Post your memories and the new successes they fueled
Alright,
on
cool.
social media and include the hashtags. Hashtag can't hurt me. Hashtag cookie jar. So anything you want to expand on here and why you think it's such a good exercise for the readers?
Well, I
This
think we covered
strafing
it pretty,
looks
you know,
bugged.
pretty good here, but I do have a story
The strafing
that
looks
I
bugged.
will share with the readers or with the listeners.
The
And
strafing
as we
looks
talked
bugged.
about
The
with
bots are
Marcus and
standing
Morgan
still.
Luttrell, and the reader. Or
Oh,
the,
you said
the listener now
you're
knows
strafing. Okay, the
that
bots are standing
Marcus
still.
and Morgan
Okay,
are
okay.
twins, and Morgan is 1
All right.
minute.
You're
older than
gonna do a
Marcus.
version where they're strafing,
So,
right?
as the story goes, Marcus went to Buzz before Morgan.
No, there's no
And
better.
Marcus
You do
is
that.
not a
That's
good
that's
runner.
the whole
Marcus
purpose.
is not a good runner.
There,
So at
there's
this
no
time,
this.
Morgan was in
You don't
college,
need to do this
and Morgan
unless
came
you
to
want
visit
the
Marcus.
strafing. Okay.
And they're in their room. I think
You
it's
need to.
Sunday
Otherwise,
night.
you
So
can
every
just do
Monday,
flicker bot.
every
It's
Monday
better.
morning,
The hard
we
bot.
have a 04 or
Um,
05.
All right. What
We
else?
have to meet on the beach for a hard-packed 4-mile time run. So, I guess, you know, Marcus had some messed up legs. He was suffering pretty bad. I guess he had some stress fractures. He had a messed up femur. He has just a jacked up bottom half of his body. So
Okay. Is
it
there
was
is there
Morgan,
medium
Marcus, and a friend of
30-30?
his from his class, and they came up with an idea. At first, it was a joke. It was a big joke. They said,
Either.
"Hey, Morgan, you ought to go
Wait, what do you
ahead
mean strafing?
and be Marcus
You should
for a
always
day."
be strafing. Doesn't matter,
And
even if you're
this is
doing
one of the
medium or hard.
greatest Bud stories of
Have you been
all
standing when
time.
you're doing
And
medium?
It's a true story, and I won't be able to do it justice because I don't know all the details, but I'll give you the
Yeah.
details that I do know.
How do you do it?
And I actually talked to Morgan, and he said I can share the
Yeah,
story
no,
with
no,
you
no,
all.
no, 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 no,
So
no,
enjoy
no.
this.
Stop right now.
So we're in,
Yeah, move,
arguably the
strafe.
hardest training, in the world, and these
All right,
guys
here,
pull
I'll show
off
you.
one of the best
Okay,
all-time
now while I'm booting up,
trickeries
show me the
in
rest.
the world. So Marcus and Morgan actually switched for the day. Marcus is in his room hiding out. Morgan,
Okay.
who is not even in the military,
Alright,
not
cool.
even in the
So
military,
medium
let
and then
alone SEAL
hard,
training.
right?
He is now posing
Alright, cool.
as
I'm
Marcus.
fix
He's like
everything
a
for you,
freshman
make it a
at
lot
University
better.
of
Ready?
Texas or some shit, right?
Exactly. He's at some university. He comes
Jesus,
in to
I didn't know
visit,
you
and
were
now
doing this. I thought
Morgan,
you
who
were
knows nothing about the military,
following my. I
is
guess
now
you met me
posing as
late,
Marcus
so
for
you
this
didn't
4
see
mile
all the
time run.
earlier stuff that
Now,
I show all
Marcus,
the
once
time
again, cannot run
when
to
I was
save his
coaching.
soul, but he happens to get through buds. But
That is.
so Morgan comes in.
That's my bad,
He
dude.
does the run for Marcus. No
I
one
should
knows
have asked
anything
you
but a
for
few
your
guys in his
warm-up
class.
routine first and
Then
then looked at
it's
it. I
supposed
just
to be over.
assumed you were doing
But
fine.
Morgan goes on and does the rest
When you're
of the
doing,
day. So he
that's
does
why
a
I need
full
check-ins.
day
That's why I keep checking in
buds
because it's
as
like
Marcus
I don't
Luttrell. Now
let.
look, you're not gonna hear that anywhere.
I think
You're not
players
gonna hear that
always
anywhere
just.
but here. So that's a true story
Unless
about
they
Marcus
really
and
have the
Morgan.
motivation,
Those
they're
two
not
are
here every
thick as
single day
thieves,
bothering me, asking me
and
questions.
it's just
You know?
one of the most amazing stories of all
I
time.
actually
for
like.
buds.
I'm
I
actually
loved hearing that
mystified.
story
You know, if I
from
know
Morgan when he
me
told us.
and I was a
It was
player,
almost like
I
after the
would be
run, he
calling
kind of like
him every
the
single
day
day
went
and
differently than
asking
they
him
planned,
questions,
right? There was
showing
no
him
way for him to get
gameplay,
out of there.
body every
Right.
single.
He got
Like I
kind
would
of
be doing
stuck
that.
being Marcus the whole day.
Of course,
So,
like I
yeah,
know
I
you
forgot
know you
about
don't want
that.
to
You are
bother
right.
me.
You
But
are right.
didn't the leadership eventually find out and like award him like some like they
When you
honored
play
him at the
EM, can
graduation
you
or no?
walk
Am I
me through
imagining
what
that?
you
Oh no,
worked
you're not
on?
imagining anything. So what happened was Marcus graduated. I think he graduated in 228. Yeah, he was 228 because I was 230. I was his Hoo-Yah class. So he graduated in 228. So literally 9 classes later in 237, here comes Morgan. So by now, after 9 classes, all the instructors now know that Morgan was posing as Marcus. So when Morgan comes in, they beat the living shit out of Morgan. But Morgan graduates, they actually, thought it was kind of funny. But I think Morgan got honor man in class 237, but he got beat badly for that incident.
So there was nothing that was public, but they just told him privately. They knew what happened.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
And
It was funny. Hee ha ha. We're gonna beat the shit out of you, type of shit.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Great story.
Show
That's
me
like
your
a,
deathmatch.
all-time Bud
My
stunt
Valorant
right there.
isn't really.
You know what?
loading.
It was great. I wasn't around to see it. I don't know. Surprisingly, I was in Buzz for like 10 years.
Or
Buzz is 6
I guess
months, and I
you
was
can
there for
warm
like
up and
18 months,
everything.
man. So it was a brutal time for David
I'll
Young.
restart
Oh, man.
stream. I need
Well,
to
what an
restart
amazing
PC
story.
because
The San
everything's
Diego One
lagging.
Day is an all-timer as